You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke. .net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Please tug lightly on this bowl of mine.
Good evening. I'm Coulter Wonkite. I'm already into the 420, damn it.
What are you doing? Nothing. Nothing? Why not? I'm trying to get on this Lifestyle Radio website. Sounds like a cool website. Yeah, it's alright. Oh, I might have it. You might have it.
You're listening to Lifestyle Radio.
The opinions expressed during this show are those of the individual participants and do not necessarily reflect the opinions of their associated organizations or Lifestyle Radio.
You like music, you like weed, well, we gonna be good friends indeed. This is how much I like more than smoking trees. They'll make you dance the do-si-do and teach you how the chiva grows. Smoke a bowl on the 420 radio show. On Lifestyle Radio.
And yes, it is. This is Lifestyle Radio and the 420 Radio Show on 420radio.ca. How's it going, eh? Marcel told me that I sound real Canadian.
Yeah, with your boot.
I was out in the boot today.
Boot in a boot.
I was out in the boot. You ever been out and about, Bob?
I always like to go out and about. I even have that on my phone when I am out and about.
All right, so that is the voice of one Dr. Robert Malamud, and he is here to talk to us in the way that nobody else can talk to us, because this man is the man as far as I'm concerned, because I've been following this dude for a very long time, watching, and we were chatting just before the show, and Lenny is here as well, but he's kind of bummed because he has to leave. He's got a big meeting. So I wanted to touch base on what you guys were talking about, because you said something that was actually quite pertinent.
You're talking to me, Lenny?
Yeah, you, Lenny. Leonard.
No, what we're talking about is, if anyone hasn't seen the Facebook post, did Bob put it up himself, or was that you?
I put it up.
Whoever put up the link, the video, it's amazingly accurate, which was cool. Like, yeah, that was awesome. But when I was watching the video, I was blown away how old the video looked. And what did we find out the date of that video was?
2006.
Which is utterly shocking. That's 17 years ago. Like, that's how far ahead of the curve this gentleman is. So that's what I was so blown away with.
Yeah. How long have you been doing this stuff, Bob?
Well, I started consuming cannabis when I was 16, and it right away felt very right for me. I've always been very ADD, so even though I managed to succeed always in school, it was always like I was never plugged in the right way, because I didn't think in the normal linear way that was expected of you if you're going to succeed, in school and through college, etc. So I managed to adapt more and more by consuming cannabis and getting stoned and learning how to adjust.
I'm sure you don't remember, but I have a kind of a story. I have ADHD. I was a case study from 5 to 16. They gave me a choice of going off the Ritalin and Dexedrine. I said, yes, please. And my doctor said, are you smoking pot? And I said, no. He said, well, if you start smoking pot stop taking the pills because it'll do the same thing. Do you agree with that?
100%. My son has got a similar loosely wired brain as I do, and he found out that CBD was incredibly beneficial for him to really introspect, like getting stoned, but also to gain kind of the focus and control his emotional status to a much greater, with much more stability. So yeah, it's miraculous for people in so many different ways.
Well,
I can concur. I know 2 young college kids with a bit of ADHD using CBD, and again, this is through their parents, and I was just helping them dose it, and by far they both the parent and the young adult, both student, agree that they are performing much better in school because of it.
I work with a radio host that suffers from it, and I only survive because he uses cannabis. How's that?
Thanks, Marcel. I love you too,
Actually,
buddy.
he's only alive because he uses cannabis.
I'm using it right now. So yeah, I think that, you know, in where are we now? We're in 2020. Okay, I'm 56 this year, so I'm not good at math, but I was 16 years old when I had that conversation with my doctor. All right,
40.
So 40 years ago. And I've gone back on Ritalin as an adult. It lasted a little while. It was more to help me with appetite suppression and depression and all that stuff that goes on with ADHD.
You should have sold them for pot.
Shut up, Marcel. Now, here we are, 2020. I'm not sure if you've been on the show since the legalization thing has been going on up here. I think you've been on since it's been legal down in Colorado, though. Are
I'm
you
actually in Vermont?
You're in Vermont? Okay, but
Yeah.
So what's
That's why he's nice and close to us.
what's the law there?
The law here is 6 plants you can grow in your backyard. You can't sell. Hemp is legal, and people grow hemp, and they got a 1% legal limit within the state. So people, are much more happy, but people want to be able to buy and sell it as well, especially it's such a tourist state that it's absurd that, New Hampshire's legalizing, Maine's legalizing, New York's going to eventually, Massachusetts has. So
And
the
garden state can't grow it.
You can grow it, you just can't sell it.
Well, then, yeah, they should.
Nice.
But it's a garden state. I mean, come on, you could have a lot of gardens.
I agree. Well, no, it's only one per household. 1/6.
No. I mean, if they legalized it for sale and stuff like that, you're going to need a lot more than those little gardens.
So you're
going to need a lot of big gardens.
You can grow it, but you can't sell it.
Right. Which, if you grow enough, you can then get a year's supply in. But a lot of people can't do that. And a lot of people need too much. You got cancer. It's hard to do that with 6 plants. It's ridiculous,
Yeah.
2 flowering and blah, blah, blah.
Do they have a medical program for Vermont?
They do, but the medical programs are always retarded. In general, people around the country, when you look at it, prefer the black markets over the legal markets.
It's no different in Canada right now either.
I know, because the governments interfere.
Well, no, in our country, they've taxed us so much that patients can't afford it. So we get sales tax on top of an excise tax.
Yeah, they interfere with the flow of freedom.
Yeah. So the black market has 73% of the market share in Canada because they don't charge tax.
Well, though, this is really all by design, because if you look at the arrest, the nonsense that goes on, I don't know the numbers in Canada, but I'm quite certain they're similar. There's not been a dramatic reduction of arrests, cannabis-related arrests, maybe half in some places, and in other places it could even be higher. because what they've done now is now they arrest you for violating regulations. Basically, cannabis prohibition is and always has been welfare for law enforcement.
Right. Easy money.
It is. They rob us. It's another way that the intrinsically cannabis deficient, Nazi minded pigs that run the world can squeeze the life out of the people that, have the power, the greed, and the imbalances of the upper elite, the hoi polloi, so to speak.
There's a word you don't hear very often. Hoi
Yeah.
polloi.
Just wondering where I came from,
Do you think that when you first started getting into the whole cannabis thing and now, do you think the mindset has changed enough to allow this to happen down the road?
Well, I look at everything in an extremely holistic fashion. And for me, what that means is that you start at the base of everything. So for me, the base of everything is the flowing energy that creates life, and then how life manifests itself as evolution, and how evolution manifests itself as humanity, and the nature of how humanity has created what we call social and technological progress, and what that all really means from a point of view of what is the cannabinoid system doing, since it homeostatically regulates everything in our body from conception until death. So there.
Lenny,
Yeah,
what do you think?
I love homeostasis. That's all the body tries to do, sir.
Yep. So,
So-
the underlying way of looking at the cannabis phenomena is that it turns out that from a point of view of physics, the type of physics that serves as a foundation for our biology, it's all based on equilibrium. So there's a problem with the concepts that are merged from a physics based on equilibrium, because the biology is essentially impossible. If you took the probability of creating one protein that was 100 amino acids long, it would be 1 out of 20 amino acids 100 times. And that number turns out to be a number larger than the number of particles in the universe. So how is it then possible to have created not just one protein, but a cell? So, on the one hand, we have that conundrum built into our physics that has also as its basic principles of quantum theory a reversible time. And yet experientially, our time is not reversible. It's always going in a direction. We get younger, we get older, we drive our car and the gasoline goes down. It doesn't ever go up. The egg cracks, it never uncracks. So we have an innate sense of the arrow of time. And it has to do ultimately from a physics point of view with an increase in entropy. Entropy must always increase. But that's in an open, when you're dealing with open systems like us, then unique things can happen. And the physics that embraces those unique things was created by Nobel laureate Leo Prigogine. And basically what it says is that flowing energy organizes matter. So when you have flowing energy organizing the matter on the planet Earth, then after 4.5 billion years, you can have matter that can speak to one another over the net and have a conversation. That's all we are, is a manifestation of organized complexity driving the chemical in the chemistry set called the planet. And it turns out that quite incredibly, as evolution proceeded and went from simple bacteria to more complicated single-celled organisms to multi-celled organisms, where I'm going with this is that flowing energy literally squeezes complexity. It squeezes evolution as long as there's more energy to flow. And what happened is it developed to the multicellular invertebrates. And a certain level of complexity was achievable. You know, octopus are complex and smart, blah, blah, blah. But they couldn't go beyond a certain level of ability to flow with and interact with the environment that provides the necessary negative entropy that's extracted by flow dependent structures, which is what all life is. We extract negative entropy, organization, from the environment in the form of the flowing energy that organizes matter. So by the time vertebrates were reached, something new happened. You see, well, if you just think about it, you know, you have one cell, okay, and then you start the next level of complexity would be to have a clump of cells. But once you have a clump of cells, then you have cells that are on the inside and the outside. So now you have cells that are different already, right? So there's, or intrinsically, a different nature of what flows in ultimately from the environment to provide the sustaining negative entropy. Basically, look at us. If we don't eat and get rid of our waste, we die. We are flow dependent structures. And it's the physics of flow dependent structures that I've extended to biology. And when you do that, that's what I've been doing for the past few years, is learning what that means. And I've come now to really mind-blowing conclusions. And that's what I'd like to share, because they're so mind-blowing that my mind is blown. You know, I have nothing to do but to share it then. And what that is we live in a world that's DNA centric. And in that world, we have, you know, these wonderful sequencing techniques, and we can trace back evolution, life's evolution, and we can see that something different happened when you transited from the invertebrates to the vertebrates, where the clump of cells, as we look at the evolution of invertebrates, the clump eventually formed an indent. That was a head and a mouth and an anus at the same time. Eventually, that formed a tube that became an anus on one end and a mouth on another end, and that's formed a mouth first. So those were called proteostomes, and that's what evolved in complexity to form the various lineages, the evolutionary lineages of the invertebrates, and we could trace all of the DNA sequencing. And then vertebrates formed, and something new happened. And at that point, the head organism was formed ass first, not head first. And that became the vertebrates. And that's where you have the bones evolving and the skeletal system, and, you know, the passage from the brain through the skeletal system, and, you know, all of the bilateral symmetry and blah, 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 blah. It also turns out that the whole pattern of how the organism evolves, differentiates, is now different than previously. And it turns out what drove all of this, what provided the additional energy to drive this newer level of complexity, from my twisted, insane, cannabis-centric point of view, is that the CB1 receptor first emerged with vertebrates. And what the CB1 receptor really does, you see all the bullshit these experts talk about is nonsense. You know, all they're doing is identifying little specific pieces of a story without ever looking at what the story really is. And the story is that flowing energy organizes matter, flowing energy creates change, and the CB1 receptor regulates flowing energy by regulating calcium channels on the mitochondria. So on a subcellular level, we see it regulates energy flow. And then when you look through the layers of complexity, what does the CB1 receptor do? Gives you the munchies, the source of the flow, okay? Well, let's go back into the mitochondria. Think of a leaky hose. If the hose is open on one end and you open the faucet on the other end, even if the hose has pinholes, it's not going to really leak because it's going to be released out the end. But if you closed it, then it'll start leaking through the little pinholes. Or if you open it up too much and you couldn't flow out enough, it would start leaking. That's how the mitochondria work. Think of the input as the food you eat, and the output is the things you do, the exercise you do, and the leakage are the free radicals. And you want to minimize that because free radicals react with everything and change the organization of the flow. So that's the whole deal here, is that flow is organized. You have flow dependent structures that only exist as long as the flow is dissipating potential. And a really nice way to visualize that is to think of the water in a whirlpool in your bathtub. It dissipates the flow dissipates the potential of gravity until it reaches the bottom. So you drain from one tub into another. Once it was all in the bottom tub, there's no more whirlpool. But the whirlpool only exists as long as gravity drives it. So what you see happening is, from a statistical point of view, impossible. Statistics would not tell you that you could have zillions and trillions of molecules that would spontaneously organize to form a whirlpool so they could more rapidly get rid of the potential. But that's in fact what happens. And that's in fact what we are. And that's in fact what life is. And in our case, what we do is we take reduced hydrocarbons, the same things that we burn to drive our cars or heat our homes, and we eat those hydrocarbons that we call carbohydrates, and we burn them. But when we burn them, they can be burned in general in two different ways. They can be burned in a way using the efficient electron transport system that's regulated by the CB1 receptor, and that drives more and more complexity. And that drove the evolution of the human brain. It drove the evolution of the vertebrate brain, to the point that the success of the enhanced flow and the complexity that was therefore then generated created a new demand to deal with the extra free radicals. And that new demand was the CB2 receptor. Because what is that doing? It turns on fat burning. And unbeknownst to our doctors, because they're not taught about this at all, there's a fundamental difference when cells burn fat versus when cells burn sugar. When they burn sugar, they can use the electron transport system and make energy efficiently, but dangerously, because if there's too much of a leak, it disrupts the flow's harmony, the psychedelic biochemistry within the cell. It disrupts that to the point that the cell triggers a reinforcing catalyst of disaster. Basically, it kills itself with free radicals. That's called apoptosis. In order to avoid that, a cell goes through a series of metabolic rearrangements. It turns on aerobic glycolysis, which feeds most cancer cells, and ultimately it turns on fat burning and turns off the sugar burning and the carbohydrate burning in general, meaning the electron transport system, as well as the aerobic glycolysis, also known as the Warburg effect, and burning of glutamine and other sources of energy in favor of fat burning, because fat burning is when a cell recycles its pieces so that it can survive anything. And at that point, it actually changes its DNA.
Anyway, sorry, Bob. I gotta go, guys. But this is exactly the crap I love, boys. Marcel knows I love the mitochondria and electron transport. I have to run. This is
Lenny,
awesome, guys. Yeah.
Lenny, you should just take your phone and just play this feed. So
I can't. I'm
your
gonna listen to
dinner
it later.
date.
I'm at a bar and there's a band. I can't. Anyway, nice to meet you, Bob. We have to connect again.
Good evening.
You guys too. Bye.
All right, talk to you. Bye. Oh yeah, he's got music.
And there goes the superhero we know as the pharmacist.
So, I hate to babble on, but it's such a coherent picture that it's hopefully something that people are able to follow, because where it goes is incredible. It goes to really empowering humanity.
Well, there's a reason why it's here. There's a reason why it's available, and there is a reason why it works.
Well, and there's a commonality of what we observe. On the one hand, for the variety of illnesses, we see people from all different illnesses benefiting in one way or another. And from a mental point of view, people always call it getting high or turning on. Well, that's what they are literally doing. You see, because your brain requires and loves to have efficient energy because your brain is the forefront of the unfolding of the creative energy that made you. That's your interface with the outside to absorb the new information that's available to enhance your flow.
I wish we had a bonfire going right now.
It explains everything, Al.
Yeah.
It does. It blows my mind because it does explain
does.
everything.
Because every time I get high, I turn on knowledge shows and just soak up knowledge.
Yeah, I watch a lot of stuff like that too. But when I haven't had anything in a while, right? And especially in the morning, you have that first one, and if it's the right strain, and you can feel your body powering up.
Yep.
At
You
least
can.
I can. And it's like, sometimes you take that haul and you're like, and then you're just like, doom, 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 doom. You can feel it going from your brain down to the tips of your toes. Now, with somebody that has pain from diabetes, neural pain in that, and it makes a big difference.
Well, where I'm going with this is that you have to expand the statement that you just said in many directions to come up with something that's actually quite dramatically different conclusion than what you just said, essentially. And that is, you see, it's the flowing energy that creates us. And it's the balance between driving our ability to carry out differentiated functions like, our heart rate, our nerve transmission, our kidney function. All of those things love to use the electron transport system because that's where the efficient energy is made. But again, any imbalance creates free radicals, and any excess free radical production beyond what we can naturally handle winds up disrupting the system. Okay. So when you consume too many carbohydrates, your cells naturally do things to prevent the damage. And when they can't handle that because you are eating too much carbs, then they basically say, screw you, because you're not smart enough to deal with their reality. So what they do is they then turn off the ability for the cells to burn sugar. That's called diabetes. It's simply the cells trying to stay alive in spite of your bad eating habits.
Yeah, now I'm depressed. Thanks, buddy.
Well, and that's what leads to the neuropathy, because the nerves become inflamed.
Yeah.
The immune system is all inflamed. I've had terrible neuropathy on my legs and with numb feet and swollen toes and gout and blah 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 blah. You can control all of that because you are what you eat.
Yep.
And if you have any fat on your body, you're consuming too many carbohydrates, and your body is turning the excess carbohydrates into fat rather than burning the carbohydrates and making too many free radicals. It's your body trying to protect you. But that protection leads to diabetes and heart disease and Alzheimer's and cancer.
Everybody's typing away.
So this is why this is important to understand what I'm talking about.
For some, it's like, yeah, it works. That's all I need to know. Right?
Well, but
No, I want
that's
to know
not
why.
going to optimize your ability to take advantage of the opportunities that are provided by the knowledge.
Of course. Every guest I have on the show, I learn something and I take away from that. You know what I mean?
Well, essentially what we have is that distance from equilibrium is what health is. Equilibrium is death. So what we want to do is maintain our distance from equilibrium and reduce our movement towards equilibrium, which would be a far from equilibrium phase change back to a lower level of organization. We still wouldn't be at equilibrium, but we would no longer be alive as the collective cells that constitute us. Bacteria would still be there, and they'd eventually run out of energy, and the chemistry would eventually run down. If it was in a box. But we want to maintain distance from equilibrium. So what I'm suggesting is that it would behoove us to learn what that means for each of us in order to slow down and reverse our aging process with respect to the weak points that are naturally a function of our genetics and our environment, epigenetics.
Wow.
Darcy's just sitting there stunned.
It's very empowering. And it
I
works
am actually.
mental as well as physical illnesses.
It really is probably one of the most diverse plants on the planet, huh?
Well, because it regulates both the carbohydrate burning with CB1 and the fat burning with CB2. So with CB1, it can drive our creative interface, our consciousness. And with CB2, it can help restore the balance necessary to keep us alive, as long as we don't ignore that happens to be the basis of our health. Right there, that's it. Everything that's good for us enhances basically our ability to recycle and to move ourselves further from equilibrium. When you're young, before you reach adulthood, you have two things going for you. You're growing physically and you're growing mentally. So you've got the flow. The only thing that can flow into you is mass or energy. Well, all the mass that flows into you is monitored by your immune system. And all the energy that flows into you, your sights, your sounds, blah, 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 is monitored by your nervous system. And both of those are totally controlled by your cannabinoid receptors.
That's I guess that's why you get that tingly feeling right off the bat, eh? Like it's all connected.
You get turned on, and it is your continuity with the environment that is you. It is God, generalized open system dynamics, the flow of energy, totally regulated by the endocannabinoids and supplemented by phytocannabinoids from the plant. All the illnesses that it helps are nothing more than nutritional deficiencies, and no government has the right to tell us how much food we can grow in our backyard. Fuck them.
Hear, hear.
Fuck them.
Hear, hear.
I agree.
This is why, Al, after I got off of the medication and just used cannabis without the medication, I started gaining leg function.
Before you go on to that, Darcy, explain, because you have not had a conversation with Bob. Explain the situation to Bob so he understands more.
Mm-hmm.
I was hit by a tree in 2001. I was working in the woods, and a tree fell on my back and crushed my T8 and T9 vertebrae and left me an incomplete paraplegic. And for the first 5 years, they had
Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
Hi, I'm Timmy.
And I'm Mary Jane. He's the newbie.
She's the doobie. And this is the show
where we
toke
cannabis.
Talk.
From both sides.
Is that even possible?
Stay tuned. We'll be
We're going to head back over to Marijuana Moment. And the article headline here says, problems finding ibogaine to be used in research could slow Trump administration's psychedelic therapy push for veterans. VA secretary says, one of the biggest obstacles facing psychedelic medicine right now may not be politics or public opinion. It may simply be supply. According to Marijuana Moment, U.S. Veterans Affairs Secretary Doug Collins says difficulties obtaining reliable sources of ibogaine could slow ongoing efforts to expand psychedelic treatment research for military veterans. Ibogaine is a powerful psychoactive substance derived from an African shrub traditionally used in spiritual ceremonies in Central West Africa. In recent years, it has attracted major scientific interest because of reports suggesting it may help interrupt severe addiction, PTSD symptoms, and trauma-related conditions. The Trump administration has shown growing interest in psychedelic-assisted therapies for veterans, particularly as rates of suicide, addiction, and treatment-resistant mental health conditions remain high among former service members. But Collins says researchers are encouraging a major logistical issue. There simply is not enough pharmaceutical-grade ibogaine rapidly available for large-scale scientific studies. Because ibogaine remains highly restricted under federal law, sourcing and manufacturing the compound for research purposes is complicated, expensive, and heavily regulated. Researchers also note that ibogaine is more medically complex than some other psychedelics, requiring careful cardiac monitoring due to potential heart-related risks. Even so, advocates continue pushing forward, arguing the treatment's potential may be too important to ignore, especially for veterans who feel conventional therapies have failed them. This story highlights a growing reality in psychedelic science. Public enthusiasm and political momentum are accelerating quickly, but the infrastructure needed to support large-scale medical research is still catching up.
Twist up another rollie, pass it down the road, ash in the mason jar, bare feet on the floor. Your grin says trouble, mine says let it go. Bluegrass in the moonlight, dust on my jeans, your hand on the table, my heart on the beat. We got all night and not much in between. Take a little drag now, hold it like a prayer. One more for the road, babe. Meet me halfway there. Puff, puff, pass it along the line. Puff, puff, pass it along the line. One more lap, one more time. Puff, puff, pass it along the line. And boots by the doorway, bottle on ice. Your name on my tongue tastes sweet and wild. This old room still buzzes when you get this high. Take a little drag now, hold it like a prayer. One more for the road, babe. Meet me halfway there. Puff, puff, pass it along the line. Puff, puff, pass it along the line. One more laugh, one more time. Puff, puff, pass it along the line. slow it down. If the stars start falling, we'll keep them around. One spark, one circle, one more round. Puff, puff, pass it along the line. Puff, puff, pass it along the line. One more laugh, one more time. Puff, puff, pass it along the line.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to another episode of VAC Roundtable. This one's number 88, and this one's special to me as an old school, hempy. This one I've got to kind of watch happen along the way, and this man has been an absolute stellar pioneer, basically changing the whole landscape regarding hemp foods. And just somebody who I have absolutely held in honor and great respect, Mr. Richard Rose, who's coming to us tonight from Colorado. So thank you for joining us. And we will just basically get right into things right out of the gate. And first of all, thank you, Richard, for joining us tonight. And what led you to cannabis? And how did your journey shape your role in the hemp industry?
Hey, Eddie and guys, nice to see y'all again. Yeah, I met you. I was thinking about it earlier, about 30 years ago.
Yeah.
In maybe at one of the cups, actually.
Yep, in 95. Yeah, it would have been 30 years ago at the Cannabis Cup because I got married to my previous wife on stage at the
right
at the milk bag.
Right. I remember that now. Yeah. It's been a while. So I just the way I got into hemp is different than most. I got to it from soybeans. Since 1980, I've been making foods commercially with soybeans and distributing them around the world, industrial ingredients and consumer foods. The cheese of which Tofu-Rella got the company on the Inc. 500 in 1993, number 281 on the Inc. 500. Fast growth with America's most hated food during the Reagan 80s. So that was tofu. So I've been making tofu and then all these foods from it, over 100 of them since 1980. But in 93, I realized that hemp seed had almost as much protein as soybean. And it also had omega-3, which soy didn't have much of. And besides, it was fun as hell. A lot more fun than soybean and tofu and the like. So, we already had Tofu-Rella, the cheese, and 5 different flavors and slices and the shreds and the like. And then we had Rice-Rella, Almond-Rella, Zero-Fat-Rella, and maybe and Vegan-Rella, and maybe one other. So for us to have hemprella as a new flavor was not unusual and not weird. It was just an evolution of the product for our company. Therefore, the wholesale buyers didn't freak out when they saw the leaf or the word hemp on the label, and were pretty amused by it, and so they picked it up. And that's how I made the pivot from soya to hemp. Hemprella in 1994, along with the Hempe burger, and then developed the shelled hemp seed hemp nut in a couple years later.
And yeah, for everybody, it was really in, as it was called then, the hemp industry. This was the hemp that we were all only dealing with, which was the clothing. You were the one that was pushing the foods, which we knew through, we're all kind of disciples of Jack Herrera, who of course was a big promoter of hemp and hemp seed. And you were, of course, one of the early adopters of cannabis foods that was openly available. I could get at my Whole Foods in Berkeley, so that was groundbreaking for us. And of course, when we financially supported it because we saw it, which of course was key to a lot of us. Michael Krawitz has a follow-up.
Yeah, pardon my ignorance, but is there any corollary to the whole hemp seed product in a soybean product?
Yeah, a huge corollary. I mean, they're kind of cousins in a way nutritionally. They both are around 32% protein. They both have some omegas in it. Soy has a lot of six, a lot more six than three. They can both be used to make tofu. They can both be used to make milk, plant-based milk, tempeh. Pretty much anywhere you would use soybean, you could use hemp seed, hemp grain, including fodder for animals. So we can turn abundance into scarcity by feeding them 16 times more protein than they produce. That's what they're looking at. FDA, AFCO, AAFCO needs to approve it, but once they do, farmers will be able to dump substandard seed into that market soon.
Well, fortuitously, with our next question is actually Michael Krawitz. So, Councilmember Krawitz.
Thanks, Etienne. So, you were instrumental in introducing the hemp-based foods. What were your biggest challenges in getting this out to consumers, regulatory acceptance, and how has that sort of perception of the market changed over time?
Yeah, it's changed a lot. So the biggest was getting the wholesale buyers to understand that we were not, even though I had long hair and dressed fine, we weren't a bunch of hippies making foods in the kitchen or in our garage. They knew us. They did 5-figure business with us for years. They knew our reputation of being innovative and having new stuff. So when we presented along with our professional brokers who made the headquarter calls, who they saw every month anyway, the hemp product, they raised an eyebrow, but were willing to take a try at it, simply because they knew that who we were an ongoing customer, and they were willing to try weird new foods. I mean, tofu cheese is pretty weird on its own. So the stretch from a tofu cheese to a hemp cheese, it was not that far. The beauty of hemp grain over soya, though, is ultimately you can eat the hemp grain raw. You cannot eat soya raw, and that alone makes it so much easier, because then we could just shell it and it could be eaten raw, the hemp grain. Whereas the soybean has all kinds of anti-nutritional factors that have to be processed out, mostly with heat.
And that's done industrially or chemically at the...
Yeah, it's done. So with soy milk, for instance, or to make tofu, they grind the beans, the soybeans, with water, and then they heat it all. And that's where they inactivate the TRIPS inhibitors and oligosaccharides that cause gas.
So the heat is what's needed. And
right.
to make that shift. All right.
Commenting.
All right. Next up will be Council Member Mary Lynn Mathery. Council Member Mary Lynn.
Yes, she forgot to unmute herself.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. Welcome, Richard. We're glad to have you. So my question here is, navigating regulations has been a key part of your work. What policy changes do you believe are necessary for the hemp and cannabis industries to thrive domestically and internationally?
You know, the worst thing that happened to hemp in America was legalization in 2018. Until then, it was a cooperative industry. We helped each other. And after 2018, it became, you know, a much more dog eat dog, and a lot more grifters came in, and it changed a lot. And it was easier back then because it was new and we were professional. And so the FDA came and took our labels and some samples one time, and the state FDA did it also in California, but we took them by surprise. They were not ready for commercial food from marijuana's cousin, as it was called at the time. So we had a much easier time because we were not a startup, we were pivoting. And compared to today, I think it's a lot harder. And if you look at the, you know, acres are down 95% in 5 years in America. The new American hemp industry is THC contaminated, THC from the process made from foreign CBD, so American farmers don't benefit. You know, the whole point of doing all this was for American farmers to be growing this, not Chinese or Canadian or European. It was for American farmers, not just to make THC from CBD from China. So things have gotten so screwed up today that I don't know. We were growing more hemp in just Colorado in 2015 and 14 than we are today nationally. And for what needs to change is really just turning it into an ag crop, an industrial crop. All this hemp THC business doesn't help that, but once we can get past that, probably in the next farm bill, treating the farmers of hemp like any other farmer is a good first step. Right now, they got to be fingerprinted. They need a background check. They have a drug felony in the last 10 years. They can't grow hemp in America. They do the same in Canada, and we argue over hundreds of a percent THC in the hemp, while simultaneously there's massive THC fraud in the regulated marijuana side. So it's just a topsy-turvy industry right now that is on the ropes, and even Canada's acres are down, and in Europe. So it's really quite, the first thing is to treat it like an ag crop, but then we need the disassociation from the type 1 side, from the THC side with hemp. Because the question is always going to be, will this get me high? The first question out of a consumer's mouth will always be, will this get me high? And we got to put that to bed decisively and finally, or it'll just never take off. Currently, military and law enforcement officers in America are prohibited from eating hemp foods. And it's been that way since 1999. Things like that, little cultural shifts, and the federal government buying hemp grain to make foods, you know, for institutional feeding, like prisons or military or schools, things like that. It needs to be more incorporated into the agriculture production economy, not unlike soy and corn is today.
Thank you for that, Richard. Next up will be Council Member Michael Davis.
Yeah, hey Richard, thanks for being here, man. That's some really good
information you were just talking about. Kind of a follow up, real quick. Were you? I'm not sure if you were speaking national policy stuff, or maybe Colorado or whatnot. I'll ask my question, and then maybe you can do the follow up, and then the question kind of like afterwards. My question is, you've been pretty vocal about CBD not being a novel food in the EU. Could you elaborate on your stance and its implications for the industry? Yeah, so that's it.
Yeah, that's a good point. So in the EU, they have this novel food rule, and it's kind of like grass is in America, generally recognized as safe, that FDA has, and that is after a cutoff, which in grass is October of '94, and in the EU was, I can't remember now. And if you introduce a food into commerce after that cutoff date, you have to subject it to all kinds of testing and report and prove that it's safe to be in as a food as a new food, or as they call it, novel food. Now, years ago, hemp seed and hemp seed oil was ruled not exempt from it because it had been eaten for really millennia in Europe, but long before member states were member states, and especially in Eastern Europe. And then in '98 or so, they said hemp flowers are legal in beer, but they never ruled on cannabinoids at all. And so that means cannabinoids, if they're in a food, they have to go through this process, regulatory process. It's quite involved, and it takes years and is quite expensive. However, they approved hemp seed oil. They exempted it, and hemp seed oil has on it, on the outside of the seed coat, resin, and in that resin are cannabinoids. So when they approved hemp seed oil, they approved the adherent cannabinoids that are in that. And that's my position, is that they knew there were cannabinoids in there, trace amounts, but still they knew it was in there, and they approved it. And we should rely on that today. Now, there's money to be made by the associations not taking that view and pursuing CBD novel food certification. So that's why that's happening today.
Right on. Thank you very much, Richard. Next question will be from me, and it is specifically as someone who pioneered hemp-based innovations. What is the next major breakthrough in hemp products or applications that you see?
You have to separate that into fiber and grain. We've seen a lot of development on the fiber side with biocomposites and novel retting techniques, and then also use of the hemp fiber production for bioremediation of soil. Now, on the grain side, we've seen an enormous amount of new development and research, both medical as well as nutritional, with in the grain with bioactives, peptides, hydrolysates, technical use in baking, emulsions, suspensions, novel extraction techniques, fermentation, umami products, probiotics, things like that. My mind is blown by how much progress we've made in the hemp grain side just in the last year or two. On the Hemp Food Association website, there's a page, breaking news, and it has all these studies, dozens over the last year, all just about grain and discoveries and patents and developments like that.
So, I mean, since you're a hemp foods guy, I mean, what hemp foods do you see, penetrating the market again? I mean, yours was very successful at doing so. Of course, hemp seed oil, I still get Manitoba hemp seed oil myself. So I mean that's still available and on the market. I can get that through Amazon even. So what food stuff do you see, you know, on the horizon, if any?
Yeah, so the way to make it be successful in hemp is not to start a hemp business, but is to pivot your existing business slightly to hemp. So if you're a contractor, you know, build with hemp, don't start a contracting business to do hemp. And that's how I did it. Is I pivoted slightly from soy to grain. What we had on the shelf back then: chocolate chip cookies, an energy bar, oil, the um, the burger, the cheese. We had about a dozen products. Today, you can buy shelled hemp seed in Walmart. You can buy it in Costco. You can buy it if you're in Australian Woolworths. It's sold in thousands of retailers. It has millions of consumers today. It's the best hemp product to get into if you want to do that, because everybody eats. Not everybody needs a wall or buys jeans every day, but people tend to eat every day. And once they do, they're going to want more seed, and it's a renewable resource that we can keep feeding people. So the products that will work in the future, I mean, Nature's Path still has a cereal, and there's still about 180 or 200 companies selling products globally with foods with hemp seed in it. You know, people want convenience food, so bars are always great. Even something like a salad dressing, there's pasta. There's very few recipes that you can't incorporate hemp grain into. And the beauty of it that I found is that it actually adds a savory note to it, that makes every food it's in a little bit better flavor.
Yeah, there's a savory umami-ness that comes forward that is hard to describe until you've had it, especially like just the hemp parts versus the hull, you know, the shell, which you know I've had, you know, different foods with. All right. Next up will be Councilmember Wade Laughter. Councilmember.
Had to find the unmute button. Wanted to thank you, Richard, for joining us, and pardon me for being tardy coming in. As a way of introducing myself to you, I'm a devotee of the other end of the supply chain, if you will. Hemp is often touted as a sustainable crop. And I would ask, what steps must be taken to realize the first full potential in sustainable agriculture and industry? Because yes, we have to get the consumer interested, because they're the ones who are going to buy the products. And that's a whole education thing. But I'm really fascinated at the potential, again, for hemp to heal some of the damage done by large-scale commercial agriculture. So I look forward to hearing your thoughts, Richard. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a good question. You know, the fiber, the thing about like hempcrete is it doesn't even, it's so amazing, it doesn't even need hemp. You could be making hemp, you can be making line building with canaf or ag wastes. They've been doing line building for over 1,000 years. So if if one way to approach something like that is to start with, say, canaf, and then pivot to hemp down the road once you've worked out the business model, instead of starting with the most regulated, expensive fiber available. The thing is to, it's a cart and horse deal, which is going to go first. And the reason acres are down 95% in 5 years is we put the cart before the horse. Excuse me. So we needed to work first on building consumer demand, not which variety is best in Michigan for herd. That's way down the road. we need to build demand, create demand, and the easiest hanging fruit literally is hemp seed as food, and that could be in literally thousands of products, and on the shelf. And once you've created demand, you work back and you figure out what's the best variety in Michigan for herd or whatever that your buyer specifies, and you work back the technical requirements for that, and then you've done your field trials to figure out what's the best variety in that area to grow for that, and all that. But in the meantime, you don't have to wait all those years to be making money on hemp. You could buy shelled hemp seed today, hemp hearts as it's called, hemp nut as I called it, say from Manitoba Harvest or whomever, and get a local chocolate maker to make you a chocolate bar with 10% hemp seed in it, and get somebody to design a label and put that on there, and bring it to your uncle who has a convenience store distribution route, and ask him to put it into his product mix and distribute it. It's that kind of way you can get into the hemp food business and start making money on hemp even before you've planted one seed. You can start a consumer brand, and you don't have to wait until you even have a factory to do that. You can have it co-packed for you, white labeled as it's also called, by like that chocolate company, or go to a pasta company and ask them to make a pasta under your label, something like that. But we can get started on creating demand today. We don't have to wait for the big associations or the big companies. Entrepreneurs can just sort of look around and see how they can make a food and get it into distribution in locally.
Yeah, there's a lot happening. Just this week, Cornell did a webinar on the molecular bleeding of new seed oil varieties for industrial hemp, amongst other things. I actually got to visit in September of last year the USDA's Germplasm Institute up in Geneva, New York, and they're growing hemp at 6 different facilities around the U.S. to try to figure out which varieties are growing where. So that's realistically happening right now, and I actually got to see it firsthand. So it's pretty exciting and frightening all at the same time.
We did that with Rob in Tasmania,
Yeah.
but 2018, and we did 19 varieties on 70 hectares for grain. We're doing field trials for grain, for shelling and making foods down there.
Yeah, it's a big market, and it's only going to grow now once they start to have acclimated genetics. It's going to be very helpful to the American farmer to produce those products, but we still need the infrastructure, right? That's the big thing that is hugely missing. Am I correct?
That is correct, and that's where USDA needs to step up and quit dawdling. They've put out at least 35, maybe $55 million in grants, mostly for seed development, like you just mentioned, to Cornell, and for fiber, but nothing for grain, nothing for food. NIFA is part of USDA, and they National Institute of Food and Agriculture, and they also let grants, but none have done so. The only way there's a hemp industry in Canada was 25 years ago. The provincial governments funded the R&D for the grain, for Manitoba Harvest and others. And without the government, the provincial government stepping up and doing that, I don't think there's a hemp industry in Canada. USDA and NIFA need to do the same here, and we need a centrally located shelling plant and oil pressing plant within an hour of thousands of acres, somewhere in the Midwest, northern Midwest, to really be able to show that the industrial hemp can be successful in America. The beauty of that is you got fiber, you got stalks coming out your ears. You get at least 4 times more stock than you get seed. So the more we grow for grain, the more stock you're going to have cheaper.
Yeah, but these mills that they're making here are the cottonized, right? So they're cottonizing the hemp as well for those few distributors that it is. But then there's also the fact that a lot of shipping companies won't move hemp, you know, or without an exorbitant cost, unless you know the right treaty codes to show them. I've known people just get outright blackballed from even moving their hemp. So there's a lot of infrastructure issues, as well as I grew up in sugarcane country in southern Louisiana, and the mills are central to the farms, to the hectares and of sugarcane that grow there, which is an infrastructure that takes a decade worth of building, which is really going to take in those areas that decide to grow hemp. Then that industrial infrastructure needs to come, as you said, from the government and support and grants to really help make that a reality. Otherwise, we're going to fall flat on our faces again.
And that might be what they're hoping.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen that with the California cannabis industry. As it can be set up to fail quite successfully. And we saw that as well as in the 90s. There were successful runs with hemp, but in the end, it still ran into its own set of problems from, Ralph Lauren asking for 2 million meters, which killed the fiber industry. And then, overextension of other creditors in the Eastern European bloc, caused an outright collapse of what looked like a very bright and growing industry. So even at the precipice, we can see its rug, literally, all puns intended, pulled right out from under it because of lack of infrastructure and support. That's why when you see hemp products, people buy them, support them, wear them. It's very helpful.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Re-rolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Next up will be Council Member Michael Crowitz. Michael.
Yeah, before I dig into this question, I got a little bit of a follow up, and humor me here for a second. This may be part debrief, and it's certainly maybe crying on your shoulder. But I think if we can strip the politics away from it and just talk about it in the abstract, I think I would really love to hear your take on this. So anyway, the background is sustainability. The point I'm going to talk about is something that just happened in the Commission on Narcotic Drugs that we attended over in Vienna, Austria, just a week or two ago. And the background is that back coming into the year 2000, there's this dynamic in the UN where the UN drug control system is in Vienna, Austria, but the headquarters is in New York, and the headquarters is where all the countries meet to talk about big picture stuff and review, what the drug people have been doing. Same countries, but smaller, different teams in Vienna, or the medicine people have been doing, for that matter, or human rights people have been doing in Geneva, for that matter. So, but anyway, in coming into the year 2000, they came up with something they called the Millennium Development Goals. And as I understood it, it was just, the same goals and issues that they had in the various resolutions. They tried to come up with a different way to sort of package it so that they could have a different way of approaching it more systemically and with better metrics of success. That's always been my take on it. And then, of course, they blew that deadline all to hell, and they renamed it the Sustainable Development Goals and gave it a 2030 date to really show some progress. And again, from a cannabis perspective, I've always loved the Sustainable Development Goals because it gives real metrics of success. We get these guys that would come to the UN drug meetings and they say, well, we arrested more people than last year. We put more people in jail than last year. We had more successful prosecutions than last year. Those things are all great, but they're not good metrics of success. They're great successes, I guess, in some manner, but they're not good metrics of success. The metrics of success in the Sustainable Development Goals are: did you give people more jobs? Are people hungry? Do they have access to medicine? Do they feel safer? And those are, again, not touchy-feely things. I mean, these are straight up, things that we all need and that have been very highly valued in all the various meetings. They're just giving them a different, way to approach it. That's been my take on it. So anyway, you bring it up to current events. The United States threw a monkey wrench in the process over in Vienna because we refused to allow our signature to go on a resolution that spoke of the Sustainable Development Goals of 2030. That somehow the Sustainable Development Goals were, quote, not in line with the priorities and how did they say it? the priorities of this administration, something like that. So anyway, I'd love your thoughts on that. I mean, if I've somehow missed something, but sustainability to me, what does that mean? Like that, the last question, I mean, we're talking about sustainability, what's the benefit of that? What, in one word or in one string, from your perspective, and what do you make of all that shit that I just said?
Yeah, well, elect a felon, expect felonies. It doesn't, he's killing everything that has a D, an E, or an I in it, except Don, Eric, and Ivanka. It should, we buckle up, bro. It's going to be a hell of a 3 3/4 years to go. It's you said to take the politics off of it, but it's 100% political, and they're doing it just because it has the word sustainability in it. They may not know anything more than that, but they're going to kill it just because it has sustainability. The fact is, hemp grain meets all but I think 2 of the goals of the UN SDG, and is well suited for it, especially on the grain side, and because of food security and food sovereignty alike. And it just doesn't really seem to get much support. Sure, Facebook shadow bans us, but and Instagram, but so do our side. The associations don't really do anything other than what's within their narrow vision to do. The media is, just running whatever press releases they get and not really doing in-depth stories anymore. The there's been a cabal controlling information in hemp since the 90s. It's no accident that the Straight Trade Association back then had a former CIA director as its lobbyist, illegal lobbyist, because they weren't the right entity for a lobbyist. So, and the people connected with that have been around controlling hemp for a very long time and not doing a very good job of it. And that's why it's been messed up for a couple of decades. Back then, the Canadian hemp almost died, as did the grain industry. When people with no burden of compliance sued DEA and killed the market for years, that kind of energy of needing to control the information and the development of the commercialization of it has really been an albatross on the neck of the industry. And the sooner it can open up to people with better ideas and bigger vision and more money and more integrity. Warren Buffett, legendary investor Warren Buffett, says integrity is the number one metric for his executives, measuring executives. And by not having integrity since it got legalized in 18, the industry has suffered. And we now honor grifters and people that objectively do harm to the industry. And we isolate those we need to learn from. The only blacklist that HIA, Hemp Industry Association, had was the two people who developed hemp's $2 billion industries, food, grain, me, and Chris Boucher, who developed the CBD side 15 years ago. And because we wouldn't sell a popular lie, we got blacklisted. In Chris's case, it was that they wanted to say the CBD was Schedule 1, and he was saying hemp is legal in all 50 states. And in my case, they were saying DEA bans hemp food, and I'm saying, no, we can comply with this. Let's not dick around, let's not hurt the market and scare people about talking about THC once we got that issue put to bed. And sure enough, they sued and the market died, and Canadian hemp almost died as well. So there's been an undercurrent of mismanagement and control in this industry by people whose names you know and you hear and you see getting patted on the back all the time. And this is the result. It's loss of 95% of acres in 5 years. It didn't need to be this way. If you have better alternatives, you should be open to hearing them.
Thank you for that. I really, really appreciate it. So the question is about entrepreneurs, folks entering into the hemp and cannabis markets today. I think you answered this a little bit before. I think if I understood you correctly, you were telling people basically they should steer away from, flashy flowers and buds that might grow and actually grow more for seed. If I understood you correctly, looking for a future market that would be better. But anyway, if that's correct, let me know. And then the rest of the question is, what key lessons from your experience would you share, generally for new folks coming up, help them succeed?
So the first part was slightly off. What I suggest is to buy shelled seeds, say from Manitoba, and make foods from them, putting a label on it, consumer packaged food that you can then sell into distribution. That doesn't require we could have been doing that all along for the last 30 years. That's what I did, back in the 90s. So, and in so doing, you build demand that, in theory, should be able to justify production locally, growing the seed locally and shelling it locally to make that food that became really popular that you started by buying, say, Manitoba Harvest seed. So what an entrepreneur can do is basically that kind of idea: is find somebody to make food for them, for their brand, under their brand, their label, and get it into distribution by hook or by crook. there are plenty of guys that just have independent routes that service gas stations and C-stores and markets and the like. That kind of, you start however you can. You don't want to do it yourself. You want somebody who's already in the store, and this is the add-on for them. It's an incremental profit item for them. They'll make a little bit, and they're already delivering hundreds of dollars worth of stuff. You don't want to have to deliver just one product. So you want to find distribution. You want to find ways of getting it into people's hands. It doesn't even have to be through a store. It could be online. And buy seed and get it made, get a food made, a consumer packaged food, a pasta, a chocolate, a piece of chocolate or a chocolate chip cookie or a milk or yogurt, cheese. It could be a seasoning. It could be a hamburger helper. It could be something that you add to tofu to make a veggie burger. It could be a tempeh kit that you add a couple ounces of shelled hemp seed to and sell that online. There's a million ways to leverage your wheelhouse and whatever you're good at in developing a hemp business without growing 1 acre or having a factory or even having much money.
All right, Council Member Michael Davis has follow-up.
Well, I think I had a follow-up, but you said without growing 1 acre, but that was actually going to be my follow-up was if someone did want to grow hemp. I heard you mentioning earlier, and we've had some of these discussions ourselves about growing hemp and maybe best areas and things like that. And I heard you mention purchasing like a couple thousand acres or 100 acres, I think somewhere in the Midwest. If someone did want to get into maybe growing hemp, are there certain areas that you would think of that would be best for growing hemp? Is there a bunch of areas? What kind of problems do you think you may encounter? One thing that we had potentially discussed that seemed like that would be beneficial about bringing hemp to market the most efficient way was, I believe it was the old sugar mills and such that are like potentially down in like Mississippi and the South and things of that area where you kind of have everything that's all right there. But if maybe you have some insight or kind of everything that's involved with the whole growing, cultivating hemp, and if you didn't mind going into that, maybe explain some of that for maybe those who would be interested in partaking or going into that sort of thing.
Yeah, that's a good question. So, earlier when Etienne said that he grew up around those sugar mills, that they grew it all within an hour distance of the mill, or nearby the mill. That's not by accident. That's because it just costs you money to drive it. So the best place to grow for grain, assuming you want to build a big a vertically integrated food company based on hemp grain, is located in the north because you get more hours of sunlight, and the grain likes it better up north. And it's going to take finding a lot of acreage and a lot of farmers that are willing to do this and are willing to be cooperative. That's what we did in Tasmania. We had the poppy growers, the opium poppy growers there, and they were looking for a crop to transition to because fent and the synthetics are cutting into the market. So they wanted to, if you're used to growing opium poppies, growing hemp is sort of not as big a stigma as if you're used to growing corn. Growing hemp is a bit of a stigma. So there's that to deal with. You have to deal with very conservative corn growers and soybean growers and others. You got to figure out how to work it into a crop rotation so that they're not losing money and missing a season. And it's a huge project, which is why it hasn't been done. It would be way easier to just grow 3 acres and make CBD oil out of it. So people did that. But it's going to take local, county, state, regional, and federal coordination, along with deep pocket investors, to pull something like this off. Especially if you want to be vertical and you want to, not just contract out for randos to supply you with your material, but you want to control the production and the agronomy and the variety and the soil and everything. It's a big project. It's what they did in Canada. It's what they've done in Europe. It's what they've done in China. And it's the only way it's going to happen here. It's a big ass project, and it takes a lot of money and a lot of planning. It's going to take a couple of years probably before you could even do field trials, because you got to figure out what you want to trial for. It can be done. I just don't see anybody even close to doing it. The fiber guys seem to be well on their way, but on the grain side, we're still waiting for a dedicated shelling and pressing plant in the Midwest somewhere. It's still missing, and once we get that, then we can start figuring out how to drive costs down. Being able to sell the fiber, being able to sell noids, things like that help bring the net cost of the grain down. So when you shell it, you have a price advantage over competitors, because it takes 2.5 pounds of whole seed to get 1 pound of shell. So if you have a lower price on the input whole seed, you'll have a significantly lower price on the shelled seed. Little tricks like that are going to come into play. Can you scrape the resin off the machine so that maybe you can collect some noids from it? And, vertical integration with the stocks. Maybe you do a consumer brand of I don't know, animal bedding or something. Biochar for the roots. The green buffalo approach.
Councilmember Laughter has a follow-up.
Yeah, I'm
Muted yourself, Wade.
I don't feel real in touch with the nationwide or international hemp market. I know that at one point, Colorado seemed to have a thriving hemp industry. And yet I've not heard you mention it as a possible spot for, in my vision, it would be a collective, a group of farmers that recognize the potential, that would put together the financing for the factory, the facility to process the hemp. And ideally they'd go for long strand fiber and high quality seed. And meantime, Colorado's got great growing conditions. And I know at least 15 years ago had a pretty thriving hemp industry. So I'd love to hear your impression of Colorado today, if you're up to speed on that. Thank you.
Yeah, I am. So originally Colorado grew marijuana that had an upside down cannabinoid ratio. It was high in CBD and low in THC. That's how Colorado became a hemp state. Was with that, they grew some fiber, a little bit of grain, but it really was all about CBD and floral hemp for smoking and the like. Colorado has the reason you wouldn't want to do it in Colorado is the same as you wouldn't want to do it in California, and that's growers of type 1 downwind. And that's been the problem in Humboldt in the 90s. John Stahl built a 3-acre DEA Schedule 1 approved, with fencing, 12-foot fence and barbed wire and lights and all that, to grow fiber hemp to make paper. And he was on K-Mud radio, and the growers made it really clear to him he wasn't gonna, they weren't gonna let it go to pollen. They weren't gonna let the males pollinate because of that. So that's a problem with same with California, is the same problem with Colorado. And if I were to do it, I would look to someplace like South Dakota or North Dakota, Montana, Minnesota, those states that have less type ones downwind and are more conservative, and for the north, and so for more sunlight hours and the like. But Colorado's not a good place for it. They, in those early years, there was a lot of upset about seeded floral hemp that they had to de-seed to make the oil out of, and the like. So, and it's the same problem in California. They've hated on hemp for decades because of medical grows downwind.
Just the facts. Thank you very much, Council Member Mary Lynn Mathery.
Unmute. Yeah, you're just talking about my hometown area. We've unfortunately just gave up a family, I should say, but a family farm up in North Dakota, Red River Valley area. And you're right, when they first passed the hemp bill, or to allow farmers to grow it, back in the day when we were going to grow it for hemp, not for CBD products, but convinced at this time, my grandfather, the farm was taken over by some neighbors. I shouldn't say taken over. They were doing the farming. My grandfather was nearing 100 years old. And so we were trying to convince them, to grow it. My mother was all scared. Oh, marijuana. I go, nobody's going to grow any marijuana in the middle of a hemp field. But just the idea that it didn't come through. And just sitting here now, it's like, oh, what a perfect place. And it was back in the day when my grandfather was more active, that those farmers did work so well together as co-ops. He was a state legislator, and he talked about going to, when he'd go, the rest of the farmers would cover him when he'd have to be gone, and only did a term because that was my turn. Somebody else will represent us later. In the days, the way it should be. Yeah, because right now, you're right. Anything with sustainability, and it just is getting crushed in our current administration. But I guess what just talking to you today just gave me more insight, not insight, but I guess a better look at what I want to do with my property in Virginia. But anyway, as a nurse in starting Patients Out of Time, our goal was to educate people about medical cannabis, but the whole time it was always including hemp because we look at the health of the planet as well as health of communities, as well as health individuals. And it just fits in so well. And my goal here is I've got 50, not that much, but 53 acres on the James River in Virginia. And my long-term goal, working on it, not getting very far, but is to have this be a veteran retreat, literally to use cannabis for healing, but to teach them how to grow the plant, and thinking of just growing hemp for a lot of the products, teaching, so it more or less have this place as a teaching spot. They go on and go wherever they can in the industry. And as you're talking about, I'm thinking, yeah, we'll be small scale, but the idea of having some 4 seeds and to be able to just have that, continue the education, just make it into kind of a show place too, where people come and learn all the things you can do with this plant. Because it's such a giving plant. We use everything. So actually, this is a plug. I need to consult with you later.
Anytime. That sounds good. Yeah, what we learned from the Canadian experience the last 25 years is co-ops are critical. Otherwise, the processors have way more power over the farmers, and they can dictate. They promise 70 cents and 2 years later pay 20 cents, things like that, and to the farmer per pound for whole grain. So that's really critical to have a more cohesive network to pursue this, like a co-op, and not have it be processors using their power over the farmers, and get everybody on the same page that way. That was really a big experience to learn from Canada and how they went about it.
Lessons learned.
Yeah, it's these are things we learned early on, and especially when we were looking specifically at, importation of hemp, we didn't have that luxury. Whereas where I grew up in Louisiana, all of the sugarcane farmers that I grew up on were cooperatives together so that they could actually come together and command a higher price. Otherwise, it's like any other agricultural crop, right? It's a race to the bottom. So it's which we've seen with cannabis, right? It started off very strong, and high number wise, but even the CBD people saw the collapse of the realities that they had thought was going to be a sustained reality, but without, again, infrastructure and seeing plants grown at spaces of 6 foot as opposed to how I was we were industrially growing in Hungary and Romania, for what we were producing. It's just it's a night and a day and a frustration. So as you've watched this growth from, I watched you get in your fight with the Hemp Industries Association, which was, I thought was absolutely terrible and detrimental to the Hemp Industries Association, right? Because as you stated, they're a multi-billion-dollar crop. And what you were doing and producing, you were on television shows promoting your product, crossing over, and you saw then the collapse of the market. Of course, you stepped out of hemp foods, etc. So how do you now navigate these waters? Are you a consultant? What do you do nowadays, etc., to get by? Because you have such a wisdom about cannabis. Do you have anything to promote as well?
um, I I've been teaching on well, in general a long time, but on hemp 30 something years, and I haven't charged yet to do it. And started the Hemp Food Association. We had 49 members in 1998, and we're the only hemp association to not charge dues, just providing technical assistance, and had a stellar board of advisors: Jace Calloway, Dave West, John McPartland, folks like that. Rob Clark was on the board as well. And so I've never charged. So this isn't about me promoting stuff to sell. But I do the Richard Rose Report. There's hundreds of original articles and thousands of posts on hemp and CBD, dozens of downloads of exclusive stuff that you can't get elsewhere, tools I use to manage that Inc. 500 business, things like that. If you want to learn how to shell hemp seed, I have a huge file in there with a ton of information and quotes for machines and diagrams and a few Easter eggs and things like that in there. So there's a lot of tools there for burgeoning entrepreneurs, hempreneurs, who want to do this kind of business, or want to do this business in a better way. The other thing I do for free is the Hemp Food Association, the -hfa.org. And again, many exclusive downloads and original articles, but it's all on grain and food side of things. But that, I don't really sell anything. Consulting, the only people that have hired me for consulting are people who have known me for decades. I don't promote, I don't try to get people to hire me. I don't go to the expos. I don't have exhibits. I don't advertise. If you try to get me to consult for you, I'll probably talk you out of it. And so I don't really do that even anymore. And mostly I'm just gonna, you can't really see it here, but I have my boogie there, my high-speed computer here, my monitors here, my keyboard here, my audio interface here, my Spark amp here, and my bong here, 2 monitors, and my guitar there, my bass there, and another guitar. So I'm mostly recording and doing stuff like that these days, because I don't make money. I don't do it for a living, and it costs money, and it's just 95% loss of acres in 5 years, and hemp THC in vape pens and gas stations sold to teens in the South is a crazy way to do the hemp industry. So I'm just going to step away and do things that make me happy instead. music?
Music's kept me sane. I mean, I wouldn't be able to, have navigated many of my trials and tribulations without having music to escape and connect my soul and disconnect my soul at times, right? It's
Sometimes at
grounding.
the same time.
Yeah.
It's grounding, and it's also, it's like a language. It's like a side of our life, our brain, our personalities that you take that away, and it's difficult, and so it gives us a way to express things. You know, I'm getting back into writing songs, and I can only write songs if I'm pissed off. So I'm doing that now again, and producing some songs. You'll see them in the next few months. You'll start seeing them roll out.
All right. Besides, your music, do you have anything to promote? Any thing that you're working on that's coming out?
Well, no, I did. You know, I in August I released CD. I guess we should talk about that. CD is a 177 pages, like 45,000 words or something, and it tells you how to start a hemp food company, and on all the things I talked about, it'll cover in there much more detail. It talks about marketing and compliance, and how to find a co-packer, and how to do it.
And
How
where
I did it on the cheap with no loans and investors and the like.
where does one find CD? It's
Well,
your time to
both,
promote.
yeah, both those websites, the richardrosereport.com and the Hemp Food Association site, which is the-hfa.org, have them for free download. Again, it's free. I don't charge for stuff. Just get it there. I think it's probably on a few places on Facebook, but those websites definitely get it. Look around there. There's some other interesting downloads if you're trying to start businesses. A CBD business. There's a financial forecast and the like there for budding entrepreneurs.
All puns intended, right?
Indeed.
All righty. Well, I cannot thank you enough for a fascinating talk and discussion. I would like to thank our council members, Michael Crowitz, Marilyn Mathry, Michael Davis, Wade Laughter, and hello, Asaya Gonzalez. And Richard Rose, thank you very much for this absolutely fascinating discussion. And thank you for your leadership for many years in, taking the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune and turning them into something tasty and educational all along the way. And forever have my respect. So thank you very much for your diligence and your continued service in this drug war.
Thank you, gentlemen and lady. It's an honor to be here with you guys. Tons of respect to you guys and the work you're doing, and appreciate you. And anytime you want to talk, just let me know.
All right, everybody. Thank you for joining us tonight. I'm your host, Etienne Fontan, and this has been our VAC Roundtable number 88 with Richard Rose. Thank you very much, everybody.
The Veterans Action Council is a Pace Radio Network content provider. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at Pace Radio.
This one is coming to us from Leafly, and the headline there says 98% of UK mental health patients report improvement from medical cannabis. Nearly all patients prescribed medical cannabis for mental health conditions reported symptom improvement, according to the largest multi-clinic patient survey of its kind in the UK. The survey, conducted across Mecca, Alderleaf, CB1, Metaleaf, and Cureleaf in April of 2026, gathered responses from 6,282 patients. Of the 5,128 patients prescribed treatment for anxiety, depression, or PDSI, 97.6% reported improvement in symptoms, while 92.3% reported better sleep, and 93.5% said their ability to function day to day had improved. Most striking, 88.3% of the respondents said medical cannabis was the most effective treatment they had tried for the condition, with 90% reporting it was more effective than previous treatments. The findings come as the UK mental health services remain under sustained pressure. More than 4 million people were in contact with the NHS mental health, learning disability, and autism services in 24-25, and published estimates from the STAR-D trial suggest that around 30% of patients with major depression do not achieve adequate symptom relief after multiple treatment attempts. Now, a 2024 report found that nearly 1 in 4 adults living in the UK are prescribed antidepressants. Additionally, UK polling, analyzed alongside the survey findings, found that more than 1 in 5 UK adults, approximately 11.5 million people, said that they had struggled to find an effective remedy to manage a mental health condition in the past 5 years. The issue was particularly pronounced among younger adults, with 31% of 18 to 24-year-olds and 30% of 25 to 34-year-olds reported difficulty finding effective treatment. Now, John Robson, chief executive of Mamica, says the data showed consistent improvements across symptoms, sleep, and daily functioning, particularly among patients who had already undergone multiple treatment pathways without adequate relief.
At the Grindhouse Cafe door, coffee steam on the glass, donuts in a paper boat, sandwiches going fast, gray heads and folding chairs, young ones in the back. Everybody came to learn and nobody came to act. Sun on the window blinds, names on the coffee cup. One man said his own hard truth, then the knowledge started. 2 shows on Sunday, 2 shows on Sunday. shows on Sunday and the whole place blooms. Cannabis education at the Grindhouse Cafe. Science on the silver sheet, oh laws, oh fear, oh fights, patient voices, careful words, doctors, researchers explain without missing a beat. A cop came in for coffee just to listen at the door. He said, I didn't know this much. Then he asked for one more. Sun on the window blinds, names on a coffee cup. One man said his own hard truth. Then the knowledge started. 2 shows on Sunday. 2 shows on Sunday. Come get educated. 2 shows on Sunday. History on the screen. Stories in the room. 2 shows on Sunday. And the whole place blooms. Cannabis education at the Grindhouse Cafe. Oh, yeah. Not a rumor, not a joke. Just the faces and the quotes. Pain turned plain, plain turned brave. Sunday after Sunday, they came in a way. Two shows on Sunday. Come get educated. 2 shows on Sunday. History on the screen. Stories in the room. 2 shows on Sunday. And the whole place blooms. Cannabis education. Oh, at the Grindhouse Cafe.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
I woke up this morning with a crack in my head.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Pace Radio Show. We're live here at paceradio.net as well as 420pace.ca and our social media locations as well. Good evening, Tamara. How are you doing tonight?
I'm okay. How are you doing, Al?
I'm not doing too bad, staying busy, which is the important thing, doing things.
Doing stuff.
Whatever. I'm involved in something, some editing or whatever, but staying busy. And then, getting outside in the cooler weathers. It's cold, but it's fresh.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I try and get out at least once a day. Well, I have to go to the animals and that. So it's chilly here too. We've got some snow and it's winter.
Right.
I don't
Yes.
know if anybody expects we wouldn't have snow and it wouldn't be cold. It's winter.
Well, it's Canada, right? So you gotta expect it, eh?
Absolutely. But yeah, no, just kind of gearing up for Christmas. Well, not so much because, like I said, we don't per se celebrate Christmas, but trying to gather some things for some donations for the substitution program, specifically for Christmas this year. Where last year I didn't really, but now that I've got a set group of 27 people that I'm specifically helping, I know how many women I've got and how many men I've got. So right now I'm on a purse kind of campaign looking for purses and women's toiletries, and then we're gonna fill men like socks. I'm gonna go to a dollar store and grab some like just Christmas socks and fill them with socks and men's toiletries, and of course, regular cannabis and hand them out in the next next weeks or so. So that's the same old grind. Send me stuff.
Where shall they send it, or how do they get a hold of you?
So if you want to PM me, I'll give you my address. I'm not going to do that, but you can
Right.
always e-transfer cash donations to tamaralee9@hotmail.com, and all the money that I make from my gummies and my candy also goes to the cannabis substitution program. So if you'd like to purchase some of those, you can also get a hold of me through that email and order some candy.
Yeah, we got candy also down the road for you.
Candies,
right?
gummies, fudge, cookies, yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
And all
Well,
that money goes to the program. So.
Yeah. Tonight we've got two guests. Both are patients. One is an artist. The other, I call him an author because he's actually
I would
written
call
two,
them
written
I would
two
call
books. He's an author.
humanitarians, long-term activists,
Yes.
jack of all trades, artists on all levels, and just extraordinary people that have
Yeah.
overcome so much. And yeah, we've known them probably. Well, I know I've known them for 20 years. So
Yeah.
I-
Yeah. It's been,
having that, but they've overcame a lot of things and continue on with their journey. So it's always a pleasure to have them on and catch up with them and find out what's going on.
yeah, exactly. Well, why don't we just bring them into the show?
Sounds
As
like
you
great
say,
fun.
they're here. They're going to tell their story. Plus, they're going to tell us and everybody else how they can read about their story, read all about it, because, as I mentioned, often, right? So, right. So, weed. We'd like to welcome Christine Lowe and Russell Barth to the Pace Radio Show. Hello,
Yay.
guys. How you
Hello.
doing?
Pretty good. Thanks for having us on.
Yes, thank you for coming on to the show and talking to our viewers about what you guys are doing and what you have done over the past along the ways of cannabis advocacy. Because what I find is that so many of us, we have our we come in, we're in the new. There's a lot of stuff that we're all involved in, and then we sort of start to get to a point where the next wave of people start coming in, and I see that some people at times, they're, I'm not going to really say forgotten, but now they've just been in so long that it's just new people just never have heard of it.
Yeah.
So,
Well,
yeah.
I find that a lot of our work from those days is forgotten anyway.
Correct.
Most people don't realize how pot became legal in Canada, that the government was forced to do it because the law fell apart and it was the Wild West. And they had to figure something out quick, because
Exactly.
opening up all over the place with zero regulation.
Well, that's the thing. I think that people kind of skip over the Terry Parker ruling too, right?
Well, it all
Like,
started with the Parker ruling, and then the
Right.
government
Terry Parker to all these other like legal battles that have gotten us to where they came up
11.
with this, right?
11 court rulings. And there's other court
11.
rulings too, but they weren't really substantial. There's basically a total of 11 that were the big chops that took the tree down. Parker, Hitzig, and then 9 more, and then the thing just fell over.
Well, never mind. How many letters to the editor did you write and have published?
Well,
Like
yeah.
Russell was like relentless.
Relentless,
Because
nonstop.
2006, I had him critiquing mine, so we get as many letters to the editors published back then, right?
I think I had 830 in 8 years.
830 letters published.
Published in Canada
Published
in 8
letters.
years. Had a couple.
Yeah. Now, was it just me, or were you actually labeled North America's #1 letter writer to the editor?
I think I'm the most as far as I know, I'm the most published letter to the editor writer in Canadian history. I'm the biggest
Yeah.
crank this country's ever put out.
He was
But
also
there's three guys from the States who are ahead of me. There's Robert Sharp and Stan White and somebody else. If you go to the
Sharp,
Map
that's
Inc.
right. I
if you go to
remember
the
that.
Map Inc.
Oh,
page,
yeah.
I'm in fourth place in the world. So
Yeah.
he
And
was
like,
also deemed the angriest pothead too.
yeah, well, that happened by accident. We were after I did the human rights complaint. That was on the John Oakley show.
okay, yeah.
And like right after that was, in the news and everything. And they had me on with Ezra Levant.
Oh.
And Ezra was just a pissy little bitch like always. And so they were like, man, this guy was fun. Like, we're going to have him on again. So I get a call one morning. They're like, hey, there was the thing, some mayor said something or a politician did something, or there's I forget what it was. Do you want to come on and comment? I said, oh, okay, sure. So then this went on for, every month I was on. And it was like 6 o'clock in the morning and the phone would ring. It was the only 416?
416.
It's the only 416 person I knew was going to call me at 6 o'clock in the morning, because everybody else who was going to call me at 6 o'clock in the morning lived in Ottawa.
Mhm.
So I'm like, oh, it's him. So I'm like, I pick up the phone one morning and I go, hey, Victor. And he's like, hey, Russell, the angriest butthead in Canada. I went, oh, that's funny. Oh, we got to use that. Because like Emery with the print, yeah, we got to use that. Tell John about that. We're going to use that on the air. That's hilarious. Like, it was always tongue in cheek. It was never meant as a serious thing. So then he started introducing me as the angriest butthead in Canada. I thought it was great.
But there was also a YouTube video that was that you and Christine did explaining epilepsy, and that was also super instrumental with
Yeah.
with explaining education, medical cannabis to people with
Yeah.
hits on that YouTube video that you had produced, as
Well,
well as, and then we roll into the first book that you wrote, which was Mummy's Funny Medicine.
Yeah. Well, it started, Mommy's Funny Medicine came out first. And this is part of what I talk about in my the memoir there, Outlaw Patients. And we were talking to some woman on the street. She had a wheelchair, I had a wheelchair. We were commiserating about the state of the sidewalks and the lack of courtesy from people. And so we said, oh, you ever tried medical cannabis? She's like, oh, no, it's bad as heroin, that stuff. And she's all fussy about it. So we're like, whatever. So as we're walking away, one of us said to the other, we don't remember which one, someone should write a children's book or something. Because this woman was like, oh, what would I tell my grandson? So a little while later, I was on the phone with my mom, who was down in Florida. And I was telling her, listen, we're going to do a thing on CTV News pretty soon. I'm going to be smoking weed on TV. So, be ready for that. Sorry if it causes any embarrassment or what. I didn't really care if it did or not, but I'm like trying to be courteous to them anyway. And so we did, we hung up the phone. And I'm like, how am I even going to broach this topic with my father? Like, it's crazy. It's like someone needs a children's book. Like, look, see, Russell's sick. See, Russell used weed and feel better. And then we went, and we looked at each other and our mouths just fell open. We're like, oh my God, that's what we have to do. A children's book. Holy shit. So then we wrote the text right away. Like, it took us like 30 minutes because all we did was extrapolate from my life. That was
And that was before AI, like long before AI. I think that was before still have like
2003. Yeah, that came out in April 2003.
Like you said you wrote it in like 10 minutes, but Christine, you've been quiet there. You do the illustrations, and you did the illustrations for that book, Mummy's Funny Medicine, right?
Yeah. It was a wonderful time rendering all the illustrations for the book, to be able to bridge the gap between finding a voice of explanation as well as a visual way of seeing things. And I tried to make something that would come across as being very simple, but it would also be just enough that it would capture your imagination a little bit further. So I'm hoping that when people read the book, read the story about Mommy's Funny Medicine, that it will bridge the gap between the all the questions that
Yeah.
are left today.
That's what as
And-
we came up with the story, which we
Yeah.
talked for, like I said, about 30 minutes or whatever, because there's not a lot of words in the book.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say it's
Like,
more of a, like you said, it's a children's book. Like it's more like pictures per page, and there's a few words on each page.
yeah, it kind of explains what's going on,
Yeah.
And basically, I'm mommy in the book. And
Correct.
Christine is Heather because
Yes.
she's watching all of this go down, right? So that thing where she's in the car, watching mommy puke in the parking lot of the restaurant, that nearly happened to me one time. I went to Red Lobster with my parents and her. We had a nice time. We had some Red Lobster. I was feeling fine. I got outside. And I was just like, ugh, oh God, oh no. And I bent over and I started to retch. And my parents were like, what the hell? And I'm just like, and Christine's like, yeah, it happens sometimes. Just wait and see. And I didn't puke, but I was down on one knee, man. Like my head was spinning, my ears were ringing, just these nausea attacks.
Right.
And,
Exactly.
so we just went, oh, we'll just do this. We'll just do that. Like we'll just add all these bits from my life,
Right. Right.
So then
Now,
we did quick sketches. Like I did these quick sort of like storyboard ideas. And then when Christine started drawing it, I said like simple, simple, simple. Yellow submarine, Flintstone simple. Not a lot of cross hatching, not a lot of, we'll colorize it. We'll do shading with color and stuff. Just give me the line work. So, and Christine liked to do a lot of detail and stuff usually. I'm like, no. Dial it way back. This is a kid's book.
Well, again, too, like, we're talking prior to legalization, we're talking like
yes.
free. Again, this was something that talking about cannabis at all, never mind cannabis medical with your child. Because back at that point in time, they were still putting people in jail and taking children away from their parents for using cannabis.
Like this book's 25, almost 25 years old.
Yes. Yeah, it's 22.
23.
It'll be 23 in April. Yeah.
Yeah.
So back in those days, like I said, back then they were still taking children away from their parents.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
For using cannabis as medicine. So it was such an iconic book to come out at the time, and it's so timely that it can be used over and over again now because legalization. And there's so many people now that the stigma is finally starting to sway a little bit. So I think this book again should be reintroduced for people to use because there are so many moms now that are choosing to use cannabis rather than a glass of wine.
Yeah.
And normalizing cannabis more than alcohol, right?
Now you've also released Mummy's Funny Medicine in a video format as well, correct?
Well, yeah, we put the video up many years ago, so people can they can do a read through. It's a read through video with Christine narrating. But we had that book. Mike Foster printed that. That he published that. He had it printed for us in 2003. We still have probably 14 or 1,500 copies upstairs because we didn't have the financial wherewithal to start like disseminating this to libraries all over the country. And
I've got a copy that I used when I was going to non-cannabis events with Treating Yourself magazine.
Yeah.
And afterwards, even after the magazine done, and I was still doing farmers markets or doing different type of shows with candidates at the time.
I think during the break, I think mine's just sitting over here on the shelf. I'll have to look. If it, hoping it is, then I'm gonna have to dig, and now I'm gonna be on a mission.
Exactly. Now, before I want to get into your story as far as your personal stories too, but I want to stick on the books right now. Now, you went from Mummy's Funny Medicine. We've gone, like I said, 22 years, 23 years, and now you've written a second book, and this one is
it's a memoir. Pretty much like when we were teenagers. I don't know about Christine, but when I was a teenager, I read quite a few biographies. Jim Morrison, the Beatles, whatever.
Yeah.
So we used to joke amongst ourselves. Whenever something funny or weird would happen, one of us would say something like, "Oh, that's going in the memoir," or "That'll be good for the autobiography," or something like that. Just any kind of quirky thing that would happen. Most of them are completely forgettable now, but it was a kind of a running gag with me and my friend David. Like, "Oh, that's going to be in the book." So when we started doing activism and everything, once we got a few years into it, especially when we got to the human rights complaint and everything, and we noticed that whenever we would meet new people and talk to them and tell them about our lives, oh, Christine has epilepsy and I got out of a wheelchair and stuff, the reaction was always the same, which was just, their mouths would fall open. They go, my God, your life is insane. It's like, yeah, well, and they're like, you guys should make a book or something. Why should be a movie? So we thought, I guess.
Now, this book I see on the cover right here, written without AI.
Yeah.
Now, when I was talking to you about it before, I said written without Al, right?
Al.
which because as you know, I have written yours,
this is true.
an article about you. So, but written without Al. This is without AI. This is something that you actually sat down and
memoir. It's the second memoir I wrote because in about 2015, I thought, well, I should start writing this. I should. This is, and I had a friend who worked for, at the time, she used to work for Chapters. She used to read like 6 or 7 books a week. Speed read, like one of those just down the page.
Oh yeah,
like that. She could read like that since high school. Yeah. She learned how to do that. So she's like, yeah, you should write your memoir, like, because it's a story that people would probably, want to read. So I thought, okay, well, before we get to the pot activism stuff, we got to try to explain who we are,
Yeah.
So a little bit of backstory is important. So, well, actually, to explain me, you kind of have to go back and explain my parents, because my life has been weird since before the beginning. So I did a bit of backstory about my parents and a bit of backstory about myself and my childhood, my teen years, and my rough time during my 20s. And then I get to the point where I'm 32. I haven't written anything about pot activism. I've mentioned cannabis many times because I used it as a teenager a bit. Haven't written anything about Christine except the chapter where I met her the first time. And I realized, wow, this is getting pretty long. So I look up what's the typical length of a memoir. And it's between like 80 and 100,000 words or something, 60 and 100,000 words. Mine's already 76,000 words. I'm like, oh, this thing's going to be 200,000 words by the time I'm done. No one's going to buy it or read it. What the hell am I going to do with this?
Yeah, you've got a long story.
So I shelved it. And well, yeah, I do. It's kind of like Marcel Proust, right? He wrote this one, this à la recherche de temps perdu, in search of lost time. And it's 1.2 million words long. The guy basically wrote 12 memoirs about his life.
Couldn't you just make it into like a 3 or 4 part series?
But the thing is, when I started writing it again, I thought I want to stick to the cannabis activism. That's the hook of the story. That's what people want to know about. Because I didn't become a big enough celebrity that people want to read my whole life story.
Crap.
Right? Maybe I will after this book. Who knows? But what people want to know about is they're like, yeah. What about the pot activism stuff? Tell us about the 420. Tell us about your growers and shit. That's what people want to hear about. So they don't really want to hear about us, except, well, why are you like this? So the first 2 chapters, like it's 11,000 words or so, explain all the abuse and shit she went through and all the weirdness I went through and injuries and accidents. I was in a forced landing in an airplane in a Cessna 150.
Oh.
Yeah, my father and I were in this plane, and the fuel wasn't getting to the engine, so we had to land in a field we'd never seen before with a completely dead engine.
Oh. Huh.
Yeah, it was a perfect landing. Like it took like the plane took a little bit of a hit, but we were fine. But it's as scary as you think it is. It's just as scary as you think it is.
Right?
Yeah, it is. Just thinking that you.
Can I swear on this story? I keep swearing.
Yeah, well, we were talking about that there last week, about the fact that the way you would express things, between friends,
So this thing screwed up my back. And where's my dogs? Lola, Kiki, come here. Kiki, Lola.
Oh yeah. The dogs are part of the program as well. That's right.
We don't have a choice because this one's always sitting behind me. So
It- before we get too far into this book, the name of it again is Outlaw Patience.
Outlaw Patience.
and it's available on Amazon, right?
It's available on Amazon and a bunch of other places. What's wrong?
Can you get it through Audible?
Yes, Audible. It's still gotta get it ready. Some alcohol.
That's where I'll be. That's what I'll probably do because of my like this attention deficit monkey I've got in my back. I find that when I read, it's like I don't comprehend so much. Like I read so
Yeah,
fast.
sorry about
So
that. Your audiobook, get her off of there.
audiobook for me is
It's
like
coming. It's coming. It's gone through the.
stick it in my ears and off I go. Right.
Well, I put it in audio is a website you can upload your audiobook to.
Yeah.
So now they are okay with it. It passed their muster. So now it's going to Audible and other places.
Oh, perfect.
To see if that it should be fine.
Good.
It sounds a little. I don't sound like I'm in a foam room. I sound like I'm at a desk. But the bit rate and everything's fine. Like it's
right. But no, I just like I said, I just find like with Audible, like I read more. Like even though I'm not physically reading, but I find like if I'm
reading it in.
With the attention deficit, I've just found that I learn better through ear rather than in front of me. I don't have to go back and reread it. And then
I can read faster than I can listen to an audiobook.
And I can too, but I don't comprehend as well. And that's the thing, like I read too fast, so that I'm not comprehending it, and I got to go back. So yeah, if I hear it, it sticks easier.
She's having a seizure.
Yeah.
So I have put the link, the Amazon link for the book.
Yeah, it's also on a bunch of other places: Barnes and Noble, Apple Books, Google Play. Yeah, if anybody just Googles Outlaw Patience, they'll find it.
They'll find it. Okay, good.
So, yeah, she's
I used some of the description here. I'll read it. Outlaw Patience. Is they say here in the description. I'm gonna bring it up.
Do you have to go, Russell, or should
No, that's fine.
Okay. Christine's having a seizure.
Nothing I can do about it. So.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
We'll be back in a little. She won't be able to talk for the rest of the interview, but.
No, she'll be all right.
She'll be okay.
You're all right. Yeah. Are you okay there, Christine?
It's okay. She can't hear you.
Okay. It says here that Outlaw Patience is a raw, darky, funny, and brutally honest memoir of a man who spent 2 decades navigating the impossible crossroads of pain, politics, and prohibition. When doctors, politicians, and cops failed him, the law itself turned on him, and he fought back. Russell Barth and his wife Christine Lowe were among Canada's most outspoken medical cannabis patients and activists. What began as a personal struggle for pain and relief became a national battle against bureaucracy and healthcare system. It often preferred punishment over compassion. From police rage to courtroom absurdities, from the trenches of Parliament Hill to the quiet desperation of chronic illness, Barth exposes a world where sick people can be treated like criminals simply for trying to survive.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm hoping I wrote it with professors and their students in mind. Like when I was writing this from June through September, at first I was putting all of my personal spice into it. You know, referring to Stephen Harper as a demon wizard, things like that, you know. And then I went, stop. She'll fiddle with everything. So she's taking her foot and she's trying to grab the wire with her toes.
That's okay.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah.
So she does post seizure. She gets really goofy. So I thought, well, you know, if I clean this up, I take away all my personal hyperbole and made it straight reportage, a little bit of humor in it, but mainly straightforward, then I can present it to professors who will be able to confidently assign it to their students.
Right.
You know, because this is rather than my personal memoir and my thoughts and feelings about things, It's more, this is what happened.
Correct.
This is what
Correct.
happened to us. This is
Right.
what we were thinking and feeling at the time, but this is the shit we had to go through, and this is why. So these are the choices we made. And it, I think that's going to make it a lot more appealing to professors, and then they'll, assign it to their students.
Right.
And it's not just law, it's history, sociology, medical,
Correct.
there's about 10 different disciplines of academia that could potentially add this book to their syllabus.
I think there should be the anthropology of cannabis community. The
Oh,
cannabis
yeah, anybody who's
culture
history,
is studied at a academic level, because the difference in how it's changed and evolved from the very beginning of reefer madness in the 20s through
Yeah.
the evolvement, of the culture through the 60s, through the 70s, and how it's evolved into legalization and to medical patients being able to use through the States and, with legalization throughout the world. And
Yeah.
the evolution of the cannabis culture would be, I think, a great academia myself.
Well,
It's
because it's a personal account of a historical situation.
exactly.
It's exactly the kind of thing that
Exactly.
is like. So, so that's, I'm hoping I think that's going to be the bread and butter of my sales years moving forward.
Now, how like you described Mummy's Funny Medicine as something that was a few words on a page with an illustration. Is this more like a regular standard book where it's all full of words?
Yeah. It's no photos in it. It's a standard kind of, biographical memoir.
Yeah.
Like you'd read about, one good example is the book by Sting, Broken Music, where he talks about his childhood and his early band that he was in before it ends right where he sort of gets involved with the police.
Right.
Right. So, but that's a polished, edited kind of, hey, little dogs, come here. You all right? It's a polished, edited kind of thing. They're trying to hey, isn't Sting cool? Whereas this is a lot more raw and confessional. We talk about things that are not that flattering, and
I'm sure you
about
do.
Real and raw, right? Like most people want it real and raw, especially when it's memoir.
Yeah.
Well,
They
yeah, and I'm not one that's easily embarrassed. So we talk about the things we did and go through, and some of it, like some people might be scandalized by it. They can clutch their pearls all they want, but we looked at it like the law was in a weird position at the time. So people were like, "Oh, well, you're selling surplus to the public or whatever." It's like, yeah, that's what growers did. It was either that or we had nothing. We couldn't
And
afford to
some
buy
did it to be able to pay the
we didn't-
hydro bill in order to pay for their own meds. Right?
Exactly. And the situation, we made those choices, but the choices were limited by the situation that was offered.
Yeah.
If we were wealthy, we could have just bought a house and grown weed quietly by ourselves and not had to do any of this stuff.
Right.
Exactly.
If our parents were rich, they could have just bought weed for us from one of the compassion clubs or something.
Okay, it's about the hour. We've talked briefly about both books. What I want to do when we come back from the break is basically go back from the beginning. Your situation. You mentioned the wheelchair. You can explain why you're in the wheelchair, what you did to get out of the wheelchair, as well as Christine's story. All right. Okay, and all that you mentioned, the human rights case and all that stuff. We'll be able to go through it all. All righty. Okay. Other than that, it's break time, as I mentioned. When we get back, we'll continue our discussions with our guests, Russell Barth and Christine Lowe. You're watching the Pace Radio Show. We're live here at paceradio.net and 420pace.ca.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, They offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
All right, we're back. We're live. You're watching the Pace Radio Show, and we have our guests, Christine Lowe and Russell Barth, here with us. And I see Tamara is just running back to her spot.
I went to go make some tea, and my tea kettle usually turns itself off, and it just boils itself dry. So yeah,
You burnt the water.
there's no water to burn it.
Well, it's why I call you burning the water.
Yeah, I burnt the water. So yeah.
All right. Okay, in the first segment, we're talking to Russell and Christine about their books, Mummy's Funny Medicine, and their newest release, Outlaw Patients, a medical marijuana memoir. Now I want to get into the actual story. The beginnings of your cannabis, why you're using cannabis. The two of you, as you mentioned in the first segment there, Christine was dealing with a seizure.
Yeah, she's had a mild one a little while ago, so she's kind of, 50% operating system loaded up here. But how it started was we went to a thing in 2002. It was the Million Marijuana March, which wasn't really a march. It was basically 200 people or so gathered on the front lawn of Parliament Hill. Everybody's kind of sitting in the grass, and they had a, one like guitar amp with a microphone kind of thing. And people talked and we listened. And there was one we really remembered was like a nurse who goes to people's houses to help old people, and
personal service work.
Care worker, yeah.
PSW.
And she was standing on the steps there at Parliament, and she said, I got to smoke weed every day to deal with like the early onset symptoms of MS. So if I don't use it, I can't work. If I can't work, I can't feed my daughter. So, and then she's like, so if these assholes want to put me in jail for that, they can go right ahead and try. And then she just kind of drops the mic on the thing and walks off kind of in a huff. So we're like, wow, interesting. Like we never heard anybody talk about stuff like this before, right? So the next day, I'm doing something at the computer, and Christine's sitting out on the balcony, just staring out over the city, which was uncharacteristic at the time. It wasn't something she was, and after about, 6 or 7 hours of this, I thought, okay, this is not good. Something bad's going to happen. We just moved in here a little while ago. Like, what is she going to want to move out? I don't understand. So I said, so what's all this? And she's like, well, I've been thinking, after yesterday and everything, I've been thinking I want to quit my pharmaceuticals and just start using cannabis. So I said, okay, well, I can understand that. She's like, they're killing. The drugs are killing me. I'm not going to live much longer like this. Like I'm bloated and I'm sick all the time. Like I'm going to die. I don't want to live like this. So I may as well try cannabis. And I said, okay, well, if we're going to do that, we got to start a compassion club or something with this guy out west. And this is when Phil Lucas just got
right. Yes.
acquitted, right? It was so everyone was talking about that. So I said, we're going to do like this guy Lucas out west, start a compassion club or something. We'll talk to Mike about it because I can't run around in the cracks of this city in a wheelchair.
Yeah. Now you're in a wheelchair, and why were you in a wheelchair?
Well, yeah, I had fibromyalgia, but I also have like a leg that's a half inch too short. So my spine is kind of crooked. And what happened was on November 30th of 2001, because that was 2002. So 2001, we went out to an appointment for her, and I got a back spasm in around here, sort of T7 and T8. They go out of alignment in relation to the rib nearby.
Okay.
So it's not just the spine gets out of alignment, the rib cage in proximity to it. So I had a terrible pinch and a spasm, and it was just giving me pain. I could barely breathe. So I took some drugs and everything, and then we were walking, and it was freezing rain. So we're kind of like this, and she's kind of walking ahead of me, just trying to get to the bus stop so we can get home. And I'm stumbling from a fire hydrant to a parking meter to a bus shelter. I'm just holding myself up, and it just feels like someone's just sticking a screwdriver in my back and wiggling it around like this, right? It's only going in about 2 inches, but it's that I'm just like this kind of thing. Like it was so bad. And then we get to this building on just two big swinging doors that swing out like that. And I grab the one that's furthest away, rather than this one opening this way. I grab the one that's furthest away and I throw it like that so I can walk through it. And for a fraction of a second, everything went white.
Oh.
The time and space disappeared. The pain just went right off the scale.
Mm-hmm.
Up till then, it was bad, but this was just like, I was gone, right? For I don't know how long. And then I spun around and I landed with just my shoulders and my head against the wall, lying flat on my back, and I couldn't move my legs. I couldn't wiggle my toes. I was basically paralyzed from the nipples down. So she starts to panic. I'm freaking out. No, I gotta get up. I go like this, and just it felt like a spear came out through the floor. And I'm just I'm like, come on, toes, do something. Nothing.
Yeah, wiggle, will you?
I'm lying there, and then I had chewed up some Tylenol 3 and some clonazepam, and I'm lying there, and all of a sudden, just there it is. That feels better. So I'm like, all right, loosen up, relax, it'll come. And the whole time I can barely breathe because the pain is still like a knife in my back, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then I feel my toes start to move. Then I can move my feet a little bit and everything. And I literally crawled through slush to get into the cab.
Oh.
So we get home, I get in a cab, and I get in a cab, I get in a bath. And normally this kind of thing would work its way out in a couple of days. You lay in bed, you put your fist underneath you, click, and you just, there it goes. And whatever, you bring your knees up and click, your back. I could usually get rid of it. This would not let go. And 3 months I was stuck like in my apartment. I couldn't even make it to the corner store.
No.
So then my muscles just shriveled right up. With fibromyalgia, you decondition a lot faster.
Yeah.
So my muscles just atrophied. And so I go to see the doctor, and she's like, "What the hell?" I'm like, "What do you mean? What? You tell me." Like, you just saw me 4 months ago. Like, you tell me what's going on. Like, I said, "I can't hardly walk. You saw me come in here. I still feel like I got a knife in my back. This click hasn't let go for 4 months." She's like, "Jesus Christ, what are we gonna do?" So I got to get fitted for a wheelchair. So I was down to 129 pounds at one point, and then in early 2007, a little over 5 years later, we were living someplace that was close to a mall with like a parking lot, and I just had like a crosswalk right there. And I
Right.
had a category 2 walker, one of those walkers with a little seat and 4 wheels.
Yeah.
So I
I've
just
seen them all the
leaned on
time.
it like it was like you see like an old guy leaning on a shopping cart, and I just struggled my ass across the parking lot and into the mall, and it took me about 3 months to get walking properly again.
So
And
you
then by
you were
May,
walking from what I can recall. You were telling me many years ago.
yeah,
You actually use that mall as a therapy place by using it to walk around in order
yeah,
to strengthen yourself.
yeah, because it's a long sort of L-shaped mall, and there's pretty much nothing after you get to the pet store. So and there's benches, so I could just walk for a bit and sit on a bench, or just sit on my walker. It had a bench on it. I can sit anywhere, but I would just do it a bit at a time, bit at a time, bit at a time. But
Yeah.
the thing that really hooked was I went to see this physiotherapy place, and they did the full assessment and everything. They did a big checkup, and then they were like, I go back. They're like, okay, when do we start the therapeutic? Coming in every day or whatever. And they're like, yeah, there's nothing we can really teach you. You're already doing more than the people who leave this program. It's like you wouldn't learn anything here. So I'm like, okay, well, fair enough. I guess I'm on the right track. They're like, yeah. So I said, I'm thinking, if I could get, like, for lack of a better term, a big pile of weed, enough to use to, get past the pain and the spasticity, maybe I could build my muscles back up and I could maybe get out of this wheelchair one day. And the woman gave me sort of a, kind of maybe kind of look, and then she pulls Christine aside after, and she's like, no, this is not going to happen. His body is shriveled up too badly. He's not getting out of the chair. Like, you might walk 100 feet or something, but the chair is his life now. He's got to get used to that.
You'll be never without the wheelchair.
Life's going to be harder for him if he keeps dreaming this. He's going to get out of the chair. So, so you got to maybe try to guide him away from that. So she's like, okay, and noted, and she told me this after, and I'm like, son of a bitch, So, but
People like
it was
that
always a
have
struggle
jobs in
because
industries like that. Just they shouldn't have jobs.
that's medical for you, But I made a neurologist weep. I went in to see her to see if she'd sign my MMAR.
Right.
Where's your chair? So I don't need it anymore. I did that yoga pose where you put the palm of your foot against the thigh, and then you put your two hands like this, and you stand really slow. So I did that in front of her, and she just went, and she slumped back in her chair, and her eyes welled up. She's like, no joke. People as far gone as you, they don't come back from that.
I had a chiropractor dump me because I told him I didn't use my asthma peppers anymore because cannabis cured my asthma, and he told me I was a fucking liar. I'm like,
Yeah.
but I'm telling you, I don't use Ventolin anymore. I
Yeah.
smoke cannabis and I don't have the asthma. Like, I don't have it. He's like,
Yeah.
basically called me a liar and told me I could not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. So, and this is the other thing too, is, when you have long hair and you wear tie-dye, because it's pretty much all you have, you're not really rich to buy 1,000 things.
Right.
When she had her psychotic event in 2017, I spent 2.5 hours getting the shit beat out of me, trying to keep a naked woman covered in sweat from running down the hall or jumping off the balcony.
Right. Yeah.
So that went on for a while. And then
Yeah.
the cops came and pointed guns at me.
Oh.
And
And
they got a report of shots fired.
Yeah. So okay, so that's your fibro and your wheelchair situation. Now let's just move over to Christine.
Yeah.
She is dealing with
Well, she has epilepsy.
Yeah.
epilepsy.
And PTSD.
I didn't know what because there's different forms, so I didn't know what.
Yeah. Well, her particular type of epilepsy is, notoriously hard to treat. But so is a lot of epilepsy. They don't really talk about this on the the websites and the brochures and the commercials. But we saw an episode of what was called 6x9 or something. It was kind of like W5, but it was on Global, one of those news magazine shows, hard hitting, investigative reporting.
Yeah.
And they were talking about that procedure where they slash all the fibers that connect the two halves of the brain, and that often helps people with seizures. But I remember vividly the first line of the show of the segment was, For 1/3 of epilepsy sufferers, surgery and medications don't work.
Yeah.
Their life is short, brutal, and sequestered.
Yeah.
So we're like,
temporary.
oh, we look at each other like, wow, this is going to be good, and it's like 30%, a full third. That's not like the fringe,
No.
So, oh yeah, okay, so Dilantin and gabapentin, they work great for most of the people, most of the time,
Mhm.
Old Uncle Bill or whatever only has 1 or 2 seizures a year and the side effects aren't too bad. Yeah, but they don't talk about the other 30%. They don't
Right.
talk about the people who just
No.
don't react well to the medications and end up dying.
And again, like that was one thing that really kind of catalyzed things for you too, as well, was that YouTube video of Christine having seizures and how you dealt with it, and the help that the inhalation and ventilation of cannabis helped her with. Again, it's not a cure all. We always say
No.
in our shows, we're not medical, we're medical patients. We are not
Yeah.
medical practitioners. We have not been trained by medical in any way. We're just sharing our experience.
We've got
But again,
we've
like,
got
I
a
think
viewer. We've got a viewer saying the same, basically the same thing. Sunny Dare 81 says that I have severe mast cell activation syndrome. Cannabis is not going to cure me, but it calms my mast cells, brought down inflammation, helps in so many ways, and just makes life more enjoyable.
Oh, that's great.
That's
That's
good,
that's
yeah.
good.
And
That's awesome.
we don't even know if Christine would have more or fewer seizures if she quit using cannabis.
No.
But because we're kind of beyond that. She's having 25 seizures a month and we just live with that.
She was there was a time though where she wasn't having. She
Oh
had
my
more
God.
days
So
and
when she started using cannabis, right? She gets
Yeah.
off of pharmaceuticals, start using cannabis, and an embarrassingly small amount. We're talking about like not even 2 grams a day.
Right.
For her, through a dry bong. And she had 60 seizures of one kind or another from January 1st until the end of May. She had 13 the rest of the year. The following year, she had 13. The following year, she had 9. The following year, she had 5. The following year, she had 3. The following year, she had 1. And then in 2008, in March, she got up, goes for a pee. Hey, good morning. Or she sits on the couch. All of a sudden, she goes into a grand mal. I thought, all right, well, it's been a while. It's been like 267 days or something.
Right.
Wow.
15 minutes later, she has a second one.
Right.
Oh.
20 minutes later, she has a third. I'm like, okay, this is bad.
Right.
Call an ambulance. They come. She has a fourth.
Oh.
They're about to shoot her full of Ativan. So you better have have their paddles fired up, man, because she'll go into cardiac arrest on you.
Right.
Ativan. I'm like, yeah, it's just her. She'll die. She just dies. She does that. She dies. She's been dead twice already. They're like, okay, well, noted. So they take her to the hospital. And when I'm in the hospital with her, I'm like, look at her records. It's right here. Go look at the computer. You can't be loading her up with Dilantin. You can't just give her shooting full of drugs. She's allergic.
Right.
So the guy's like, all right, well, he sits down, you see him at the scrolling. Okay. And then they get up. So now it's a whole new thing. So they got the paddles ready, right? They're putting a needle into her artery because they got to get the blood. They got to find out how much oxygen is in her blood to see if she's getting air,
Right.
Because she's been seizing for close to 40 minutes at this point. Right?
Yeah.
And there's piss all over the floor. They're shoving a catheter up inside. They're
Right.
strapping her down. She's having a different kind of seizure,
She's
like
had to go through
learning life I never saw before. I thought she was going to die.
the
And
trauma
then
for both you.
fallen 15, 20 times then since we've been together where I thought, oh, she's dead. She's dead. And she wasn't.
Wow.
So traumatic.
That's a lot of times.
So traumatic. But again, the education that you two together have shared with our community and the world is exemplary. Like the books, the videos, the time, the
The video is
editorial.
the big one.
Yeah.
That's saved a bunch of lives.
Yeah, Christine was telling me that it's now over 6 million views
Yeah.
on that
Yeah.
video.
The first one we put up had a lot of text over it, and it got taken down after 1.2 million views because
Yeah, I
of
remember
Kenner's references. So then we already had a second one up. It was just, here's the raw footage,
Yeah.
and we put the text in the accompanying text below.
Right.
Nothing in the video. And then that one has been up and it's got like 4 million views, 4.3 or something now. So the total is over 6 million
Yeah.
total hits. Now there are way better videos since, but ours was the best video on YouTube for years.
And the video was showing, just so everybody could
Oh, it
be
was showing
out of
Christine having
frame.
a grand mal seizure on our couch and
Mhm.
just like thrashing. She breaks a tooth. Like you hear a loud crunch, like when a kid bites into a Tic Tac or a Hall's menthol candy, just
Yeah.
crunch. And I thought, well, maybe this is grinding, but then I found this like quarter of a molar. We
Yeah,
took it to the dentist. He's like, I can't use that, but thanks.
But again, like there's so many amazing things that she does with her art too. Like she's taken
Yeah.
all of the trauma and suffering that she has to deal with, this physical ailment, because there's absolutely nothing she can do to stop this. This is
Yeah.
something that's her medical, her body's fighting herself, and then there's nothing she can do. Her brain's always on key though, right? I mean, I know
Yeah.
the seizures have caused a little bit of but her art has always been absolutely magnificent. And I think when we come back, we should talk a lot more about how talented she is. Never mind all the things that she has to go through with these terrible seizures that you both have to, because again, you
Well,
have,
that's the other thing. I mean, her art is, especially the stuff she's been producing the past 5 years,
I know it's been
is worthy of any contemporary gallery in the world.
oh, absolutely.
I'm like, it's
hard
not
to
like, oh, scoffing. Everyone else's work is great too. But I keep telling her, it's not like, oh, you're way better than these people or you're, just as good. It's like, no, your art would not look out of place in any contemporary gallery in New York City,
Yeah.
London,
And
Montreal.
it's not just like a picture, a painting of a picture of a regular, like an art scene or whatever.
Yeah.
The style is different.
Yeah, well, she uses this comic book style and this raised beading that she uses along the line work. That
Yes.
especially like to see one of these paintings in person, especially like their painting called Dahlia, the flower one, or the giraffe, or one of her chameleons, it kind of jumps off the canvas at you. They're kind of
Yeah.
they're imposing, kind of. They're not just, oh, that's a pretty painting. You walk in like, geez, that thing's like really. I'm
There's
in the
one
room
painting-
with you, like it's
Still
even
talk about this.
smaller ones.
When I came to Ottawa in 2012, I was able to stay with Russ and Christine, and there was a painting of ladybugs that was hanging in their apartment, and I
Yeah.
still talk about that painting
That
of
was
those
one of the early ones, yeah.
because it was, and I mean, this is 2012, but it was just so beautiful. Just that it was
Wonderful,
all, and it was oil. It was done on canvas. It was, she had,
Yeah, canvas on acrylic on canvas, yeah.
yeah, it was beautiful. So I still tell people about this beautiful, and then she does paintings of me and sends them to me and my son. And all
Well, yeah,
kinds of
the digital illustrations.
The digital-
What she'll normally do is she'll take a photo of something, either somebody's from Facebook or a
Yeah.
stock photo or a photo she took, and she'll do these illustrations on her iPad. She'll draw all the line work where she wants it, then she'll do all the colors and stuff, her own personal flair to it. And then sometimes those things are turned into paintings. That digital image becomes a study for a painting. But the image itself is worthy of, you could print it and hang it on your
Oh
wall.
yeah, absolutely, and I have and it's like having my own personal artist. So like every once in a while, I get these beautiful, digital images. She goes, "Do you like this?" I'm like, "Of course I do. I love them. Every single one of them. If I was in personal there, I'd be hugging her and like, oh my god, because it just makes my day." Because
That's what she does. I mean, she can't. We try to keep her from standing up too much.
right?
So we don't let her do dishes and cooking and the kind of stuff that
Aw, she likes to cook though. I bet you that kind of stinks.
she loves to cook. She used to love to cook.
Baking.
She likes cleaning the house and cleaning up and doing dishes and
Yeah.
like she loves all that kind of domestic stuff. I don't expect that from a wife.
Well, I mean, same.
I'm from the Sesame Street generation. I'm perfectly happy with, equality in the marriage. I don't have those kind of attitudes. But she used to love doing all that stuff.
Right.
But we can't let her be standing too long because she keeps just falling down, boom, on her back.
Yeah.
And she could land on one of the dogs and kill them. She could, how she hasn't
Well,
broken her pelvis or a hip or something.
Yeah. Fall hit her
Already.
head on a
Hitting her head on
counter.
stuff.
It's all that rowing she does.
Yeah, well, she fell and hit her head on the rowing machine one time.
I know. I remember.
Back of her head. I couldn't get underneath her in time. I saw her going down too. you know, the day she got her denture, she fell on her face in the parking lot while we were waiting for the cab, tore a flap, like half an inch long off the top of her ear funnel. Like it was up like this. And then we just cleaned it with alcohol. I put it in place, put a Band-Aid over it, and we left it. It's healed up fine. You know,
good.
Like I said, she has been through so much. Like my goodness, like
she did a colonoscopy 2 summers ago. Raw dog, man. She could not get any painkillers or anesthetic at all.
No anesthetic.
No anesthetic for a colonoscopy.
Oh.
Yeah, keep going. I'm fine.
Yeah.
That's a warrior. That's a warrior woman.
Name any red pill activist, red hat MAGA guy who thinks he's tough enough to do that.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Most of them would refuse to get a colonoscopy because they're worried it would turn them gay.
I've had probably like a dozen of them because of my Crohn's disease.
Hey, my 15-year-old
And only one
knocked you out for it though, right?
Correct, but one time it didn't.
I
was awake through it, and
I
like
love
I
that.
did question what happened afterwards.
So you
But
know what I'm talking
yeah,
about.
and then I was sick on the way home. That was the only time I've ever had. I've only had the one negative reaction.
Taven had one this
I
past.
loved it. I loved it. They're like, okay, you know, you're gonna go under. I'm like, all right. And then I wake up like, and I was propofol. that they
Yeah.
gave me, and I've never been so high in my life. I'm stumbling around the lobby like, this is great. This feels fantastic, man. Oh, Christine, you missed out on this. Is amazing. And 3 minutes later, right as rain. Totally normal. Oh,
Yeah, no,
bummer.
yeah, like I said,
That was fun. Why am I gonna miss that?
and then when he dislocated his elbow, they gave the kid fentanyl, and I was like, "Do you have to use that shit? Like, really?" But in
Yeah.
order for them to be able to knock him out and not have him feel the pain of putting that elbow back in there, yeah,
I used to pop her shoulder back in all the time.
yeah, no, this was an elbow, and it was
I've seen her reach for a cup in the cupboard, and the shoulder just bloop and fall out.
Oh.
And then I would like, okay, hold still, and I put my hand in her armpit, grab her by the elbow, and
There's
then
no putting
click.
that elbow back in.
I pull it away from her torso and click it back into place. She often fainted from that.
Yeah, I would too.
I slap her, give her a little bit of this, and she comes, she's like, what the hell? Unbelievable. Her pain threshold is amazing.
That that white scene that you talked about earlier when you got so much pain and you that's one of those moments, man.
Yeah.
So all right, it's top of the hour already. Time for another break. It just flies. So first segment we talked about your books. This segment we've talked about the two of you, and as far as your medical conditions and cannabis and all that. When we come back, I want to talk about the challenges such as the human rights tribunal and stuff like that you had to get involved in order to do what you do. So
cool.
All right.
All right.
Other than that, we'll be right back. You're watching the Pace Radio Show. We're live here at paceradio.net and 420pace.ca, and we'll be back with more from Christine and Russell.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Camelford Lifestyle Shop, open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the Piercing Room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario.
I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. And you're watching the Pace Radio Show. We're live here at paceradio.net and 420pace.ca. All right, we are into the third segment of the broadcast. We've talked about the books, and we will get back into the books again before we say goodbye tonight. And we've talked about the medical end of thing and the cannabis use. Now let's get into your challenges that you've had over this time, such as I mentioned before the break, the human rights case that you had to deal with.
Yeah, well, that was a tricky one. I was outside after, getting out of a wheelchair, got back into comedy. It was going pretty well. I was even getting paid gigs, so that was cool.
Comedy.
One evening, I was out front of Absolute Comedy on Preston Street in Ottawa, and I go to light up a joint, and one of the other comedians who happened to be working in the kitchen that night, he comes up to me, he's like, no, dude, please don't. So I'm like, whoa, well, excuse me? Especially from him, because he was a big stoner at the time. And he's like, yeah, we already got a fine from the thing. Like, he didn't even know what it was called. It was the AGCO.
Yeah, it was the liquor board that would be issuing a problem with that.
Right.
Okay.
So Jason already got a fine because somebody smelled pot coming off of me. So like, don't. The inspector could be around. Please just don't. You're getting us in more trouble. So I was like, okay, well, look, he asked nice, and I don't want to cause any trouble for Jason especially if he's already got Jason Lawrence, is the guy who owns Absolute Comedy. So I don't have any quarrel with him. I don't want to cause a problem. So I go down to the bus stop, smoke a joint there. It didn't sit right with me. So I go home, and I knew Tim Meehan would be up. So I phone him, and I'm like, yeah, it's just Alex just said this and that. He says, you should file a human rights complaint. I said, what, against Jason? That would ruin him. I mean, that's crazy. He goes, no, against the Ontario government. I said, go on. And he's like, I've been thinking about this, and a lot of these federal regulations don't, like your license doesn't jive with a lot of provincial regulation, right? Because the provinces haven't changed anything. Let me check that. I'm going to research this. I'll talk to you in the morning. So by morning time, he'd already scoured through every federal regulation and provincial regulation in Ontario. Because he had an encyclopedic knowledge of the internet.
Yeah.
So he was able to scour through and find cannabis, marijuana, all this kind of stuff. And he realized there was all kinds of crazy discrepancies. If, for example, if I have my pot license and I have my pot and we're driving in a car, but I'm not driving, somebody else is, that person is trafficking weed. Now, realistically, I don't think anyone's going to be tried or going to jail for that. But it points out,
correct,
a cab driver
possibility.
He's trafficking weed technically. If my luggage has weed in it and it's in the back of the car, the taxi driver is technically. The bus, I can't use the bus. I can't be in my doctor's office. I can't be in my dentist office. I can't be, on school property. I can't be on campus property at Ottawa U or Carleton or Algonquin. Like all this stuff. Now, I mean, right away we realistically went, well, it's not like anyone's going to get that's not the point. The point is, when you carry your cannabis into a licensed establishment, a restaurant or a bar, you're putting the bar at risk. your weed falls out of your pocket, hits the floor, you pick it up and put it away. AGCO, inspector, ACE, whatever, alcohol, gaming, whatever. The
Yeah,
inspector
AGCO.
happens to see that because these guys are spooks, right? They don't walk in with an inspector badge on them.
Oh,
You know,
no.
they walk around looking like civilians. They come to the bar, they enjoy the thing, they watch a comedy show, they snoop around, they watch and see what's going on. If they see people getting overserved, some guy's
Mhm.
hammered and he's still getting beers brought to the table, they're going to get a fine for that or a caution or whatever. If they see weed, somebody's whoops, they dropped my weed and put it back in my pocket. You know, that guy doesn't get in any trouble. The bar loses their license for a
Yeah.
week.
And the server gets fined.
And $20,000 in revenue.
Yeah.
You know, so this was the problem. you
Yeah.
know? And so Jason freaks out. He's like, "Wait, what are you gonna do? Gonna make trouble for me?" I'm like, no, this is not gonna make trouble for you. We're gonna try and clear that trouble up. Because
Yeah.
every one of your comics is a pothead. One of them drops their weed, and one of these spooks sees it. You're gonna get another fine, and your next fine is gonna be bigger. It could be a
Right.
month, where they're gonna take your license away.
Technically, even a server, if you're in a bar, even now with legalization, if you're in any establishment, you smell cannabis on a patron, you're legally obligated to quit serving them and ask them to leave.
Yeah, I know. It's insane.
They're considered impaired.
Yeah, cannabis is not legal in Canada as far as I'm concerned. It's just been handed over to millionaires.
Yeah.
So I mean, so we filed the human rights complaint, and all I did was sign it. Tim Meehan wrote the whole thing, and it's comprehensive. You can go look at it. I'm sure it's online someplace. And after we did the meeting, because it was funny, because we go through the thing, finally noted, yeah, we're going to listen to this case. So the arbitration meeting was going to happen. So the lawyer comes in with this other lady who's the sort of main arbitrator, and they're like, these things can get pretty heated. Like, are you guys going to be okay with this? I'm like, there's no one in that room. It's not like a bar that refused me service or something because I'm disabled. No one in that room has done me any wrong. It's
Right.
regulations and federal laws that don't jive.
Yeah.
I'm not going to be banging my hand on the table or sticking my finger in anybody's face in there unless they cause a problem. I'm not going in there with animosity. No one in there's done me any harm. We're like, oh, okay, cool. So we go in and I tell everybody the same thing. It's like, you guys didn't do anything. I don't know any of you. You haven't done anything wrong to me. We can just discuss this. I'm not going to get angry about it. So they're like, okay. And there was a lady from the arbitrator. There was our lawyer from Queen's University who was assigned. He's a professor from Queen's University. He was assigned by the tribunal court or whatever. A lawyer from the federal government, a representative from Health Canada, a lawyer from the Ontario government, someone from the AGCO, me, Christine, and Tim, and I think somebody else. So I did most of the talking. Tim would pipe in with like more detail because he had all the details in his head on his best behavior, indispensable that day, fantastic. And then at the end, our lawyer goes, well, this is like by far the best arbitration meeting we've ever had. These things usually get heated and people leave in a huff or yell at each other. This was fantastic, very informative, very calm and nice. Everyone had a pleasant time. Thank you very much. And then after he pulls us aside, he goes, who prepared this for you? Like kind of, playfully, suspiciously. I just went, Tim. He goes, this is very good. And Tim kind of, all proud.
Oh, he smokes pot too.
yeah, and I'm like, he did the whole thing. All I did was sign it because I don't know these things. He's like, really well done, really well done.
Yeah. So how'd you make out in the end?
We got a half win. Of course, it's the Human Rights Tribunal or whatever. They have it's not binding to anybody, but their decision was that I could carry my weed on me, but not use it in a licensed establishment or on the property of a licensed establishment. So, like a restaurant, if you're out in the parking lot smoking a joint, not cool. If you've got your weed on you, cool.
Right.
But people smoke joints in parking lots of restaurants all the time.
There they do, yeah.
This is what we were bringing up in the meeting. It's not like, oh, I want my rights to smoke weed where I want. It's like, what about people who don't have licenses? What about Joe Blow, who's want to just smoke a joint before he goes in the parking lot? And then I pointed the inspector guy from AGC. I'm like, you walk by and smell it. the bar gets screwed. You
Yeah.
don't say a thing to the guy smoking the joint. You go and give the owner of the bar $10,000 fine.
And the thing is, the bars aren't supposed to be there to police everybody. I mean, they're only obligated to certain
Yeah,
points.
if the
Yeah, so
if the bartender's inside, who's outside? Who's got to be outside in the parking lot and police in the parking lot?
Right? And that's
Exactly.
I mean, the whole thing with the breakdown of provincial laws and these stupid fucking regulations and bylaws for any ridiculous.
Howard Wagman from Yuck Yucks said, if we refused entry to everybody who smelled like weed coming into Yuck Yucks, there'd be no audience.
That's
Oh
right.
yeah,
There'd
yeah.
be no comics.
You'd have nobody there.
Because
Yeah.
even the comics who don't smoke weed smell like weed because they're standing out in the alley with the comedians who smoke weed.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, because
exactly.
there's 3 of them out there smoking 3 joints before they go on stage. The other guys are just having their cigarettes. The whole alley stinks like you know, a dabathon. So
Right.
what is he gonna do? You know, you can't refuse entry to people who smell like weed in Canada. That's ridiculous.
It is, yeah.
You know, especially a comedy place, half the clientele would be refused.
Well, they do.
You know, so
Earlier on, you had mentioned about getting access and stuff like that. Was that a challenge for the two of you to get access
oh
to?
God, so hard, man. It started off, you know, Mike Foster was already running a compassion club by the time, very discreetly, by the time we broached the topic with her using. We're like, you know, we want to find out what do we do about opening a compassion club. He's like, well, funny you should mention that. You know, and he was taking a bath on that, man. He put so much of his own money into that.
Yeah.
You know, and then he had people going talking to the media, talking shit about compassion clubs, saying, "Oh, most of these guys are only in it for the money." And there's Mike. You know, it's almost like an episode of the Office where you kind of like, you know, at the camera like that, you know, kind of thing.
Kind of like running anything when it came to cannabis, like trying to. There was never any money to be made. It was always about compassion. It was always about helping.
Right.
It was
But, you
never
know,
about
some of the places had to have a bit of a profit so they could, you know, keep
Well, they cover
the
the
place
overhead.
going, keep the lights
Yeah,
on.
you got your overhead costs, you know, like
nobody
some
was
of them rented offices.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They had some
Yeah.
expenses.
And
You know,
putting
we
the risk
rented an office at one point.
Yeah,
We
I know of a compassion club that was in a professional building. There's
Yeah.
other doctors and a pharmacist.
Yeah.
Pharmacy was in there and the whole
Even if the people worked for free. You know, when we were doing it, everyone was working for free, but everything costs money.
Yeah.
You know, you end up with like 30 grams of shake at the bottom of the bag that no one wants.
Right, and then
No
you're
one's going to buy that off you. Patients want bud.
Yeah.
So we had to that's pretty much what we would use a lot of the time was we would get that, you know,
I feel that too.
because that's what we were just making. We were putting the bong anyway. We didn't roll joints. So,
Right.
But then you know we got a series of growers. The first we were growing on our own. It's very
Yeah,
stressful
you're growing in the apartment, weren't
in
you?
our apartment.
Yeah.
And some dude smelled it, and it was really funny because he was this guy, and I'm like, oh, this guy is talking to me in the building. I was talking to a guy at the head shop. He's like, I know him. He's a nice guy, but do not get involved. Like he's nice, but don't deal with him at all. Okay, trust me on this. He's out of your league, man. Okay, he's not who you want to deal with. This guy had 5 apartments in our building
Oh,
full of weed.
Oh wow.
No
really?
one was living in them.
Oh,
It's just 5 apartments, all tented in.
just
and,
all used for growing
all used
and
for growing. Yeah.
Well, then they wouldn't smell yours.
Well, he had his smell under control. Right?
did they ruin the apartment?
He knocks on my door one evening, and I see him through. I'm like, oh, what's he want? You know. So I open the door. I'm like, can I help you? He's like, I can smell your grow. I said, oh yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. He goes, Shishka berry, blue dom, and the third one I don't recognize. I went, get in here, get in. So he comes in and he's like, oh yeah, see, here's your problem. You got to put a dimmer switch on this so it's sucking all the air toward the charcoal filter, and then you pump it up. You can just filter it back through that way, but you got to keep the dimmer so it's a negative air pressure inside the grow, just enough that it sucks the plastic in. I'm like, not too tight, just enough. You're like, oh,
Mhm.
okay, cool. So we got a dimmer, we set it all up. It was great. We never had a problem with the smell.
Good. Good.
But
Good.
but the lady downstairs in the office, she's like, the whole building can smell it. And everybody knows, man. Everybody knows.
Well, I mean, if you have a license and even you did the right
Yeah,
thing.
but still, it was so stressful. We never knew when it was going to catch fire or when someone was going to break in and steal all our stuff.
Sure.
We never
Yeah.
knew. So it was not cool. So we met this lady through crosstown traffic, and she tried to grow for us, but when September came, she was, or end of September, she's like, yeah, we harvested it before the hail came because there was bad hail that year, and we got like an ounce from her. It was the raggediest, weakest weed I ever saw in my life.
Yeah.
And we're like, well, we got burned. So we told all our friends, man, we just got fucked. We could have had our license with somebody good, and we got fucked. So then this guy we knew through the Compassion Club, this young fella, he's like, well, my dad would maybe grow for you. So we go to meet him. He's like, yeah, except I have a criminal record. So you would be the grower on paper, but I'd be sort of doing it. So we're like, okay, whatever, that's fine. So we did that for a while. We went to his place and we trimmed, and then we get pulled over one time because he rented a house. This house wasn't really rentable to a lot of people because it had a well and it was E. coli in the well. So he was growing in the shed out back at the garage. It was insulated, and he had 1,000-gallon water tank installed. So he had to have shipments of water brought in all the time so he could feed the plants.
Yeah.
So one day he picks us up to come to his house to trim. As soon as we get in the car, it's just reeking of fresh cut weed.
Oh.
He's like, yeah, there's a bin of branches in the trunk. We just get in the car, we just go over the hill, and a cop is standing there with a radar gun, and he goes like that.
Oh.
Into this parking lot, right?
Yeah.
So he hands the paper, goes off, comes back after like 35 minutes. He's like, yeah, okay, well, you were going the speed and too fast. I'm going to give you a warning, but I'm smelling weed here. Christine takes her thing. She's like, that's the only weed you smell, officer. And he's like, like this. He's no, I'm smelling like fresh weed. And I'm, like, where'd you get your nose calibrated? Kind of thing. Like, how do you know it's weed? Like, and I'm like, well, she has a license. His son has a license. Like, search the whole car. Go ahead, man. But like, it's not going to land in court,
Yeah.
So then they're like, So another cop comes. There's like 3 cars there. They're discussing it. And then he kind of walks up real fast and just tosses his papers back in, like his license back at him. It's like, okay, have a nice day. And he runs off. And the 3 cars took off. So there must have been something important going on because they're like, all right, just forget it. We were there for like an hour, 10 minutes, man. So, and then I talked to this lawyer that we knew, and I'm like, do you know any other growers, man? Because our guy is indiscreet. Like, he's a good guy and it's good weed, but it's indiscreet and it's stressing us out bad,
Right.
So he's like, I know just the guy. So we meet this guy and he's like, yeah, I want to use your licenses and as a sort of the cornerstone for a legit grow business. So when they legalize and when they start giving out these grow permits for medical, you guys will basically be, the building blocks of that. So eventually it'll be a legit business and you'll be like owners and stuff. We're like, okay, cool, So he gave us more per day than the previous guy. But we were right down to the last gram when he would come and bring it to us.
Oh.
Nag the shit out
You're
of
just
him
getting enough to survive on.
Every month I had to nag the shit out of him.
Right.
And then Harper took them away, so we had no more grows.
Yeah.
We didn't know anybody who was like going to risk growing for us on a maybe of an injunction.
They did
That's
too.
the ACMPR.
Well, here's the
It was 4 years of nothing, it was 4 years of off cherry.
But then when they did the legalization too, like designated growers don't have anywhere to take their overage anymore, and the pounds have gone from being a $2,500 commodity down to $300 a pound. So it costs you more now to grow anything than it does. So it doesn't like even my friend.
No profit in it at all.
Like her designated grower said, like, I'm not even going to grow for myself. It's not worth it. Even for myself, it's not worth me growing.
It's worth it for us. Like it's it's got a cost, but we're not going to go. We don't go without it. We'll go without food first.
Right, yeah, and you're actually making FICO too, right? From my understanding.
Yeah. So we need a bit more. So I got 12 big plants flowering right now. I got 9 smaller ones flowering, 5 little ones in veg. Not ideal. I prefer to have harvest a plant every week or 2 every week.
Right.
So I don't have like 9 plants hanging in my bathtub.
Yeah.
Which is I'm gonna have to figure something out upstairs in the.
You'd rather have it spread out versus getting it all at
Yeah.
once.
It's what I call the conveyor belt method.
Yeah.
You're harvesting.
So otherwise,
2 plants
trimming
out.
can
you put
overtake your
2
life.
plants in. Your flower room is always in a. Every plant's in a different stage.
Yeah.
I
Rotating
eyeball. I look at them and I go, okay, that bud is pretty big. I'm going to start giving them just water now. And then
Yeah,
I
I
look
don't
at
know.
it when the hairs or half the hairs are brown.
Yeah.
Time
No.
to cut.
I wish I could, but no power, no room, no nothing. I'm sitting here looking.
I got a 500 square foot basement, unfinished, but I got less than half of it blocked off for plenty of room for our needs. But we got arsenic in our well this summer.
Oh.
Because we had the worst drought in probably Nova Scotia's history.
Right.
And our well didn't go dry, but our neighbor put up a post going, got my well tested, we got arsenic. I'm like,
Wow.
oh Christ. So then I see 2 days later, you okay?
Mhm.
Yeah. The province puts up a thing, check your wells, arsenic all across the province.
No.
Top to bottom, the whole thing from
Oh.
Lace Bay right down to the bottom tip.
Oh,
Everybody who's got a well is got. Now, I mean, you can drink water with a bit of arsenic in it. It's not going to kill you, right? It's not a good thing to accumulate in your body.
No.
But we got a water filter and we started filtering our drinking water. And but the plants are really sensitive to arsenic.
Oh yeah.
Pot plants especially. So I was checking with ChatGPT and he's like, oh yeah, the slightest bit of arsenic in your well water is going to kill your plants.
Yeah.
27 plants I had to scrap.
Oh no.
2 months worth of medicine at least. Which is why I had to, scrounge from a friend, and I may have to scrounge more. We'll see but these guys, the ones downstairs now, these girls are probably first 2 weeks of January. I'll have medicine I can use. So.
Okay, so you're looking at another month before your harvest.
Yeah, at least. There's 9. They're between 9 and 10 weeks. I don't even really count. I don't keep dates on them or anything. I sprout seed, I put it in soil. I go, okay, that needs to be in a bigger pot. Okay, that's about the biggest it's going to get. Put it in the flower room. Okay, it's flowering nicely. Oh, these leaves don't look good. Pick all these fuckers off.
Yeah.
Yellow, brown, strip her down.
Yeah.
And, you're a big useless thing. You're not even getting any light down there. No point you getting moisture and food. So I just do that. And other than the arsenic, I did pretty well. I'm not going to.
Yeah, it's too bad about that. Holy fuck! Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's pretty bad. And then the other thing that happened too early on, I got some seeds from various places, and the sticky zipper, those zipper door things.
Yeah.
It's like a red tape, and it just came right off of the plastic. So I go downstairs one morning. My basement light had been on all night, and the flap is just open.
Oh no.
So my plants got a big dose of light poisoning during their flower cycle. So I asked Myrna, I'm like, what's that going to do? He's like, oh, they could go hybrid on you. There's all kinds of stuff, man. They Aphrodite. So what happened was they went seedy on.
Yeah, enough.
They're not super seedy, but they're seedy. So I can sprout the seeds. The medicine's still good.
Yep.
Getting some good FICO out of it. I mean, you wouldn't maybe want to roll up a joint of this stuff. It's funny because one of the
snap, crackle, and pop.
Well, somebody came by and they hadn't been by a while. They're like, well, how's your pot grow going? And I'm like, well, I'm not going to win any awards, but we're getting by.
It's all trial and error, and you guys have been at it for. You'll just get better and better each time.
Yeah. Well, hey, the first batches we did in Ottawa when we were in the apartment. Oh, what?
Yeah,
we nailed it. But
now it's sophomore time. That's usually when the problems start.
Yeah, I couldn't grow at all. It's part of the reason we had to move is I couldn't grow in our Ottawa apartment. I could in the winter, October to April, nice. But then it gets hot.
Too
you know,
hot.
And
Yeah.
we only had this little sort of crack open of a window. We couldn't put an air conditioner. I couldn't even put one of those, pipe out the window standing air conditioners.
Oh, okay.
I
Yeah.
couldn't even get it out because of the screen and stuff.
Yeah.
Right.
So, and we had central air in the building, but even if I crank it up and leave it on all the time,
Yeah.
it's not going to come, do that for those lights.
Yeah, especially in the days of those middle highlights and.
No,
high
this
pressure
is 2 years ago. This is just
Yeah.
2 years ago with my LED lights.
Oh, okay.
It's
Oh.
still pretty
Being in
cheap.
an
They're not
apartment
ma-
on the summertime would be way too
They're-
hot. The air conditioner wouldn't be able to keep the room low enough temps not to get bugs and stuff.
Yeah, LED is not magic. They give off heat, man.
Well, they do. Yeah, I agree. They do. They do give out.
They do give
Yeah,
out.
yeah.
They're not as severe as especially the old days. The old
Oh, the
core
old days with the
oil
big
started
yeah.
style of ballast back in the
Those
day.
things were insane.
Oh, I
They
found
weighed
it.
30
Power,
pounds.
amazing.
And some bulbs downstairs, but I got no ballasts.
Yeah.
Hmm.
The ballasts are the big cost.
All
Well,
right.
yeah, they got flooded, so they
I
got taken
see.
away.
I see we're at the bottom of the hour. Let's get a little shout out and talk about your book before we say goodbye. Just to
Is this,
remind
the
everybody.
is this the end of it, or are we going to 11 o'clock?
This is it.
No,
the end?
no.
Okay.
We have another broadcast that does follow us.
Oh,
But
okay.
we do have a little space between each show. But
Well, Outlaw Patience is available in a bunch of different places, including Amazon. And so basically just Google it and you'll find a link to your liking. Maybe you like Apple Books, maybe you like Barnes and Noble, maybe you like Smashwords or whatever it's called.
yeah.
There's a bunch of different places that it's available as an ebook and as a paperback and hardcover from Amazon.
Yeah,
That's
they
awesome.
listed as a love story, a protest, a warning, a revolution told from the inside.
Yep, it's
A good description.
we had a one of a kind. We've had a one of a kind life. Like there's just the craziest, being in Ottawa in that situation, addressing a crowd of 13,000 people while you're handing out books of Mommy's Funny Medicine,
Yeah.
and there's
Yeah.
mostly teenagers smoking weed. It's
Yeah,
crazy.
and you also got involved in politics too, which we never talked about.
Yeah, I ran in the
You
election.
were part of the marijuana party.
Yeah, I ran in 2004. I ran in the election.
Yeah, so
Well, thanks for having us on. It was great. Thanks for having us on.
Thanks for coming
All right.
on. It's good
Hey,
seeing
thanks
you
for coming on. I really appreciate it. Your story is so long. There's no way that we can cover it all in 90
Yeah, we
minutes.
could do a whole TV series.
We could do exactly.
guys. It really is. It's
Oh.
a chapter. It's a
Yeah.
We're gonna shop the movie rights around.
Yeah. No. You talk about it could be a whole like a movie. How long is the book? How many pages? Just offhand.
Pages, I think it's like 128. It's only 62,000 words. It's not very long.
All
It's
right.
not like the Thornbirds or something or Jaws, or-
Yeah.
It's not that big.
Good.
Yeah.
All
well,
right.
the audio book is only 5 hours, like 4.5 hours.
Is it?
Yeah, so it's pretty short.
Sure. Okay. I have, for anybody who's interested in it, I have put the links to Mummy's Funny Medicine as well as the Outlaws medical marijuana memoir. And since we're here right at the end, one other spot, if you want to check out more write-ups on these two, I'm going to suggest to you, this is I guess a little bias on this one. This is a story that I wrote on Christine and Russell for Cannabis Digest magazine.
The Pied Pipers of Pot.
Yes.
Yeah, the Pied Pipers of Pot. Russell of Arth and Christine Lowe. So there you go.
And I think I still have an interview in a book of mine that I started writing. It was supposed to go into 12 High Chicks before 12 High Chicks had to be sold.
Oh, right. Yeah, it didn't get in because the magazine stopped.
It never made it into the magazine because the magazine, well, the first article did, but then the second volume never came out. So the article was written, but never was published.
Yeah.
It was about,
yeah.
I have like this much like interview. Remember, we spent hours and I spent hours.
Yes, I completely understand where you're coming from because That's how ours was. We did a long interview. It was hours long in order for me to write the story, the article. So I could just imagine.
Well,
Russell, you would type it out because you lived it. You didn't have
Yeah,
to.
yeah. You couldn't get an AI to write this. Like, there's
No.
no way it could say, "Oh, well, here's the outline. Go ahead." You know, there's a book like this. Like, if it was fiction,
Mm-hmm.
you could go, "Okay, here's the story. Here's the outline. Here are the characters. Give me 65,000 words." And yeah, okay, that's what you use an AI for. But a memoir like this, every keystroke was mine.
I might use AI to edit, but that would be that's just by spelling and my punctuation because I still haven't gotten any better at that.
Yeah.
I use Word for that.
Just have that in your word processor.
We had no
Word processor
paragraphs.
can-
They always ran together. So there's that to learn how to do like
It
paragraphs.
kept changing words on me. I always turn that stuff off so I can write myself.
Yeah, right.
I'd rather have a couple of typos in it anyway. So.
Yeah. Oh
With
yeah.
authenticity.
Yeah. That happens.
Yeah.
All right. Other than that, find the books on Amazon. Do a Google search or whatever
You
your
find it everywhere else. Yeah.
browser, whatever browser you're using, and check them out. Find the books and give them a read. Anything else other than that?
No. Check us
All right,
out.
Christine.
Read our books. Buy our books and tell everybody.
Yes. and
Reach out to.
check her art out.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Christine
ChristineLowArt.ca.
There you go. Christine Lowe
see what
Art.
I did. Does commissions.
And Lowe is spelled
Commissions if you want.
Lowe.
LOWE. Yeah.
Correct.
LOWE. Christine. Standard spelling. Christine.
Yeah.
Exactly. All right. Tamara, anything offhand?
No, just everybody have a great week and thanks so much for you guys coming on tonight. It's good seeing you. And yeah, we'll see you next week.
All right. Other than that, thanks to our sponsors, our friendly folks at addies.ca, limestone city hydroponics.ca, and the Camelford Lifestyle Shop. Also, big thanks to our guests, Christine Lowe and Russell Barth. Christine, I hope you're feeling better the rest of the night.
Better now.
Thank you. Yeah, doing much better.
She doesn't even
today.
remember it.
No.
Good.
That's how you report it.
How?
You had a seizure when? Just about an hour ago? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We love you, Annie. We love you. It doesn't matter. We love you. Thanks for coming on.
Yes, exactly. All right. Other than that,
Have a wonderful evening.
you too as well. Thank you to everybody and good night. Talk to you next week.
Yes.
Bye-bye.
Let's share PACE everywhere. That way it can help create peace. People everywhere advocating cannabis education.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca.
Next up is coming to us from Medical Express. Psilocybin relieves nerve pain for weeks and boosts brain adaptability, which is just really kind of cool to know. A new study is expanding the potential medical applications of psilocybin beyond mental health. And I've been saying that it helps for pain for years now, and into the world of chronic pain treatment. According to Medical Express, researchers found that a single dose of psilocybin appeared to reduce nerve pain symptoms for weeks, while also increasing neuroplasticity, the brain's ability to reorganize and form new connections. Neuropathic pain, often caused by nerve damage, can be notoriously difficult to treat. Conventional medications frequently provide only limited relief and can come with serious side effects, dependency concerns, or diminishing effectiveness over time. But researchers say psilocybin may work differently, and my real world experience definitely supports what they are saying. Instead of simply dulling pain signals, The psychedelic compound appears to influence broader neurological symptoms involved in pain perception, emotional processing, and brain adaptability. Ooh, for some reason, that's a hard word for me today. Scientists involved in the study observed changes suggesting that psilocybin may help rewire how the nervous system processes chronic pain. Importantly, the benefits appear to outlast the acute psychedelic experience itself, a finding that continues to intrigue researchers across multiple psychedelic studies. The research is still early, and scientists caution that much larger human clinical trials are needed before psilocybin could become an approved pain treatment. My real-world experience suggests that it helps inflammation. It can help to stop a migraine in its tracks. And my chronic pain on days that I microdose goes way, way, way down. And still, the article says the findings contribute to a rapidly growing scientific narrative. Psychedelics may have therapeutic potential far beyond what researchers imagined even a decade ago. From depression and PTSD to chronic pain and neurological recovery, the boundaries of psychedelic medicines continue to expand.
Yeah. Folding chairs on the grass, paint still wet on the signs. Highway 420 off ramp packed, clouds hanging over the lines. Victoria Park waking up, drums from a Bluetooth speaker. Niagara Falls in the back, miss like a silver preacher. Niagara 420, voices up high, we're lighting this day in the open sky. From the coast to the cold of the prairies wide, cannabis advocates side by side. Niagara 420, hear that sound, cars roll past and the horns ring out. From the falls to the edge of the ocean, saying cannabis advocates across this land. Across this land. Oh yeah. Grandma in a green scarf laughs, teens in patches and pins, old vets leaning on canes, saying this is how change begins. Banners ripple in the wind, and the stigma in marker strokes. Someone passes out free water, someone passes around old jokes. Niagara 420, voices up high, we're lighting this day in the open sky. From the coast to the cold of the prairies wide, cannabis advocates side by side. Niagara 420, hear that sound, cars roll past and the horns ring out. From the falls to the edge of the ocean sand, cannabis advocates across this land. Patient rights, clean records, plant freedom, every echo getting better. Far from the falls, drifting slow, blending with the breath we blow. Small town, big hope, and a green flag held in every road. Niagara 420, voices up high, we're lighting this day in the open sky. From the coast to the cold of the prairies wide, cannabis advocates side by side. Niagara 420, hear that sound, cars roll past and the horns ring out. From the falls to the
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Where weed,
We
toke cannabis
talk.
from both sides.
Is that even possible?
This podcast is for adults only, should not be used as a meal replacement, and may contain nuts.
Hey, everybody, and welcome back to another episode of The Newbie and the Doobie. My name is Timmy, and I am the newbie.
Mary Jane, also known as the Doobie.
Welcome to Moon Day. And coming up on today's show, we have
Mary Jane Strain.
we have our high five list.
Followed by Word of the Week.
We're being visited again by Tim and Janice.
Oh, yay. And of course, today I have a segment of What Gets Me Going.
I love the What Gets Me Going. Well, we're in for another great episode. I choose my words fairly wisely, I guess, but right at the very beginning, I was like, welcome back. Because my assumption is that people are watching and coming back, which is a fair assumption to make, I would think.
Is that the assumption, or is it because we've already recorded a couple podcast episodes today? So you're like, we're coming back. So you're just like, welcome back.
Yeah, no.
Maybe.
Okay. Maybe. Yeah.
But either way,
Interesting.
we would like to hope that you've seen a couple episodes
Yeah.
and you're enjoying yourself and you've found your way here.
Yeah, and I would encourage you, if you have, let us know. We've been receiving some great feedback, and it would be nice to know who else out there has been enjoying the podcast, whether in audio form or in video.
Or not enjoying the
I
podcast.
prefer the video form, quite frankly. I mean, we work a lot on some of our.
Absolutely. Yeah, the
Mhm.
video. I've had people reach out to me and be like, oh, I love the podcast. And I'm like, that's great. And, someone said they went for a walk and just had it in their ears. And they said it was really great to jog to. And I thought, oh, but you're missing the best part because you're not getting the visual, I want to say, stimulation from all the craziness that
That's a
can
good
happen.
word.
Like, look at this outfit.
Forget the outfits. Just look at us.
Well, that's true.
Right?
But
Screenshot,
I'm
do it
wearing
now.
I am wearing a surf style.
That's
jacket.
yeah. You look. You actually. You look like a rapper.
What?
Yeah.
I look like I'm from the 90s.
You look.
This is from the 90s.
Yeah. No. It's classic '90s. You look like a '90s rapper. But an outer space '90s rapper, because I noticed you even have like a spaceman necklace.
Well, it's space day, so I
It
had to
is-
bring my little astronaut.
Space Day and Moon Day, depending on which way you wanted to kind of go with it.
Yeah,
Yeah. So who's the guy on your necklace? Who is that guy?
he's just an astronaut.
He's just astronaut guy.
Yeah.
Can we call him Astro Boy?
You can call him whatever you want.
All right, Astro Boy it is. And I love the jacket.
Thank you.
So that was the most spaciest thing you had.
Yeah, really, it started from the pants.
Oh, darn
My
it.
space pajama pants.
Yeah,
And
I forgot my pants.
you forgot to put your pants on.
I forgot my space pants.
Oh.
Darn it.
I thought you had on them under your jeans, and you were gonna do like some classic.
Yeah,
reveal.
that would have been a good reveal, when that would have made sense for all the hype that we said about how you should watch it on YouTube. But at least you can
That's
see your
true.
pants. But I should have my pants on.
Yeah. So then I went with because there's a little bit of blue somewhere here.
Yeah.
So I went with the blue T-shirt, which is the super soft. Was that the $5 softie from?
From Derek Tennant.
Thank you. Yes,
14
from
sleeves.
when he came down and did the tour.
Yeah.
And it's awesome because Derek he lives simply, and he literally wears. He has 7 shirts?
7 shirts.
And each shirt says the day of the week.
I
So you
own
always know
7
what day it
shirts.
is when you have Derek around.
I own 7 shirts, but they don't say the days. I think I've gone one level simpler.
Yes.
It's just like, which black shirt? That one one I can do.
Well, see, I like this shirt because it just says today,
'Cause
and
every
you
day-
can wear it every day because every day is today.
Every day is today. I just actually noticed, men, this is something to maybe make note of every once in a while. I'm going to give you a tip. I did notice that your eyes match your shirt and your jacket.
Oh, that's interesting because this is just the classic MJ eye makeup with the purple eyeshadow and the blue eyeliner.
Yeah, see, because at first it
That's
didn't.
sad that you didn't know that that's
Well,
classic
no,
MJ,
no. Here's the thing.
I'm just kidding.
It's what I'm used to seeing.
Yes.
So it didn't stand out right. But then as we began focusing on your outfit, all of a sudden it visually clicked.
Okay.
See what I did there, men? Right? Do that every once in a while. It looks fantastic.
Thank you.
I am sad. I might put on the pants later. Maybe
I just want to point out this is the actual jacket that I had when I was a kid. Like when it was like the one thing growing up that I wanted the hypercolor t-shirts.
Yep.
I wanted the shaved head at the back, but mom wouldn't let me do that either.
Well, that was a wise decision.
I still might do it. I still might. We'll see. But I wanted the surf style jacket, and I worked babysitting, and my mom said that if I could earn enough to pay for half, she would pay for the other half.
Right.
And
there you go.
And here it is. I can't even tell you how many years later.
That's a good. You could, but you
No,
probably
I'm not
won't.
going to.
But it's a nice jacket.
Thank you.
So you and I both, when we saw that it was Moon Day, we both have our perspectives on moon landings.
Yeah.
Or lack of moon landings.
Yeah.
I am boldly, I will say it here publicly. It is nothing ever been hidden. Clear as day, we never landed on the moon. A human being can't even get out of a certain part of like the barrier over Earth.
In the atmosphere.
The atmosphere. Can't happen, never did. Look back on it, they obviously, they were feeling inferior. America was feeling inferior. They needed a big win. They sped up the process. Fantastic theatrical event took place. It was amazing. And it's just been building the theatrical experience ever since. I don't even know if there's actually space out there. You know what I'm saying? I'm at that level.
I'm not saying one way or the other because I like to debate.
Mhm.
Maybe I would just like to argue with people. I don't know.
That's true.
However, I'm open to the conversation to somebody who says, the earth is round versus the earth is a dome. I want to sit down and I want to be like, so why do you believe that? I'm not going to sit there and go, well, you're a friggin' crazy nut.
Yeah.
You could be a Barry
What's a Barry?
or a Tom
What's a Tom?
or a Mark
I
or a
don't even know what
Steve
these are.
or a Timmy.
What is that?
They're just people.
Oh, just people. Okay. Well, I think if you go online, the evidence is fairly clear that we never went. My biggest thing really has nothing to do with back then. It's all about the now of people saying, we want to go to Mars. We want to go to Mars. It's like, well, wait, why don't you go back to the moon?
Well, apparently we don't have the technology now to go
No,
back to the moon.
Someone actually said it's too expensive to go to the moon. So you're telling me back all those times they
But we can go further to Mars. I heard multiple countries this past year
Mhm.
sent rovers to Mars.
Yeah.
Multiple countries.
Multiple countries.
Because Mars would have been close to the Earth, where they would have been able to
Yeah.
send something there.
Yeah, they send rovers.
Past the moon.
If space is out there, they can send all these things. I don't think human beings go in there, but here's
Yeah, I don't understand it. That's why,
why
I'm
would
like,
you
I'll
go
sit
there?
down and talk to
You know,
anybody
you know
about
why they're going to Mars? You know why they're going to Mars? Because nobody can like prove they're not going to Mars. We'd be able to prove in a heartbeat whether or not they went to
That
the
would
moon
be a
now.
great way to like fraud, like to get a lot of money, right? Like the government or whoever's
Right.
paying for all this stuff.
Look, I know there could be a bunch of people listening to the show now who think the moon landing was real, and are going to cease listening to our show. But we got to be us.
You know what? And to those people, you got to be you. And I got to be me. And like I say to those people, I say, bring your points.
All right.
Bring your evidence.
Prove it.
I would like to see, and let's just have a conversation.
Here's my problem. My problem is that people have said, well, when they get to Mars and they broadcast it back, then you'll have to believe them. And I'll be like, I don't have to believe them. Transformers,
Mhm.
you know the Transformers, like Optimus Prime.
Okay, I wasn't sure if you're talking about like those green boxes.
No,
or-
Transformers, the robots
Okay.
that were found on the dark side of the moon, according to the movie. Okay.
Okay.
The movie / documentary. They
Yep.
come to Earth, interact with real people. Now, I am not going to say that I believe in the Transformers, okay? But when I watched that movie, it was seamless. It looked like Transformers were side by side with human beings. So from this point on in history, there is no reason that whole thing of I'll
It's
see it
true.
when I believe
I
it.
was just thinking that.
You can't believe anything even if you see it anymore. And if I believe that they faked and they had the technology to fake the original moon landing, and they're 20 years ahead of us in technology. The government has stuff that's at least
Well, have you
decade
seen
ahead.
deep fakes?
Yes.
Like okay, so I didn't know what this was until TikTok had. I'm like, oh, Tom Cruise is on TikTok, and I wondered why he wasn't verified.
Yeah.
It wasn't. It wasn't Tom Cruise.
No, it's
It came out that it was somebody who looked not even very similar. Okay, he had brown hair, and he was like, he just learned his mannerisms, and they use this software program.
Yeah.
Like I'm sure you've heard or seen Obama saying that Trump's whatever, and you're like, oh my God, Obama said that? No, he didn't.
He
It's a
didn't.
deep fake.
Right? We could be deep fakes right now.
Oh my goodness. That's what I'm going to say. Anytime anybody has any footage of me saying anything wildly inappropriate, like maybe the moon landing didn't happen.
There is.
I'm just going to say it was a deep fake.
There is no way to verify anymore that something is even genuinely true unless they take me to Mars. But I can't believe it if I see it. I can't believe it if I hear it. You literally, like, there's the reality. People could be watching this right now on YouTube.
From Mars?
Well, they
From
would.
the space
If
station.
let's say this, if there are aliens on Mars, they are definitely watching our show. Why wouldn't they? But my point is that if they were watching the show now, we could easily not be in a studio room. In fact, both of us might not even be in the same room. So you can do that stuff now. So I don't believe they landed on the moon. I believe that they refuse to go back to the moon because they know it can't be done. So therefore they're going to say we're going to go to Mars, because by the time they put a human being on a Mars ship and sends them off, they say it's going to take them 10 years to get there. By the time they get there, they're going to have technology so good that they'll be able to fake a Mars landing that's going to blow our minds.
I don't know. I'm really confused with what's going on space-wise because I've heard a couple different stories that concern me. One is that they were looking for like 100 people to go up to Mars and like live and like repopulate or whatever. And like you were going to be like lucky if you got chosen. And then there's this other thing where they're going to allow, I think it's like 20 just people, regular citizens, fly a spaceship with no crew. I'm like, if that's true, we're literally sending these people up into space to die.
Yeah.
Because astronauts go through school, they go through training, they go through, like, it's not like, hey, I'm going to hop on a plane and go to
If anyone
some
could be
other
an
country.
astronaut, why not?
Is it going to get to the point where people are going to be able to pay to board a spaceship, to go up to the space station and stay like a hotel?
Maybe.
Now that I would go to that. That would, if I, yeah, that would
All right.
change a lot.
Well, I can honestly say that at this point in our podcast, we have already now definitely alienated people.
Alienated.
High
Oh,
five!
and with that, no, it's not high five
No.
yet. It's the strain of the week.
The Mary,
Or
yes,
it's the Mary Jane strain.
MJ's strain.
Mary Jane strain.
Mary Jane's strain.
Don't say MJ.
No.
I'm just kidding. Okay, so Mary Jane's, I'm not
She
really.
didn't want to come across as being truly threatening at that point.
MJ is not threatening.
No, MJ's not.
Mary
Jane's
Jane might
strains.
be.
We're starting with Mary Jane's strains today. What do you got?
I've got very related to the topic, moon or
Mhm.
aliens. It's alien sin mint cookies. And it's from a company called Black Market.
Okay, so
Now-
you can't just go right into it now. Say the name again.
Okay, so what? The
This is
company
name of
is
the
Black
strain.
Market.
No, the strain is called.
Okay, I just want to point out that it is a legal company, even though their name is Black Market.
Okay, that's
Okay.
important.
Okay, it's called Alien
Alien
Sin Mint
Sin Mint.
Cookies.
Okay, so it's got alien and sin in the same.
Well, instead of
thing.
like Thin Mint cookies, right?
Okay, all right.
So it is an indica dominant hybrid.
Okay.
So if that gives you an idea of what it would look like growing.
Wait, hold on. Okay, you've taught me this before. You've taught me this not in a teaching Timmy segment. Indica
Mhm.
was it's like a 50-50 shot here, but it was indica the tall thin plant.
No, that's the sativa.
Oh, it's the short bushy plant.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
See, I take in information, I don't retain it though.
Well, this one is an indica dominant hybrid, so it's still a combination
It
of
has a little bit of both.
Yes, but a little bit more indica than sativa.
Okay. All right.
So the THC level is 20 to 26%. So it's extremely high when like it's definitely recommended for the more experienced user.
Okay. 20 to 26. Okay, so just give me
You want the average?
Well, give me something to gauge it by. Like, for example, for those of you who know, I'm the newbie, but I have tried cannabis.
Mhm.
What would be the THC level of one of the strains that you got me to try?
Okay, so the one that you were feeling a little too much, like
Yep.
too much not being able to focus was about 23%.
Okay.
And the other ones were around 15 to 16%.
Right. So for me, if I was to ever smoke again,
Mhm.
23 to me felt too high.
Yes. For people that are just starting out, if you're going to smoke it, I would suggest start with, a lower, like a 10% THC. And if you can find something that has some CBD in it, that will help as well. There are strains, and even a lot of times gummies and stuff that have both THC and CBD.
So this one is for more advanced users or
Yeah, for hard hit, like you want a hard hit, it's extremely.
right, or for aliens, like for advanced civilizations.
If you want to see aliens.
Oh, if you want to see
No, I'm
aliens,
just
there
kidding.
you go.
I'm just kidding. I'm not kidding. Maybe you might see
You might
aliens,
see aliens.
but
We don't know. We're not doctors.
please send us photos and videos.
you
I want to
see
see
aliens,
that.
yeah.
Yeah. The terpenes found in this strain are pinene, caryophyllene, carine, and limonene.
Okay.
From the Ontario Cannabis Store, 3.5 grams of Alien Sin Mint cookies
Mhm.
will cost you $54.95.
Okay, now if I can remember our weed math that you taught me,
Mhm.
that seems expensive.
It's almost double
Yeah.
what some of the other strains on the market are. But just like when you pay for quality
Mhm.
and exclusivity,
Yep.
you pay more. It is a craft strain. It's
Nice.
a craft cultivar. So you're not going to, it's like when you get a batch of wine, for
Mhm.
example, you don't get the exact same Do you know what I mean? Like it's
yeah.
apparently it's like a different year, or Scotch, or
Oh, so like, oh, do you have the 1982 Alien Cinnamon Cookie? That's a great year.
well,
Is it like that?
it's interesting because yeah, every time you test a new harvest,
Mhm.
it comes in different because
Oh, so there could be more popular years
absolutely.
of a cannabis strain.
Absolutely. And I
Okay.
think we seen that earlier when I did the ice cream, I think it was ice cream cake lot 4,
Right.
because depending on which batch it is, it's a little
Right.
different.
Okay.
It happens with flour, it happens with concentrates. Yeah.
So just like the moon landing, you can't ever really know for sure what you're getting with this.
You know what? With cannabis, it goes even further, because if you have a mother plant,
Mhm.
which is what you would have as a parent,
Yep.
and it flowers
Right.
and it pollinates, and you get seeds, or it gets germinated and you have seeds. Each one of those seeds become a baby.
Okay.
Just like when you have babies, each baby is
Oh, it's a
different.
little bit different. Yeah, it has the same genetic code of sorts.
But each plant will look different,
Yeah.
have different, profiles of cannabinoids. But here's where it gets even worse. I say worse as in because if you're trying to get a consistent product
Mhm.
from every single time, this is what I've learned. And please, somebody, if I'm wrong, help me understand. But from my understanding, even if you were to take cuttings of that mother, you
Right.
just take branches and you make it root, and it's the exact same plant. It's like taking my arm and putting it so it roots and it grows another plant, another me, except just like in nature versus nurture, where you put me or the plant, we'll say where you put the plant,
Mhm.
because obviously my arm's not going to grow a whole other person. But
Obviously.
but if you were to put that same plant in a different environment,
Mhm.
the outcome will be different. Did you put it in direct sunlight? Did you grow it in what medium did you grow it in? The humidity in the room, what type of light you used. Like, just like in life, you take two twins and separate them,
See,
everything changes.
every single episode we do where you throw it, and by the way, just so you know, like you mentioned words in that description that
Mhm.
even though I don't fully remember what those words are,
Yes.
you've mentioned them, and so I'm slowly learning and going, oh, that's a familiar word now. But the more we're doing this show, the more I am getting a very simple concept, and that is weed does not equal weed.
Mm-mm.
It's not as simple as, oh, that's weed. It is so much more complex. The variety is so, and now you're even going into the fact that even the strain name can break out into like that's crazy. It's not
Mhm.
weed. Weed is not weed. There is a large complex system happening, and
Yeah,
that's
and
fascinating.
I'm super excited because now with legalization, there's a lot more testing going on,
Yeah.
and we're finding out a lot more about these cannabinoids and what they do and how to use them to benefit.
Okay, so what was the name of that one again?
Alien Sin Mint cookies. And if you would like to try it, it is available on the Ontario Cannabis Store website, or maybe at your local retailer. There are quite a few around. And I will say, yes, it's expensive, but it's almost always sold out.
So people
So
are
if you
wanting
can
it,
get your hands on it,
right?
it's worth a try.
Right. Yeah.
It's definitely a top quality product for sure.
Cool. It's got a great name. That's one of my favorite strain names that I've ever heard.
Right? And I think that's good marketing too.
Absolutely. Just
Yeah.
like the newbie and the doobie. Yep.
Definitely.
All right. My high five list today.
High five.
High five. Just so you know, for our listeners, it's not just Moon Day today, Space Day, but when this episode airs tomorrow,
Mm-hmm.
if you watch this on the day that it launches, tomorrow is my birthday.
That's right.
Tomorrow's
It
my
is.
birthday.
It is.
And it was like, I was like, oh, maybe we should just launch it on my birthday. But we've been really sticking. So if you've been listening to us for some time now, this is episode, I believe we are episode 14. We come out Tuesday mornings on YouTube and in podcast form, and we've kind of stuck to that. So it didn't quite land on my birthday, but my birthday is tomorrow.
You know, I was going to bring a present today
Could
to
have
give
like a
you.
cake.
I thought about it, and I was like, with the wait time was rushed, and the donuts got squished, and I didn't want to squish a cake.
That's true too. We did.
But I was like, if I get you a present now, then I'm gonna have to get you a present later, and it's hard enough to try and figure out what to get you for your birthday because I feel like you have everything.
I do have everything. I literally do. Now you may say, well, Tim, you don't have Lamborghini. Well, I don't care, nor do I want a Lamborghini. But I have heard that it's very difficult to buy me presents, and I actually concede that because there isn't a whole lot that I want. I have a pretty simple life. I really just want to keep doing what I love and be able to pay my bills and be able to eventually create enough income that will allow me to, vanish to a place where I don't have to really concern myself with life, but I can still then create. So I would still do, so don't fear. It's like, well, if we support the podcast, he won't do the podcast anymore. He's going to go and
no,
vanish.
It'll just be a different type of studio.
Yeah, it would just allow me
on an island.
It will allow me to be completely free to just create. And we've already talked about that. If we can just create enough income that we don't have to worry about our daily bills, we would probably create even more content because the time spent trying to get that money. So anyways, the point of all this,
it's funny, get that money,
show me the money. What is that? No, let's make it rain. It's two different things. Anyways,
I don't know why, but the song just came into my head. Once upon a time, not long ago, I was a hoe, and I'm admitting it. Don't take it back, because I did the shit. I was a hoe.
See, you don't look, let's just be honest. You don't get that on every podcast.
I just realized how many swear words I said there. Well, sorry, Mom.
Yeah, and you probably got us demonetized because now we're gonna have to pay them money for that.
Oh, well, if they picked up that song from me singing that little bit, then
you nailed it. It was pretty much
I had to have nailed it.
Yeah, we'll wait for the cease and desist on that one.
Okay.
Very well done, by the way.
Thank you.
Yeah. So today's Timmy's high five list is connected to my birthday. And
nice.
Yeah. So this is 5 things that I want and could use.
For your birthday?
Yeah.
Oh, good. I need to know this.
Right? So, and everybody does, quite frankly. And listen, I am not opposed. If it's not on this list, I'm not opposed ever to receiving gifts. You want to send me a gift? I love the 80s. So anything 80s related.
Just send us a message. We've got an address.
Yeah. So do that. But here are 5 things. These would be the top 5 things currently on my list, not including things like give me $1 million. To me, that's like, it's like,
who doesn't want $1 million?
Right? Everybody wants that. So here we go. So number 5 on my list of gifts that Timmy wants. So it's gifts to give somebody who has everything.
Okay.
Number 5.
Give to Timmy.
Yeah, is an avocado tree. I love my avocados. I have avocados in my breakfast. If I could have an avocado tree, if someone could send me an avocado tree that I could plant and then harvest my own avocados. Ever since I became a vegan, I'm not a vegan now, long story. Maybe we talk about that in a different episode. But if I had my own avocado tree to be able to harvest my own avocados, that to me, it's one of the best. I love chopping my avocado up in the mornings, putting it in my breakfast.
Fun fact about an avocado is it actually does not start to ripen until picked from the tree. So you basically can use the tree as storage. You just leave them on the tree.
Oh, okay. So legit.
You need an avocado tree.
I need an avocado tree. So if somebody want to hook me up with an avocado tree, that would be awesome. Number 4 on my list is sorry, I switched one just recently. Number 4 on my list is the Batman suit that Michael Keaton wore in the 1989 Batman movie. So I have a cowl. I have the.
Yeah, we've seen that on Embrace Your Geekness Day.
Yes, last episode.
Yes.
I showed my my Batman cowl, and it's a exact replica of the 1989 Batman. I would love the entire suit. That would be a gift that I would really appreciate. So if anybody can find it.
I feel bad that I did see that online, but it was like maybe $4,000.
Yeah, it was expensive. So if we want to start a fund, that's what I would get. Number 3 on my list would be access keeping in line with Space Day, Moon Day, access to Area 40,
49?
40, no, what is it?
It's 51.
Area 51. Area 41, 80 what? I want to go in and just see, like, if there is nothing there, if all this, alien stuff and moon landings, if moon landings happened and aliens aren't real and blah, blah, just let me in the door. Let me go in. That's all I'm at for a birthday gift. I think that's a fair birthday gift.
Mhm.
Yes?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right.
Sorry, the fly
I
on
know
the
you're
table
watching
is
a
like-
bug. I know you're watching a bug. All right, here we go.
Yeah, no more bug.
Now we're down to the big ones though. Number 2 on my list, Timmy's high five, okay, of gifts that you can get me.
Okay, sorry, what was the last one? I was busy killing that bug.
Area 51. I want access to Area 51.
We
it's
can just storm there.
avocado tree, Batman suit, Area 51.
Okay.
Okay. And number 2 is I would love to just an evening, a dinner, a afternoon hangout with Alyssa Milano.
Okay.
If someone can arrange that,
Can I be there?
you could be there.
Okay.
I wrote a book and I autographed it for Alyssa Milano, and I met her once and I gave her the book and she smiled. And so I know that she read it. Okay. But we haven't been able to connect ever since then.
I don't know if that's.
Yeah, that's the way
But
it
she
works.
smiled when you gave it to her?
Yes. So I know that she probably read it at that point, but you can check
Okay.
online. I have pictures of that, but I would like to actually spend time with her. So if anybody knows her and can reach out and just say, hey, the star of Newbie and Doobie, one of the stars.
Mhm, I heard it.
Look at that. I already said it. Let's just say it. No.
If you say it enough times, maybe it'll become reality.
That's awkward. So Alyssa Milano, and number 1 on my list of gifts to give Timmy, I would love somebody to come over to my house and just take however long it needs to be done and to dust off my entire G.I. Joe collection. I have a huge G.I. Joe collection, and I took it out of the boxes a few years ago because I finally have space to display it all. It had been in boxes since like 1993, and now they're all out, but they're all covered in dust. And I just don't have the time, nor the energy, or the desire to undust them, but they deserve to be undusted. So there you go.
They really do. And I think I attempted to one time, and your son was there, and I accidentally knocked off one of the stickers. And I was like, and he looked at me and he was like, that's why I don't touch them.
That's funny.
And I was like, don't tell him. And I licked the back of my finger and I stuck the sticker back to the propeller, and I was like, he won't know. But I just told you, so I guess now you know.
It's all good. It's all good. So look, and these are the types of gifts. When you talk about somebody who you can't get anything for,
yes,
start thinking out of the box. These are the 5 lists. They're on record now. So play it back if you need to. If somebody pulls off any of these, you might very well be my favorite person.
I might have
in
to
the world.
see if I can find an avocado tree, because that one would be the gift that kept on giving.
Right?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes.
So there you go. That's what you can get me tomorrow when I celebrate my birthday. Let's do word of the week. What do you got for us today? What is the word
All
of the
right.
week?
So I have the word topical.
Topical.
Yeah. Can you imagine what a topical might be?
Yep. Today's topical is Moon Day.
I was going to say something we're talking about. No.
No.
A topical is any product that is infused with a cannabis extract. However, it's for external use only, not to be used around the eyes or ingested.
This was one of the ones that you said. Let me see if I can get this right. It was topical tinctures. Oh, there were like flour. Topical tinctures, flour. That's it. That's the only 3. I'm doing pretty good though. I'm a newbie.
So it's the different consumption methods.
Right.
Flour you smoke.
Yes. Topical you put on you.
Yeah. That's
Tincture you put
external.
under your tongue.
In your mouth.
In your mouth.
Yeah.
Oh, edibles.
Yes.
And edibles you eat.
What else do you smoke? Or sometimes bake with?
Butter.
Yes, but what is a butter a form of?
A form of fat.
Extract or concentrate.
Extract and concentrate. Right.
Yes.
We even looked. Okay. all right.
Yes.
Okay. I'm getting. Look, folks. Sometimes I just.
It was
need,
pretty good. You got 4 and 5.
I just need to kind of remind myself every once in a while. So hopefully you're learning along with me. Okay. So
Yes.
topicals.
So a topical, extremely important. It's for external use only. Generally, a topical is a lotion or a bath bomb or bath salt or something of that sort.
Right.
the difference is when you put it, like when you smoke or eat cannabis or use a tincture, you get an internal, it goes like right into the bloodstream. It
Okay.
gets like, you get this psychoactive.
Which one?
Everything for by smoking and eating it.
Yeah.
It's like euphoric and
Right.
it hits you completely different. It goes through your bloodstream. Whereas when you take a topical and rub it, it's localized. So it really only works, like it stays in that location. Like some people swear by topicals. You know, I use it for my arthritis. I have a bad back. I have a bad knee. Like you'll hear me say a million times over, I cannot make any claim or efficacy. You know, like I can't talk about the efficacy of a drug or a cream or anything because I'm no doctor. But I know that some people have said, man, this bath bomb, I'm sore from a day of work and I put this bath bomb in and I get out feeling like $1,000,000. And to those people, I say, great. Personally,
Like
I
this
just
bath
like,
bomb is efficacy amazing.
I
Is
personally,
that how you use the word in a
no,
sentence?
no. Okay, so I just like the way it makes my skin feel. And whether that's the cannabis oil in the bath bomb or it's whatever else, like it's a lavender or, you know, whatever they put into the product.
Is it connected to like CBD? Like, is that what that is?
Well, the product can have different.
Can a topical have THC?
It can, yes.
Okay, because I've heard a lot about people who use like the CBD oil, they call it, but it's specifically CBD oil, but a topical could be THC as well.
So CBD oil or CBD products generally, because of the information that people have been given, people immediately go, THC is psychoactive and I don't want to take it because I just want to feel like me, and they don't want to feel disassociated from themselves.
Mhm.
And what people don't understand is that in some cases, people can take CBD and feel disassociated. They feel some sort of psychoactive effect. So we're learning that CBD is not always a non-psychoactive.
Right. Okay.
And we need to learn more. We need to study more and figure out what's going on. Why do certain people have certain effects to certain things and others don't? And you know, what makes that bomb tick, so to speak.
So for the people out there who are kind of like against cannabis because they're like, all those people smoking all the time, the benefits of cannabis can be done through a topical cream.
I know many people that use multiple combinations of these methods of consumption where, you know, an edible or a tincture takes longer to take effect, but it lasts for a lot longer. So somebody who works in an office job, who's sitting at their desk for like, you know, X amount of hours, they only get a lunch, they have X amount of hours. Sometimes they'll take a little capsule, like an oil capsule, and just swallow it. You know, taking a capsule of oil is a lot more acceptable as a form of medicine than, you know, if you told your friend at work, yeah, I got to go take my medicine, and you went and took a bottle out with a pill and you took it, they would accept that.
Yep.
But if you went, oh, I got to go
That's
take my
normalized.
medicine and go out and smoke a joint, you know, but it works differently for everybody. The smoking is the immediate effect. It's like, if you have stomach acid problems, there is like Prevacid where you take every single day. And if you don't take it, then what happens is in a couple of days, you'll get really bad stomach pains because it hasn't had the time to work consistently, keeping your stomach acids low. But then there's also a product called Tums. I'm sure you've heard of it. It's for immediate relief that people take. Oh, I just ate that like spicy whatever. And then they pop a couple Tums, it goes down, it neutralizes itself. Which, interesting fun fact, one of the main working ingredients in Tums is actually sodium bicarbonate, also known as baking soda.
Okay.
So if you're ever having any sort of
Take some baking
stomach
soda.
problems
'Cause
like
you've
acid
done that.
reflux and you don't have Tums, because I don't use Tums, haven't used them since I was pregnant. That's exactly what I do. I take out a shot glass, a 1 ounce shot glass, and I take half a teaspoon of baking soda in an ounce of water and mix it up real good. Now,
Well,
I mean,
you put baking soda in those little pills.
Okay, so let me finish this. So I tried that, but because I had like I almost died on pharmaceuticals
Mhm.
because of the prescriptions and all that stuff. And I have a mental problem. As soon as I put that baking soda into the pill and put the pill in my mouth, even though I know it's baking soda, I have trouble swallowing it.
Right.
So I've been doing the shot glass method, and it's disgusting. It's super salty, and that's why I say you really got to mix it up good. Like I'm stirring this as I'm getting ready to take it like a shot, and I shoot it back like you would like a vodka shot. And then instead of chasing it with pop, I would chase it with water. And what that does is it pushes the baking soda stuff down into my stomach, which immediately starts like going to work and neutralizing all the acid, and a lot of like gas comes up, and I feel better.
Cool. So on the topical
I
thing,
know that's a lot of information there.
no, it's all good. I'm sure there's people out there that are struggling with that same sort of thing. Can you get high with a topical?
Absolutely not. I mean, you could eat it, but you probably get really sick.
Yeah, you probably wouldn't want to eat it. There's
No.
a warning label on that.
No, you don't.
Don't eat.
Like a Tide Pod.
Yeah, don't
Not
eat.
for consumption.
I'm surprised they don't have that on like a chainsaw. Do not eat.
Well, it's funny because right here it says external use only.
And then that's the bold letters.
Yeah,
That's
bold
funny.
letters.
All right.
I'm sorry, I gotta take this off. I'm like sweating. I don't know if you can see the beads dripping down my mustache. You thought I was gonna say forehead. No?
Yeah. Okay, once again, man.
Or you
it's a
can see
trap.
it.
Trap.
It's a trap.
It's a
trap.
It's a trap.
Run!
It's a trap.
It's funny.
Trap. Okay. So topicals.
Yeah.
So, okay. So let me try to run through this one more time here, and then we're going to bring in our friends Tim and Janice.
Oh yay!
So topicals, tinctures, flour, edibles, and why it's that last one that I can't get.
Is it because I gave you 2 words?
Extracts. Extracts
Ah,
or concentrates.
There you go. That's all you needed.
Sweet.
Good job.
I'm getting this thing. Soon I won't even be a newbie at that point.
I know. You'll
Just
be
like-
teaching.
It'll be like the doobie and the non-consuming doobie.
You know what we need to do?
That doesn't flow as well though.
We need to bring on another newbie and have you teach them what you know.
Oh. Newbie versus newbie. That would be a nice segment. Bring
Yeah.
on a newbie and have her. So for those of you who did not see the episode a little while ago where we introduced you to Tim and Janice.
Yes. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's too bad. You should go back and see that episode. That was their first time attempting to chat about cannabis.
I know, it's funny. I'm like, here's the topic of the show. If you could just do something around that. They're like, yeah, we got it. We got it. We got it.
They
So
always
let's
got it,
hope.
though.
Let's hope.
Yeah.
We gave them the topic of space.
That's right. Because today we told them today was Space Day.
Well, it's moon. Wait, did we say Moon Day or Space Day?
I think we said Space Day.
Oh no, I hope this didn't cause any confusion.
All right. Well, the last thing that Tim and Janice need is confusing messages, but
That's true.
let's see what Tim and Janice have for us today on one more episode of Tim and Janice. Hi, I'm Tim.
And I'm Janice. Today we are going to be talking about space. So without further ado, take it away, Tim.
Fun fact, an organized kitchen is the #1 step to an organized life. I like to go big spoon, little spoon, big fork, little fork.
Tim,
Yes, Janice?
not inner space, outer space.
Fun fact, a coordinated and well-groomed lawn is the second step to an organized life. I like to go blue gnome, yellow gnome, then blue gnome, yellow gnome, blue gnome, yellow gnome, blue gnome, yellow gnome, blue gnome. Should we have said Moon Day?
I don't even know. I have no words.
We should have said Moon Day. I think that might.
I think it, yeah, I wondered that because I was like, we said space.
Yeah.
And then I was a little, yeah.
Tim and Janice, the couple that you
keeps on
hate to
giving.
love. That's how you describe it? The hate to love.
Yeah, the couple you hate to love.
Hashtag Team Blue and Yellow. If you want to see more of Tim and Janice, you can go on to TikTok is their primary home, or the TikTok as they would say.
Yes.
And it's Tim_and_Janice.
Yeah. Spelled the boring way, because she's nice.
Janice with a C.
Yeah, Jan nice.
Jan nice. Oh, Jan nice. Oh, very nice.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Yes.
So Tim and Janice on TikTok, check them out. And we're always excited. We'll bring them back on for some other things. We'll just be a little more clear in what we want them to talk about.
Yes. Although it is funny.
I don't know. Maybe we should tell them nothing. To say, bring us some information.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Right.
Maybe
Next time
we should
bring
tell
them
them to
on-
just be like, give us a fun fact.
Yeah, just give us a fun fact. We don't even care. That's what we'll do next time.
That's
So
awesome.
this now brings us
Oh, yes.
to what gets me going. Not get what gets me going.
What gets
it's what
me
gets
going.
you going.
Which is so funny because I don't know if I've said this before, but you said, MJ, let's do this segment called What Gets Me Going. And I'm like, no, I got nothing. And it's very apparent that a lot of stuff gets me going because I sit down and I'm like, oh, you know what gets me going? And I think I've already got my next one picked out.
No, I was because of what I do know about you.
Mhm.
It wasn't difficult when I said we should do this segment called what gets me going.
Mhm.
And I knew full well you could find
I have
info.
very strong opinions,
You do.
one way or the other.
And it's good.
And I will voice those opinions.
Yep.
However, I also believe that I am the kind of person that will listen to other people's opinions because I'm open to discussion. So, that being said, I'm going to jump right into it.
What gets you going?
Okay, so today I'm going to talk about, I don't know how to word this exactly, but there is differences in the regulations and rules around cannabis and alcohol in Canada, specifically Ontario, because we're in Ontario and that's what I focused on. So we have the AGCO.
Okay.
The Alcohol and Gaming Commission of Ontario. They control alcohol, gaming, right, in Ontario.
They're the
and
commission
cannabis, which
of
is funny
alcohol.
because you figured it would be alcohol, gaming, and cannabis in Ontario. But I'm pretty sure they've been the AGCO for a lot longer than cannabis was legal. But anyways, so there's the LCBO, Liquor Control Board of Ontario.
Yep.
Then you have the OCS, the Ontario Cannabis Store,
Right.
which is funny because there's no physical store.
Right. Didn't they just get a big fancy new logo a little while ago?
When they first came out,
The
yeah, you
fan-
had to bring that up.
Oh, wait,
eh?
that
'Cause
could be
I showed-
another what gets me going. Maybe we shouldn't go there.
It really, yeah. So they
The
spent
fancy
way
logo.
too much money on this logo, and any child could have done this. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I know they wanted to keep it simple, but a circle with the letters OCS in the middle for thousands of dollars is a little ridiculous.
It is a really nice circle. I'm going to stand
It's
on
a
their side
perfect
on this
circle.
one.
It's
perfect
not an
circle.
oval.
Yeah. I had a science teacher.
But it's not a
Mr.
sphere.
Mr. Vorvis would walk up and he would draw a circle with chalk on the wall.
And it was
or on the
perfect.
chalkboard. It was perfect. Like, I swear to you, it was perfect. Like how
You know what? How he did it? He spent every day for like 4 hours after school standing there at the board just doing circles after circle after circle and be like, I'm going to impress these students.
right?
No,
No.
not right. He just had a gift.
The gift, yeah, the gift that baffled. Like there was a time. So when I was a human, like stuff like that, I'd be like, that doesn't make any sense to me. But I've seen stuff now, right? So you can't put that genie back in the bottle, as they say. But I was amazed at the time. I was like, that's outstanding.
I can't get over how long your hair is getting.
All right, isn't it crazy? This is literally COVID hair. It's going to be cut very, very soon.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry, sidetrack, derail there. The
Yeah.
perfect circle, but not sphere. It's like the
Okay,
world.
right. Okay. So
Okay.
back to the main point. I'm sorry. I shouldn't
Okay,
have- shouldn't have
so
jumped in there.
so the Ontario Cannabis Store is 100% online sales. Whereas with like retail stores that sell cannabis, right now there is 628 stores in Ontario that are open.
Right.
They have their windows covered, and they are not allowed to have children in the store at all.
Right.
You're like, well, yeah, MJ, why should they allow children in the store? It's a weed shop. Okay. But what if I have no car and I have no childcare and no other time because I'm a single parent to go and get my cannabis? I literally have to, I'm going to leave my 4-year-old, if I had one, standing outside while I went in to get what I needed. Now, fortunately, a lot of these ones are now doing curbside pickup. So that is, you know, a way to work around that. So things are changing and improving. That's like I'm saying, these regulations I'm like picking at. I feel like we need to talk about them so that way we can make change. And who knows, on the backside, they might actually be working to change all of these things already.
Right.
Right. But these are the things that I'm
Or
saying that
they're
don't
gonna
make
change
sense.
it after this. That's
Well,
how
it would be nice if, you know, I could be a voice, but that's why I'm trying to like educate people. Like,
Right.
yes, it just doesn't, it leaves me scratching my head and wondering, why is it different?
So you can bring a kid into an LCBO?
So, and see, this is the thing. Since 1920, when prohibition ended in Ontario, the LCBO has over 670 retail stores with an online portal. You're like, yeah, okay, so it's about even 628,
Yep.
670. But they also have 400 outlets, which are independent local retailers that are in communities where access may not be so convenient.
Okay.
Now, let's keep in mind we're talking about alcohol, which is technically, it's a poison. If we drink too much of it, it's a poison.
Right.
That's why we have to make sure that we stay within our certain, you know, certain levels. From what I understand, nobody has actually died from cannabis consumption. There have been a lot of cannabis related deaths through crime and all sorts of other things, but nobody, I think, has ever died from consuming cannabis joints. I think it's like a ridiculous amount of joints you would have to consume. And I'm still waiting for somebody to go, I am willing to supply all the cannabis you would like to try and kill yourself in the like assisted death program, and be like, if you want to die, let's try and kill you with marijuana to see how much marijuana it would take to kill somebody. Like, I know that's a really morbid thing to even sit here and say, but I feel like we need to do a test, and we're not going to do a test on some random person that doesn't want to die. But I think a side effect might be that person might actually feel a little better after consuming the cannabis and go, wait, I don't want to die anymore.
And then they take one more puff and boom. He's like, oh,
now
that's
most likely they'd
depressing.
be a medical cannabis
Well,
consumer
but-
forever.
So, but that's like that in itself though reveals something, doesn't it? That that in your scenario you would be saying, I need to find somebody who wants to leave the world, so we can pump them up with enough cannabis to see if it works. Meanwhile, you got people who are quite happy in the world, have no desire to leave it,
And still pump
and have
themselves
gotten
up with cannabis.
and have gotten alcohol poisoning. So
Yes.
the amount of alcohol is already been tested as harmful.
Well, teens have
to
alcohol.
a level, but you're saying you can't even just take a regular person and do it. You need to find somebody who can handle enough that they're okay.
Well,
with
every
possibly-
person that died from alcohol abuse, like too much alcohol, never wanted to die from it. They just didn't know their limit.
Right, but that shows you that like in your scenario, you can't even just pick a regular Joe Blow to try to pump full marijuana to see. You need to find somebody who's like, I'm ready to.
Well,
ready to go.
yeah, because I would never harm anybody.
Because the level
purposely.
of consumption is
Oh, it's massive.
yeah,
It's
okay.
massive for
Well,
sure. So, to me, it just doesn't make sense that they're putting them in to ensure that every community everywhere has access to this thing. And then it gets even better. There's 450 grocery stores that sell beer and cider. Out of those 450, 150 of them also sell wine. So they sell beer, cider, and wine. And like we had discussed before, no kids in the cannabis store. However, in Walmart, the one in the town we live in,
Mm-hmm.
the beer and wine is directly across from the chips.
Right. Yeah.
Who eats the most chips? Kids. Like, I'm sorry, I don't. I maybe adults eat them too. I'm sure they do, but like, you're going to a kids' party. What do you bring? You bring chips.
Right. Well,
If you're gonna
and,
keep the alcohol out of the sight of children,
and even if
then
it's not, though, I mean, people walk in with their kids in tow
in the liquor store,
in Walmart. So even if the chips aren't just consumed by children, parents obviously is going to have their child and
well,
look
that's
right
the thing.
over. And
There's no barrier. You can literally
Yeah.
just walk right past,
Yep.
and all the alcohol is there. It's a teenager could pick it up and shove it in their jacket or in their bag and walk out with it. Like that's concerning to me. Yeah, there's almost 900 manufacturer retail stores as well on alcohol, and I don't even know what a manufacturer retail store is. I asked Alexa, and she's getting pretty dumb in her old age. I might have to
I would assume it's
fix that.
It's like those wine stores, right? Where you can make your own wine and then they sell it as well. I would think something like that. Make your own beer.
Maybe, yeah, okay, that makes
Right?
sense.
Make your own beer.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Okay.
But yeah, I don't think we have anything like that for cannabis yet.
No, you don't have like a come
there-
cut your own.
No,
pot?
it would probably be bring your flour and
Right.
we'll help you turn it into a concentrate.
Okay,
We'll help you make it into a butter or an oil.
Yeah. Okay. So
Yeah.
there's nothing like that. So you're saying there's a discrepancy, and so it looks good on the first surface of how many retail shops there are currently.
Yeah.
But in terms of
But then when you
how
delve
those are
into
accessed
it,
and
yeah.
how other options.
And like I said, the Ontario Cannabis Store is done strictly online. So it's done through a mail model system. Not like
I'm a mail
mail
model.
models, but like,
Yeah.
the mail, like through the mail, old school mail.
If I wanted to be a model, I could have, but I chose not to. I want to win the comedy.
I say old school mail, but like a guy shows up at your house and he like checks your ID.
Mhm.
And you get a like email or a text message that says your like courier will arrive from this time to this time. And like it's definitely more convenient than back in the day when you had to call Buddy
Yeah, buddy.
because this guy's actually reliable.
Right.
However, let's talk minors. Let's jump into minors.
Okay.
Because we were talking about kids in the store.
Yeah.
So in Ontario, this is something I didn't know. I knew you had to be 19 to drink. However, I did not know that if you're a minor, but you're at home and you're in the care of your parent or guardian, and they say it's allowable, you are allowed by law to have a drink. However, you cannot, as a child, you cannot drink, you cannot open it or mix it or pour it.
Right.
Your parent has to literally hand you the cup, bottle, whatever, opened, and you can drink it. Now that I was like, okay, I've heard of like maybe sometimes parents give their kids wine at, dinner. Most of the time you don't like it. It's wine or champagne and it tastes like crap. But at a restaurant, you are the same thing from 16 to 19. You're allowed to drink legally. I could take my kid to a restaurant and order a beer and hand it to him, and he can sit there and drink it. Now, the minimum fine for buying or giving a child, a minor, alcohol, doesn't even matter if they're 18 and this kid, whatever, $500 if it's not your own child.
Yeah, fair enough.
Okay. Now,
And you said you weren't going to have enough information for what gets.
I
me
know I
going.
got like a couple cue cards here. So recreationally in Canada, same thing, 19 years.
Okay.
You have to be 19. However, other than medically, there are no exceptions. None.
Mhm.
If you are caught giving a child, does not matter if it's your own child, somebody else's kid, same thing. Penalty is up to 14 years of jail. And the weird thing that I found is when I was doing the research for this, when I researched giving alcohol to a minor in Ontario, it says you will be fined a minimum of $500. And when you search cannabis, it says you will receive up to a maximum of 14 years. So I don't understand why they give the maximum for the cannabis and the minimum for the alcohol. It's almost like, well, the alcohol is more like a, we'll give you this slap on the wrist. But if you dare give a kid a joint or a cookie or, anything,
Right.
you're going to prison for 14 years.
Right. You could get a slap in the wrist, but they're promoting the maximum.
Exactly. They're putting the fear into you
Right.
that it's 14 years.
Yeah.
Now, with all of that being said, I have a 16-year-old who has asked me about cannabis, and I will give him and every other child the same response. You're not meant to have cannabis or alcohol before you're 19. That's just the way it is. That's the way the law says it is. And unless medically you need cannabis, it shouldn't be a thing, because there are, like we talked about with Maddie, when I was younger, I didn't think about the growth and development of my brain. And I'm extremely fortunate that I'm sitting here and not drooling and I'm actually able to have a conversation, like I want to say an educated conversation, but I couldn't think of the word. So don't know how educated that was, but you get my point. So it's not something I promote, but I just would like to see the differences. Like even sex stores don't have their windows covered anymore.
Right.
Like you can look right through the window and see blow up dolls and Justin
We've spent
Bieber
some time staring in windows before now.
and Spencer's, the store Spencer's. I was mortified one day because they have the posters and the wallets and the tie-dye t-shirts and the sex toys and the lingerie, like literally all in the same area. And my kid was like, what is that? And I look at it and I was like, oh my God. 7-year-old looking at like a toy, an adult toy. And I was like, oh my God, how did this even get in here? So like, I believe there's a place and a time for everything. And I do believe we should do everything we can to keep cannabis out of the hands of our youth. However, I feel like not enough is being done on the alcohol side. Exhibit A. It's an LCBO booklet that I've had it for a while, because it says the price offers are in effect from January 3rd to the 30th of this year. But this came in my mailbox, not to me, which means they sent one to everybody. I don't drink. I didn't ask for this. Why are you sending me pictures with fruity drinks? And why do they look so tempting? Like this one here even has a cupcake on it. If we're trying to not appeal to younger audiences, then why are we putting a cupcake on it? We're adults. We don't need to see the dang cupcake.
I like cupcakes.
So do children. Maybe it's because they know that none of this stuff actually tastes good.
Maybe.
I don't know. It's like tobacco ads back in the day. They used to promote a certain lifestyle and a certain, you're not a man like me if you don't smoke Marlboros or whatever it was. Meanwhile, they all died of lung cancer, throat cancer, whatever. And now they're like, oh no, smoking's bad. We don't see smoking ads, and you definitely wouldn't see a booklet come to your house. So anyways, that's what gets me going.
That certainly did.
Okay. Can I do one more thing before we go?
Sure.
Okay.
Let's do that.
Okay.
You think like I'm going to stop you now.
I know. This has to do with carry limits, cannabis carry limits.
Right.
And I just learned this because I'm working as a legal bud tender or as a bud tender in a legal store. And I knew you're only allowed to carry 30 grams of cannabis on you, but that's dried flower. So there was always a lot of confusion for me of what happens when I have brownies or, topical, for example. So 30 grams of dried flower is the equivalent to 150 grams of fresh cannabis. So if you have like plants, 450 grams of edible product. So if you use like a heavy flour or whatever into the baking of the brownies, you have to take that weight into it's not 450 grams of cannabis in that, it's 450 grams of product, cookies, whatever. In a liquid product like a drink, it's 2.1 liters, which is 2,100 grams, 7.5 grams of concentrates, which is in liquid or solid form, and 30 cannabis seeds, because they count one cannabis seed as a gram.
Okay.
And I just want to point out, if I walked into the liquor store, do you think there would be a limit on how much cannabis or how much alcohol, I could purchase at once?
I don't know. I don't buy alcohol either.
There's not. You literally, people have gone in and bought enough alcohol for their weddings, for their backyard parties, it's enough alcohol for 200 people. And nobody ever asked them, what are you buying all this booze for? I mean, maybe they do, but when you get told it's for a wedding, it's just moved on.
Right.
And the thing that I was thinking about the other day, and I think I mentioned this to you, as a salesperson, I like to upsell. If somebody comes in and they're talking about, oh, they love a bath bomb or whatever, they want to try a bath bomb. If they've already picked up their, 28 grams or their ounce of weed, I can't really sell them anything else. I have to walk that customer up to the till and check them out. And that's not really good from a business standpoint. If I was my employer, I'd be like, how am I going to sell more stuff? Right? So there's a lot of regulations that need work. And like I said, I hope they're working on the back end to change some of these things.
Right. Okay. So it basically comes down to there's a discrepancy between two products that should be handled more similar, is what you're saying. In a short.
Here's the thing. I don't think they should be handled more similar, because I think they are different. However, I feel like they're being all loosey-goosey with alcohol, and they're being all, tight with cannabis, when if you're going to compare alcohol to cannabis and say that they have very similar rules and they're run by the same people, then have the same rules. Like I don't know.
Well, it clearly got you going.
It did get me
So there's
going.
another episode of what gets me going right there.
It was awesome.
I'm glad you can get that off.
Was my face red from like?
You looked a little intense. At one point there, I was going.
It is warm.
I was going, no, she's looking a little intense here. But that's how we want to end it, right? We want to end it on that note. Thank you for spending another hour or so with us. Check out all our other videos. It was a good moon day, space day, and I'm looking
and it's
forward.
Going to be a great birthday tomorrow.
I'm going to be celebrating my birthday tomorrow. So send those gifts if you can. Send me an avocado tree. Contact us. We'll give you a mailing list. That would be amazing.
Or a maid.
Oh, a maid would be good too.
That's insured, because I tell you, if you knock another sticker off Timmy's helicopter.
Yeah, they're cameras. I'm Timmy Boyle.
I'm Mary Jane Baker. Stay lifted.
And keep on laughing.
Opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Hi, I'm Timmy.
And I'm Mary Jane. He's the newbie.
She's the doobie. And this is the show
where we
toke
cannabis.
Talk.
From both sides.
Is that even possible?
Tune in Fridays at 7 p.m. Eastern Time on 420radio.ca.
Mornings feel like I woke up in armor, heavy on my shoulders, just to lift the sheet. Staring at a coffee cup like it weighs 100. Phone lights up again, I pretend to sleep. I'm a soft animal on hard days, learning new ways just to stay. If I can breathe through 5 more minutes, that's a victory in my name. I'm a soft animal on hard days and I'm staying. Friends say you look fine, I laugh, change the subject. How do you explain fog inside your bones, counting out the quiet wind shower socks, a message lay back on the pillow like it's made of stone. I'm a soft animal on hard days, learning new ways just to stay. If I can breathe through 5 more minutes, that's a victory in my name. I'm a soft animal on hard days and I'm staying. Maybe I'm not lazy, maybe I'm not weak, maybe this is bravery, getting up this week. I'm a soft animal on hard days, learning new ways just to stay. If I can smile once through this aching, that's a miracle in plain gray. I'm a soft animal on hard days and I'm staying.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Oh yeah, baby, that's lovely.
Good morning and welcome to Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News for May the 28th. We're live here at paceradio.net and 420pace.ca. Good morning, Rev Cindy. It is the end of another month.
Oh my goodness, June next month. That's crazy.
Yes, yeah, actually, next show.
Monday. Yeah, Monday
Yes,
will be June 1st. Yeah.
yes, exactly. It'll sound summery. June
It's
instead of
not feeling summery.
no. Well, I know here I had some blue sky this morning, and I did put my coat on to go outside. It was in the low 50s, and the furnace did come
Yeah. It's raining here today and it's a damp, cold rain. So my arthritis is like screaming, and
on.
it does
Oh,
not feel like it's even May 1st, let alone the end of May, right? It just, yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, we've
yeah.
got some pretty cool fall weather going on here.
Yes, we do. We do. And hey, we get a little bit of all seasons all year round around here, don't we? All right, talking about different seasons and things, we have different stories covering all kinds of topics today. So why don't we get at it?
Why don't we get at it? For sure. Our first story today is coming to us from Marijuana Moment. Bipartisan lawmakers work to codify provisions of Trump's psychedelics order into law to permanently streamline research. Momentum behind psychedelic medicine continues to grow in the United States, and now lawmakers from both major political parties are trying to make recent federal research reforms permanent. According to Marijuana Moment, bipartisan members of Congress are working to turn parts of former president of, again, Marijuana Moment wants to call it former, parts of President Donald Trump's recent executive order on psychedelics into federal law. The goal is to permanently streamline the research process surrounding substances like psilocybin, MDMA, and ibogaine. The executive order directed federal agencies to reduce bureaucratic barriers showing scientific study, particularly in relation to mental health treatment for military veterans suffering from PTSD, depression, addiction, and traumatic brain injuries. Now, lawmakers want those changes written directly into legislation so future administrations cannot simply reverse them. Supporters argue that psychedelic research has been trapped for decades inside outdated regulatory systems built during the height of the drug war. Researchers have frequently complained that obtaining approvals, licenses, and study materials can take years. One lawmaker involved in the push reportedly emphasized that veterans and trauma survivors cannot afford unnecessary delays. The effort also reflects how politically broad psychedelic reform has become in the United States. What was once seen as a fringe counterculture issue is increasingly receiving support from conservatives, veterans groups, researchers, and mental health advocates all alike. If passed, the legislation could significantly accelerate clinical research and help move psychedelic assisted therapies closer to mainstream medical use. And I can't wait to see that happen.
Oh yes, yes, exactly. Yeah, I've got no problem with them making that law to make sure that research is done.
Oh,
Yes,
absolutely. Yeah.
absolutely.
Yeah, it's it's something that's been fought for years via
Mhm.
many people. We could go right back to Tim Leary. We could go to modern day maps. Whether it's Paul Stamets or any of the lawyers, people are pushing for the research
Yeah.
because it's been proven that this stuff helps, and not just by thousands of years of use by the traditional tribes, but it's been proven lately by the people who have learned and facilitated this
No.
in the Western world. We watch miracles happen all the time with these medicines, and it's really really quite beautiful.
Yeah, it's surprising that it seems that every week or every 2 weeks something big comes out, and a lot of different news organizations carry that, make sure that the
Yeah.
information gets spread around.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah. Alrighty. From that, we are going to go on to our next story, which is an update on the further battles of cannabis deschedulization or not deschedulization, but reschedulization in the U.S. The story here comes to me from the Cannabis Business Times, and as you can see, the headline says 3 states challenge Trump's DOJ's Schedule 3 cannabis rule. A pair of medical-only cannabis states and 1 prohibition state are joining the fight to reverse President Donald Trump administration's immediate reclassification of medical cannabis to Schedule 3. Now, on May the 2nd, Nebraska, Indiana, and Louisiana filed a 15-page petition for review in the U.S. Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia, naming U.S. Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche and Drug Enforcement Agency Administrator Terrence Cole as respondents. The petition, filed by State Attorneys General Todd Rotika from Indiana, Mike Hilgers of Nebraska, and Liz Morrell of Louisiana, asked the D.C. Circuit to review Blanche's April 22nd signed order that loosens restrictions on state licensed medical cannabis under the Controlled Substances Act, and the DEA's subsequent final rule published April 28th in the Federal Register, suggesting those actions violate Administrative Procedure Act, the Act, and it says petitioners will show that this agency action falls comport with the requirements of the Administrative Procedure Act 55.1 to 55.9 because it was improperly promulgated and was otherwise procedurally improper, that it exceeds or is inconsistent with pertinent authority, including the Controlled Substances Act. Section, they got a big long number here for the section. And they say, and ultimately, that this agency action is arbitrary, capricious, and an abuse of discretion and not in accordance with law. Don't get a pop in the way. Now, this says that the 3 states' chief legal officer wrote in the petition. And it goes on to say that petitioners thus ask that this court declare unlawful and vacant this final agency action. And on May the 27th, the D.C. Circuit consolidated the state's challenge with SAM and the NDASA's challenge and set a new date of June the 26th deadline for the states to file their brief. Now, SAM and the NDASA have until June the 4th to file theirs. And it finishes off by saying that we welcome these legal challenges brought by the attorneys general who are taking bold action to stop this illicit order, says SAM CEO Kevin Sabat on Wednesday, and continues with, our coalition is growing as leaders around the country recognize that this unprecedented order will cause significant harm to public safety and health. We won't rest until this dangerous action is reversed. Dangerous action. Cindy, that, you know,
dangerous action.
Yes, exactly. Good day, Selena. How you doing? That's a viewer who's tuned in here, and Selena is saying hi, and I'm gonna ask her, how's the pups? She's got some pups. Yeah, I agree. They're sleepy time. They should make it federally legalized already. Exactly. So, all right. From there. Oh, Selena.
Yeah. From there, we're gonna we won't get Cindy started on that. We're gonna head back over to Marijuana Moment. And the article headline here says, problems finding ibogaine to be used in research could slow Trump administration's psychedelic therapy push for veterans. VA secretary says one of the biggest obstacles facing psychedelic medicine right now may not be politics or public opinion. It may simply be supply. According to Marijuana Moment, U.S. Veterans Affairs Secretary Doug Collins says difficulties obtaining reliable sources of ibogaine could slow ongoing efforts to expand psychedelic treatment research for military veterans. Ibogaine is a powerful psychoactive substance derived from an African shrub traditionally used in spiritual ceremonies. in Central West Africa. In recent years, it has attracted major scientific interest because of reports suggesting it may help interrupt severe addiction, PTSD symptoms, and trauma-related conditions. The Trump administration has shown growing interest in psychedelic-assisted therapies for veterans, particularly as rates of suicide, addiction, and treatment-resistant mental health conditions remain high among former service members. But Collins says researchers are encouraging a major logistical issue. There simply is not enough pharmaceutical-grade ibogaine rapidly available for large-scale scientific studies. Because ibogaine remains highly restricted under federal law, sourcing and manufacturing the compound for research purposes is complicated, expensive, and heavily regulated. Researchers also note that ibogaine is more medically complex than some other psychedelics, requiring careful cardiac monitoring due to potential heart-related risks. Even so, advocates continue pushing forward, arguing the treatment's potential may be too important to ignore, especially for veterans who feel conventional therapies have failed them. This story highlights a growing reality in psychedelic science. Public enthusiasm and political momentum are accelerating quickly, but the infrastructure needed to support large-scale medical research is still catching up. And, that's, I'd rather have that problem than trying to fight through politics. If they, if they can pass this, if they can say, okay, let's do the research, let's, get it off of Schedule 1, let's, then it's going to become more abundant.
Yeah.
So, the people want it, the veterans want it. Politics are slowly catching up. And then once politics catch up and make it not completely illegal, you will see it show up more.
Yeah, exactly. And you mentioned about the people had some concerns or fears. They have when it comes to pharmaceutical medications, they always say, the benefits outweigh the risks.
Mm.
So in this instance, the benefits could outweigh the risks.
Yeah, and I've done iboga and ibogaine before. I've sat with the medicine, and when people bring you into this medicine, like you have to get a liver test, you have to get a heart test. They check your blood pressure every 20 minutes. They check your heart rate every 20 minutes. They're looking after you. That's part of being on this medicine. They know what it can do to the heart and to the liver, so they keep an eye. And make you jump through a couple of hoops on your way to taking the medicine. So
that's right. Yeah. Just to our comment there, sleepy time. There's people who would agree with you on that, even here in Canada. Alrighty. From that, we're going to move on to our next story, and this one is coming to us from StratCan, and the headline there says that $2.56 billion in farm receipts marks largest increase in cannabis production since 2020. The Canadian cannabis sector experienced significant growth in 2025, with farm receipts increasing 17% to $2.56 billion and total recreational sales reaching $5.5 billion. Cannabis producers also appeared to be setting aside more cannabis in storage for 2025 since 2025 as well. Now, government revenue from the industry rose to $2.5 billion, while the market continued to shift towards inhaled extracts, which accounted for nearly 1/3 of all sales. Now, despite a general sales slowdown compared to previous years, retail figures remain strong, highlighted by a 6% year-over-year increase in March of 2026. Now, receipts for horticultural products, soybeans, and cannabis reported the largest increases for farm products in Canada in 2025. Now, cannabis receipts rose 17% over year to year to $2.56 billion, marking growing markets growing 39% in 2025, and that's the third largest increase behind horticultural products and soybeans. This marked the largest increase in cannabis production since 2020, according to Stats Canada, and increases in the value of inventory change in 2025 suggest that producers put more cannabis into storage, limiting markets. Now, sales of recreational cannabis by provincial cannabis authorities and other retail outlets increased by 6%, or basically almost $500 million from the previous fiscal year to 5.5 billion in 2024-2025. Now, despite this growth, it was a notable slowdown compared with the sales increase in 23 to 24 and 22 to 23. Now, the price of recreational cannabis decreased by 1% from March of 2024 to 2025, and the sale of inhaled extracts were the fastest growing recreational cannabis category in 24-25. That was up almost 13%, which was continuing to eat away at dried flowers' dominance. Now, the market share of inhaled extracts continued to increase in 24-25, which is up to almost 1/3 of total sales. Now, solid cannabis edibles were the lone cannabis category with a sales decline in 24-25. Now, cannabis sales in 24-25 were equivalent to about $167 per person of legal age to consume cannabis. They say that $384 in Yukon had the highest sales per person, while in Quebec it was $105, which was the lowest. And in Quebec's lower sales somewhat reflect restrictions in effect during the fiscal year, including a ban on cannabis vaping products and topicals, as well as limited edible offerings. Quebec began allowing vape sales in November 2025, and retail cannabis sales in Canada in March of 2026 were $471 million, which was up 6% year over year. However, it should be noted that Stats Canada sales figures for cannabis are often adjusted over time as new data comes in, and they say the current high water mark for monthly sales in Canada in 2025 was $503 million in August and $508 million in December. Lots of numbers there, Cindy.
Lots of numbers there.
Yes. Obviously, money's coming in. There is big numbers there on the tax end. Federally, after that, it gets distributed amongst the provinces, and then it seems to get lost at that point. So,
yeah.
All right. Oh, that was a long story. Got me thirsty. What do you say? Time for us to take a break?
Break sounds like a great idea.
All right. All right. Off we go to break. Well, everybody else gets to watch those and find out who all helps makes our voices louder. And while we get medicated. Other than that, you're watching Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Re-rolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
Pace Radio is the people advocating cannabis education radio network.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
And you're watching Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. And as always, we got 4 more stories to cover. We got Cindy. We're going to go to the UK. We're going to go to where else? Oh, we're going to go.
We're gonna talk about some fun stuff happening here in Canada on the West Coast.
Correct. As well as some medical information as well.
Yes.
All right. So let's get started.
Let's get started. I'm just making sure I've got the right thing shared. I do. Okay. Coming to us from the American Legion, VA launches MDMA assisted mental health therapy trial. If you haven't seen a theme to my stories so far, it's all about psychedelics with the American government and what they're going through. In what many researchers are calling a historic milestone, the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs is officially launching a clinical trial involving MDMA-assisted therapy for veterans struggling with severe mental health conditions. According to the American Legion, the VA will be studying whether MDMA-assisted psychotherapy can help veterans suffering from PTSD and related trauma disorders, conditions that continue to affect enormous numbers of former military personnel. The trial marks a major shift in institutional thinking. For decades, substances like MDMA were viewed almost exclusively through the lens of criminalization and recreational drug culture. Now, one of the largest healthcare systems in the United States is actively exploring whether the compound could become a legitimate therapeutic tool. Researchers involved in the trial say the therapy works differently from traditional psychiatric medicines. Rather than simply suppressing symptoms, MDMA appears to help patients engage with traumatic memories while reducing fear responses and increasing emotional openness during therapy sessions. Advocates for veterans have been especially vocal in supporting this research, arguing that many former soldiers continue to struggle despite years of conventional treatments. One veteran advocate described the moment as long overdue. I agree. The launch of the VA trial also sends a powerful cultural signal. Psychedelic medicine is no longer confined to private clinics or university laboratories. It is increasingly entering major public healthcare institutions. And for many veterans watching closely, the hope is simple: that new tools may finally reach people who have spent years running out of options. And this is true, Al, both for veterans and for any major trauma survivors. To have this happening is really quite exciting, and I'm sure Rick Doblin is loving seeing this happen.
Oh yeah. The VA seems to be pretty active in this end of things as far as the psychedelics. I see here
Yeah.
in the report it says currently VA is involved in 19 active clinical trials with support of more than $23 million from external funding. So there's obviously a lot of support for what's going on.
Yes. Yeah. Well, people are finding that it's helping. I mean, like in straight up, this doesn't, not every medicine is for every person. But that's the reason why we need to research things like ibogaine as well, MDMA, psilocybin, cannabis. And there's others. There's ayahuasca. There's bufo. There's
There's a
and
list.
there's a good long list of natural substances that have helped people for millennia. So like, let's catch up to what the millennia is already saying.
Exactly.
Yeah.
G'day, buddy Weeds. Hope you're having a great morning.
Good morning, buddy.
All right. Any more on that story?
I think we're good.
All right. Okay. Moving on to the next one. This one is coming to us from Leafly, and the headline there says 98% of UK mental health patients report improvement from medical cannabis. Nearly all patients prescribed medical cannabis for mental health conditions reported symptom improvement, according to the largest multi-clinic patient survey of its kind in the UK. The survey, conducted across Mecca, Alderleaf, CB1, Metaleaf, and Curleaf in April of 2026, gathered responses from 6,282 patients. Of the 5,128 patients prescribed treatment for anxiety, depression, or PDSI, 97.6 reported improvement in symptoms, while 92.3% reported better sleep, and 93.5% said their ability to function day to day had improved. Most striking, 88.3% of the respondents said medical cannabis was the most effective treatment they had tried for the condition, with 90% reporting it was more effective than previous treatments. The findings come as the UK mental health services remain under sustained pressure. More than 4 million people were in contact with the NHS mental health, learning disability, and autism services in 24-25, and published estimates from the STAR-D trial suggest that around 30% of patients with major depression do not achieve adequate symptom relief after multiple treatment attempts. Now, a 2024 report found that nearly 1 in 4 adults living in the UK are prescribed antidepressants. Additionally, UK polling analyzed alongside the survey findings found that more than 1 in 5 UK adults, approximately 11.5 million people, said that they had struggled to find an effective remedy to manage a mental health condition in the past 5 years. The issue was particularly pronounced among younger adults, with 31% of 18 to 24-year-olds and 30% of 25 to 34-year-olds reported difficulty finding effective treatment. Now, John Robson, chief executive of Mamica, says the data showed consistent improvements across symptoms, sleep, and daily functioning, particularly among patients who had already undergone multiple treatment pathways without adequate relief. The results are resounding and speak to a clear trend of efficacy across the industry that needs to be acknowledged beyond the realms of patient and clinician circles, according to Robson. Now, Dr. Imogen Kretschgren, consultant for psychiatrists, says that the findings reflect patterns seen in clinical practice. Improvements in sleep, anxiety, and functional capacity are clinically interdependent, and when they occur together, they represent meaningful change for patients, he says. He goes on with, at the same time, these treatments require careful patient selection, risk assessment, and ongoing monitoring, and are not appropriate for all individuals. Now, Ross Dean he's a patient. He says being treated for anxiety and depression, and he says that he has been on all different prescription pills since the age of 17, and would also self-medicate with strong painkillers and benzos. But since a neighbor recommended trying medical cannabis, I have seen a big improvement on my condition, and I'm eating more meals a day and also leaving the house to go on long walks with my dog. He continues with, from experience of being on prescription pills and the horrible side effects that come with it, I find that using medical cannabis has zero negative side effects for me, and I chose to have a break for a few days or longer. It doesn't bring me any withdrawal side effects like prescription pills do. Now, this is the first time multiple UK medical cannabis clinics have pooled patient experience data on this scale, with the consortium intending to repeat the survey annually to build a reoccurring benchmark for patient-reported outcomes across the sector. And based on their clinical experience, the outcomes reported by the patients, the clinics are calling for increased government and research council funding for randomized controlled trials examining cannabis-based medicinal products in treatment-resistant anxiety, depression, and post-traumatic stress. Now, patients widely reported medical cannabis as well tolerated, and a significant proportion reduced or stopped other medications following treatment. The clinics are urging continued recognition of the role played by the UK Medical Cannabis Registry and other real-world data sources in supporting this research, and alongside a more transparent sector-wide approach of publishing patient outcomes. And as you know, Cindy, here on the network, sharing one's stories and patient stories can make a difference to others. And stories like this sure does that.
Oh, absolutely. And that's what this network really was built on in the beginning, was sharing the news and sharing the stories. I mean, all of us that work here, all of us that volunteer on this network have a story to why we are here and why we use cannabis. And there's a varying degree, and not just cannabis, but all natural medicines. And there's a varying degree of stories to why we all use it, from like you found it as a medicine without having to go through all of the pharmaceuticals. I found it as a cure to the pharmaceuticals that I ended up addicted to. I mean, it's a beautiful medicine, and this real world experience needs to be spoken.
And those numbers are huge.
Huge
numbers. 90s% wise. Like, yeah. It's research like that it needs to get out there more often, and that's what we do. So
yes.
Alrighty. Time for us to move on to the next story.
Okie dokie. The next story of the day is coming to us from StratCan. Entering its 8th year, the Rosebud Bowl is returning to its cannabis culture roots. One of Canada's best known cannabis events is returning to what organizers say are its original roots: community, culture, and connection. According to StratCan, the Rosebud Bowl, a long-running cannabis competition and gathering, is shifting focus away from heavily commercialized industry culture and back towards the grassroots cannabis community that helped build the movement long before legalization. Organizers say the event aims to celebrate legacy growers, craft cultivation, cannabis artistry, and the cultural side of the plant that many feel has been overshadowed by corporate branding and large-scale commercialization. The modern legal cannabis industry in Canada has created billion-dollar companies, government regulation, and a polished retail system. But many longtime cannabis advocates argue something important was lost along the way: the sense of shared culture and underground community that existed during Prohibition. The Rosebud Bowl's organizers appear to be responding directly to that feeling, rather than centering corporate sponsorships and investor-driven messaging. The event plans to highlight smaller growers, cannabis genetics, craftsmanship, and community participation. Supporters say gatherings like this help preserve cannabis history and identity during a time when the legal industry increasingly resembles mainstream consumer business. Because for many people who spent years advocating for legalization, cannabis was never just a product, it was a culture. It was activism. And for some of us, like you and I, Al, it was survival.
Yeah, that's right. Exactly. It sounds like a pretty cool event. Reading through there, it mentions that organizers are clear that their goal isn't simply consumption or entertainment, but the focus is on creating an environment where conversations around cultivation, genetics, extraction, and cannabis experiences can continue to evolve naturally throughout the weekend. Like that sounds like just a big love fest. It's almost.
It is. It's
I've
I've
never
heard of
heard
this.
of that.
I've heard of this before through my friends out in BC. And they're super excited to have this back and happening the way it's happening. It's not that they're cutting out the legal side, it's that they're cutting out the big side of the legal side.
Correct. Yeah.
Like it's,
Maybe.
I've been lucky enough to travel the country, and in BC and in Ontario, like some of these individually owned stores are like, I was in one in Toronto that you walk into a basement, and man, I was taken back to the underground days. It was great. The guy working there fit the bill. Like, I mean, he only brought in, small batch stuff. Like, I mean, he
Yeah.
was just like, it was amazing. When I'm leaving, he's like, bye, I love you. And I'm like, oh man, I'm coming back here. Yeah, I'm excited to see this happen. I'm not sure if they're going to bring in legacy people for the competition or legal people for the competition, but we'll see as time goes on.
Yeah. It sounds like something done years ago. Not doesn't sound so newish to me. I see we got a comment from Buddy Weeds. He's asking, why are so many people still so against cannabis in this day and age, with all the scientific evidence and ability of the world's most versatile plant to do so much for people? And it's way that they were taught and way that they are, and they haven't experienced the change and the benefits that the plant brings.
There are still countries that have the death penalty.
Correct.
Even if their citizens leave the country, especially if they go to a legal country, when they come home, they have to have tests proving they didn't go anywhere near it while they were here. And if they did, they risk jail or death, right?
I'm pretty sure. I believe Japan is one of the countries. So this isn't a place, countries that you would think as being nasty places to go to. This is just the way that Japan is as well. They don't want their citizens to consume cannabis, whether they're at home or away.
Yep.
Alrighty, moving on to our next story, final story of the day. And this is coming to us from Marijuana Moment. Oh, I see you got a thing in the way there. I'll get that out of the way. All right. This is, as I mentioned, coming to us from the Marijuana Moment. The headline says, cannabis provides significant improvements in pain for fibromyalgia, rheumatoid arthritis, osteoarthritis patients, according to a study. Cannabis products appear to have beneficial effects for people struggling with the symptoms of chronic pain, according to a new study, with the results indicating relief from both intoxicating and non-intoxicating cannabinoids. Now, researchers affiliated with the University of Buffalo, University of Michigan, and the medical school, and more better, recruited 64 people with fibro, 25 with rheumatoid arthritis, and 75 with osteoarthritis of the knee and or hip to participate in the trial. The participants, all of whom were California residents, were randomly assigned to take one of 3 different cannabinoid products via oral capsules over 12 weeks and report their pain, mental health, cognitive function, and physical functioning using a questionnaire. Now, product 1 contained 12.5 milligrams of CBD and 25 milligrams of THC. Product 2 had 10 milligrams of THCA and 10 milligrams of CBDA, 5 milligrams of CBDG, and 3 milligrams of CBC. Product 3 was comprised of 10 milligrams of CBD and 10 milligrams of CBDA. They say there were significant improvement across all symptoms except cognitive function abilities, the paper published in the journal Clinical Therapeutics. It goes on to say that effects ranged from small to large, with most not differing in magnitude across product or type of chronic pain. Participants reported substantial improvements in sleep quality, mental health conditions, and general quality of life, allowing them to engage more fully in daily activities. Isn't that what a lot of us ask for? Now they goes on to say that results suggest that cannabinoid formulations containing THC and cannabinoids other than THC, such as THCA, CBDA, CBC, and CBG, may have positive effects on chronic pain symptoms of various levels, according to the authors. It goes on to say that the 3 separate cannabis capsules that were tested were remarkably similar in their effectiveness overall, with nearly identical effects on most symptoms, the study says. There were, however, differences in the effectiveness for sleep disturbance, and participants who took product 2 reported reductions in neuropathic pain intensity. Product 2 was the one that had more of the different cannabinoids in it. Now, the researchers noted in the paper that chronic pain is a leading cause of sleeping or of seeking medical care, affecting roughly a third of the world's population, and that the prevalence is increasing in the US and Canada. Many existing pain medications, examples such as opioids and non-steroid anti-inflammatory drugs, provide insufficient relief and are accompanied by adverse effects. Adding that the previous research has shown that chronic pain is the most common qualifying condition for participation in state medical cannabis programs in the US. And they say that cannabis products may serve as an alternative to opioids for pain management, reducing the risk of opioid dependency and adverse effects, the paper concluded. There we go. Another report showing that cannabis can help people with opioids as well as dealing with the pain of these conditions. I don't know what you, Cindy, but last I knew, with Health Canada, the largest group of patients requiring cannabis for them were people with arthritis.
Imagine.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's exactly what they said in the States, in those states as well. There you go. Benefits. So it's nice to see the stuff that we've been saying for years, seeing it actually get to that steady point and being shown.
It's really quite a cool thing. It doesn't matter which medicine we're talking about, because I mean, like one of the things that I got last week was that I thought was really cool. We talked about using psilocybin for pain, and I mean, I've been saying for years, and it works. Like it helps migraines. It'll help cut down pain. It does so much besides help mood, and it's nice to see people researching that. And it's like when you see that, it's just like, oh my God, I've been heard. Yay!
Exactly.
Yeah,
because we hadn't heard a lot. Usually, in the psychedelic kinds of things, you're hearing a lot about the mental health and stuff. So last week, or on Monday, when we came out with the pain story, it was like, wow,
it was really cool.
Yeah, exactly. All right, anything else offhand?
The Nova Scotia Psychedelic Society is at it again. Coming up in the first week of July, I think it is. We're still working on the flyer, so I'll share it once we have. We are putting on a movie, and oh my goodness, the name of the movie is escaping me. I can probably even look it up while I'm babbling. But we are
That'll-
working on a movie. We are going to be putting it on at the library here in Halifax. So it's actually
Nice.
called Descending the Mountain. It's about mushrooms and meditation. A film by Marchi Nevjan. I'm not sure if I'm saying that correct or not. It will be held on July 3rd from 7 to 10 p.m. And this will be held at the Paul O'Regan Hall, which is at the Halifax Public Library. Early bird tickets will be $20. At the door will be $25. And we will have a panel there to answer some questions about a few different things the best they can. So we invite you to come on down. Tickets actually are limited. We're only allowed to sell so many of them. So if you're really interested, it might be something that you want to get tickets for sooner than later.
And you're giving our viewers a heads up because, as you
Heads
said,
up.
it's not poster's not. You haven't got the poster yet, so
No,
yeah, that sounds
no, yeah,
excellent.
there will be a link to go purchase tickets. Yeah, so I'm pretty excited to have this done. And I do have audio for the next speaker series. We'll just have to take some of the pictures from the ads maybe and throw it with it. And I will get that to Al to do what he does.
All right, yes, this sounds good. I think this is a great idea, and the fact that the library, it's at the library. That's great. Documentaries, as a person who used cannabis documentaries to help educate a lot of people, I completely agree with using them. And it's good to see that you guys are doing that, as well as the speaker series. So fantastic.
It's exciting stuff.
Yeah. All right. Other than that, that's it. We're done for the day. We hope you found it informative and educational. Thanks go out to our sponsors and to our listeners. As far as our sponsors, limestonecityhydroponics.ca, the Camelford Lifestyle Shop, as well as at ease.ca. Other than that, we'll see you Monday morning, 10 a.m. Eastern. And don't forget to educate, medicate, and do not incarcerate.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Yeah. Brown paper on the table, crumbs on my fingertips.
You laugh, say I'm too careful. I'm just trying to make it hit. You grind, I line it perfect. Little hill, not too tight. Fold it like a secret, tuck it in and twist it right.
Yeah.
Twist the end, pass it to a friend. Let it catch, let it bend in the wind. Slow drag, let the whole day blend. All I need tonight is to twist the end. Twist the end, watch the cherry spread. Little glow, painting circles in my head. Slow talk, we forget what we said. All I need tonight is to twist the end.
Tray full, some fat, some skinny. One sparkle when the light hits gold. You pick out the loudest. Say, this one's for when we're old.
Hey.
Sticky fingers, stain tips, cough, laugh, eyes wet. Roll another memory we ain't burned through yet.
Twist the end, pass it to a friend. Let it catch, let it bend in the wind.
Yeah.
Slow drag, let the whole day blend. All I need tonight is to twist the end.
Yeah.
Twist the end, watch the cherry spread.
Yeah.
Little glow, painting circles in my head.
Yeah.
Slow talk, we forget what we said. All I need tonight is to twist the end.
Roll a worm or hash.
Put it in a paper, line it with herb, twist it up. Open the jar, get out the pen and stick it in.
Oil slick on the paper.
Oh yeah. All I need tonight is to twist the end. Twist the end, watch the cherry spread. Little glow, painting circles in my head. So talk, we forget what we said. All I need tonight is to twist the end.
Grind a herb,
Oil slick on the paper,
sprinkle on some kill.
wrap it in half.
Infuse that joint, make it a point to enjoy it all. It's gonna be a ball.
Hey! Twist the end, pass it to a friend. Slow drag, let the whole day blend. All I need tonight is to twist the end. Twist the end, watch the cherry spread. Little glow, painting circles in my head. Slow talk, we forget what we said. All I need tonight is to twist the end.
It's to twist the end. Girl, I need to know. Girl, I need to know. I need to know.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca. You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. You've been watching Rerolled Saturdays. Thank you to our guests, our hosts, and our viewers. Up next, Rerolled Saturday Nighttime Edition. It gets started at 4 p.m. See you then.